Okay, so I got the thumbs up. Welcome, everybody. My name is Yvette Fielder, and I am a program director at the National Center for American Indian Enterprise Development. Thank you so much for joining us for our Brooks, California Native Edge Institute. I just wanted to point out Richard Picard in the audience. We made friends with Richard about 4 years ago, and we've been friends, and we would touch base with each other and got to know the Chitimacha tribe in Louisiana and Melissa Darden, his chairwoman. And I reached out to Richard and just touched base with him, and he said, I'm now in California. I was like, we need to do a Native Edge Institute where you're at then. And so thank you, Richard. Appreciate that. He's sitting right down here. Amazing attorney. So thank you so much, and I wanted to let you know that we will have some welcome speakers, and then we'll just get right into our program. During our lunchtime, we take a short little break, but really it's just time for you to grab your boxes of lunch and sit down because we keep our flow moving all day long. So again, thank you for being here, and I wanted to introduce our welcome speakers this morning. We have Mr. Derek Watchman, one of our board of directors, chairman of the board, Mr. Jackson Brossi, who is with the SBA, and where's my notes here? Yes, and Carrie Stout, who is also with us with the tribe. So we're going to go ahead and get started, and Derek, do you want to kick us off on this? Thank you.
Thank you, Yvette, and good morning. Yat e abena, as we say in Navajo. She Derek Watchman, Yinshe. It's Ice Giddy. My client is Sagebrush Hill, born for Tkohana, Tkana Zaydesha Cheato, Tkabashanella, and I call Navajo, New Mexico, my home, and I'm also a small business person, like many of you. I have my company, Sagebrush Hill Group LLC. I do a lot of tribal affairs advising, but I'm also the chairman of the board for the National Center for American Indian Enterprise Development. And so good morning again. I want to thank the tribe and the casino for hosting us. You know, it's always great to be in Indian country and see, you know, in this case, how this area is thriving because of this business, the jobs and the economic development that it creates. So it's always good to see that. And my good friend, again, Mr. Brossi with SBA. A little bit about the National Center, for those of you that know. Our organization legally is called the National Center for American Indian Enterprise Development, as you see here. And we've been around for 50 plus years, and we actually got started in California, in Southern California. And the story goes back in the 60s, you know, during the civil rights era, you know, many of our minorities were, I guess for lack of a better word, were being locked out of business and contract opportunities. And so some very key tribal influential business owners in the LA area said, hey, you know, we got to figure out how to tackle this. So they created an association called the United Indian Development Association, UIDA for short. And that organization basically was a collaboration of many Native-owned businesses in the Southern California area. And as we know, you know, in order to make a difference, you have to coalesce and work as a group. So it turned out to be very influential. They're able to convince, in this case, like for example, the city of Los Angeles County, that you got to use Native businesses, you know, in your procurement program. And so one thing led to another. The UIDA then became the National Center for American Indian Enterprise Development. And so we've been here 50 plus years. Our mission is to provide services like you see here today. And also, we're also known for our annual conference, the Reservation Economic Summit, RES for short. And so we're going to be getting going, planning for RES 25. But I got started actually with the National Center by attending, get this, RES 87. And so that was my first introduction to the National Center. And, you know, the story goes that I was a grad student actually down the street here at Berkeley. And somehow I befriended a former board member of the National Center. And so, he took an interest in me. He said, you got to come and go to Res. And so he actually helped me. He got me a plane ticket. I remember this big old Pan Am 747. It's a big, big jet. So we left San Francisco, we went up and then down again because it's a short flight. I still remember that was probably my first, flights on airplane back in the 80s, just, coming to Berkeley from the Res, the Navajo Res. But anyhow, I went to Res 87, and back then, Res 87 was about this, the whole conference about in a room this size. The last Res, we're at, Caesar's Palace and, 6,000 people plus. Res 87, there was, I think a handful, 100 or so. But I used that, my purpose for going there was obviously to make contacts, but to try to figure out how to get a job. So long story short, Res 87 opened me up to a career that I've had for the last 40 years. One of the gentlemen that was talking there said, you know what, we got to figure out how to bridge Wall Street to Indian country. That was his theme, which, I took that to heart. And so with his help, I landed a job in New York after grad school. So for a brief moment, I was an investment banker with Prudential. Today, as a chairman of the board, with all the knowledge that I've had, our mission is to, afford and provide opportunities for our Native-owned businesses on and off reservations. And that's what you're here today. And through our Native Edge Institute, our goal is to, on a monthly basis, one day at a time, is to provide information, techniques, know-how to expand your business or to create your business. I've been to many, and I tell you, with each one that I attend, I learn something new. So I encourage all of you, and I know we're doing this online too, to listen intently during the breaks, share your business cards, because I think that's important. And so, it boils down to, just understanding what you're doing, making those contacts. Over the years, with all the reses that I've been to, I've formed a lot of relationships, and they've helped me. And when people call me, I try to help too. With what I try to know, I try to help. And because to me, the bottom line for me is, growing up on the Navajo Reservation, how do we improve our reservation economies? How do we improve the quality of life? How do we increase the number of jobs out there? How do we increase the overall level of economic activity? To me, that's important because when I see, how many people are not living on our reservations, it's disturbing. It's alarming. Many of our young folks are leaving our reservations for economic opportunities, for education, and very few are coming back. So, for me being Navajo, home, our reservation is key, key to who we are and what we are. So we have to preserve homeland, the res, where we live, where our grandparents are. And so we need to make it a place for our young kids, our children, and their children to come home to, because that is the essence of being, Native Shed, for me being Navajo, Diné. So that's the passion that I have for being the chairman of the board. And so I encourage you today to listen. There's a lot of things that we'll, provide to you. Feel free to talk to use the tables back there, to get more information. So, but again, welcome. Thank you for being here. Thanks to those that are online. And I want to thank our speakers and everybody here. So thank you again. And I guess I'll turn it over to, you want me to turn it over to? Or Mr. Brasi? Okay, so I'm going to turn the mic over to Mr. Jackson Brasi, a good friend. He's doing great work. And thank you again, for all the hard work that you're doing in D.C. I know sometimes it's a thankless job, because I've been there in D.C., but it's also fun, and you also get a lot of things, but you're doing great work. And so let's give a warm welcome to Mr. Jackson Brasi with the Small Business Administration.
Yat Arnold Jackson Brassier Dashijine, Torhie Gleanie Nisle, Bilagana Basichin, but Aneda Chedo Bilagana Dashinala. Towards Ado, look at your day, Yesinasha, Ade Washington, the cash, into Adishan Shinanish. It's my privilege and pleasure to meet you all and greet you in a formal and respectful way that Navajo people greet each other. Mr. Watchman, for opening this and really being a leader for the National Center and for all of Indian country and entrepreneurship and business and enterprise development that the National Center is and does. Big thank you to the National Center and Yvette Fielder also and your team for organizing this and bringing us all together here on the beautiful Yochadihe Wintun Nation here. And I was in awe coming in, and this morning I got up early and went for a run because I know that we have esteemed leader here who's also a runner. And I saw the beautiful land here, and so you guys have some incredible land here. Well, ladies and gentlemen, and leaders and entrepreneurs and business folks, and fellow champions of Native American sovereignty and prosperity, it's a genuine honor to be here today as the Assistant Administrator for the Office of Native American Affairs at the Small Business Administration. And so even though that title is a bit of a mouthful, it's something I wear with pride, and I'm really, really proud to serve small businesses across the country, whether they're native or non-native, whether they're on reservations like where we grew up on the Navajo reservation, where we still have about 40% poverty rate. We still have challenges with access to capital. We have challenges where people don't believe they have an opportunity to make a difference and provide for their families. And that's something that's not unique to the Navajo Nation. That's something that's, I know that we've been on several reservations across the country. It's like that, and it's not unique to reservations as well. There are many communities that are like that don't have those opportunities that some of us take for granted. So it's a real privilege to be here. It's a real privilege to be here for the Small Business Administration. And again, I want to thank the NCAID. And I had one of the first opportunities to meet with the National Center was several years ago. I went to your RES conference, and who's all been to the RES conference? Let's see. If you haven't, I encourage you to visit it. And it's in Las Vegas every year in the springtime. It's a great opportunity to meet Native entrepreneurs and those people that are working with them in all different areas. Just about every single area where Indian country is working, whether gaming, which has been an incredible boon and created a whole lot of opportunity, or whether it is government contracting, which I'm happy to say that the SBA proudly supports, and we've got two folks in the SBA right now, and I'm going to call them out now, and I'm going to call them out later. But Heather Lutzy, you want to wave? So Heather is our field office district director out here in Sacramento. And so I want you to know that the SBA, we have offices across the country, 63 different offices across the country, and they're all here to serve you, you all as taxpayers. And I know that sometimes people don't think Native people pay taxes, but come talk to me in April, and then I'm paying taxes, we're all paying taxes. So Heather heads up our Sacramento office. We have a number of offices across the state, across the country, and another office we have is in San Francisco. So Mark, you wave everybody. So Mark is one of our business opportunity specialists based in San Francisco, and he works with the 8A Business Development Program to help government contractors connect with different opportunities. And he's another expert in this area, and encourage you to talk with him if you are looking to get in government contracting, looking to sell to the biggest buyer, procurer of of services in the whole world. So let me kind of restate that again. So, or maybe I'll ask a question and see if anybody's awake. Who do you think is the biggest buyer of goods and services in the entire world? Is it Walmart? U.S. government, you got it. Hey, let's get some free coffee from a man. Yeah, so the U.S. government's the biggest buyer and procurer of goods and services. So if you're in business and you want to sell something, it makes a lot of sense to sell to the federal government, for better or for worse. And as Native Americans, as socially disadvantaged people, Native folks do have an opportunity to get in different programs, including the 8A Business Development Program. Tribes are able, because you have many members, Navajo Nation, we've got 400,000 members, and it's not, so basically we have a government contracting company that has 400,000 owners, and I guess I'm an owner of that, and I haven't seen any royalties from it yet, but that's a sidebar. But tribes have opportunity to get in this area. We have other programs called like the Hub Zone. Who knows about the Hub Zone program? All right, I'll ask, can you tell us about the Hub Zone? What is the Hub Zone program?
Well, it's just like socially disadvantaged areas geographically that are mapped out that allows you a special designation for the business. Agencies. A lot of native lands are in Hub Zone.
Absolutely, absolutely. And wait, were you at Res? We had a Hub Zone talk at Res, and the Hub Zones are unique, and I want to mention it for this group particularly because, just like he said, reservations are always counted in Hub Zones, and Hub Zones allow you as a buyer, or you as a seller, to sell your goods at much more competitively than other folks that are not in Hub Zones. And I'll talk a bit about some of these goals, but a lot of the initiatives that we have worked on in the past few years have helped uplift things like the 8A program, all these different socially disadvantaged companies, including Hub Zones, and really happy about that work. So, but I guess getting back to my remarks, we at the SBA not only care about entrepreneurs, we also care about a government-to-government relationship and collaborating with tribes. And we have any tribal leaders here? Okay. Well, we're here on tribal land because tribal leadership took the initiative to invest in the gaming. I know that a number of folks in this room are government contractors that are working with their tribes, and their tribes took the initiative to invest in government contracting or other areas of entrepreneurship. And so we believe in a government-to-government relationship. And my boss, Isabella Guzman, who I report directly to, partially and thanks to the National Center's advocacy, the National Center said, we want to make sure that the SBA Native American Affairs Office has a direct communication with the head of the Small Business Administration. And they made that ask of the head of the SBA, Isabella Guzman, and she honored that. And so my boss, has been very committed to working with Native communities. She's not only through work in Washington, D.C., but she's gone out to the Navajo Reservation in Window Rock. We know that Indian country isn't monolithic. There are different places. She's been to Mashantucket Tribe in Connecticut, Albuquerque, New Mexico. She's been to the Chickasaw Nation in Oklahoma, and North Dakota. And she's made a priority to meet with entrepreneurs wherever they are, meet them where they are, and that includes Native entrepreneurs. So I want you all to know that from the highest levels, the SBA is committed to meeting you and working with you. When you think of it, kind of a bureaucracy or government, maybe Dream Factory isn't the first thing that comes to mind, but at the SBA, we're committed to turning these dreams, your dreams as entrepreneurs, into realities. And to reach those, we have a number of different tools. I mentioned access to capital is a big one, ability to get loans, counseling, and that's something the National Center helps us out a lot with, providing trainings like this. Contracting, I mentioned our folks in the room, Mark, that handle contracting and disaster assistance. And hopefully that's something that you all don't need, but eventually folks do. And I don't need to tell this group that historically Indian country doesn't have as many, say, family businesses or folks that you can kind of turn to if you need a loan. Maybe I'll speak for Mr. Watchman, but maybe I'm wrong, but maybe his dad couldn't give him a couple $1 million to start his business, but maybe he did. But I'm assuming that just as statistically speaking, most Native folks don't come from that background. And the SBA thrives and works with folks that don't necessarily come from the background where you have somebody to lean on to just call up and get some money. And so I mentioned access to capital. So one tool that we have is we help banks guarantee loans. Do we have any bankers in the room? Cool. Who are you with, if you don't mind asking? Legacy Bank. Are you a 7 SBA lender? Yes. Okay, great. So we didn't plan her here, but we have SBA lenders, and so the SBA, we don't do direct lending, but if you want a loan, you can go to our website, sba.gov/lendermatch is our website, and you can type in what you want a loan for, how much you want it for, this, and we have a number of our partners, and they will reach out to you. And you said Legacy Bank? And Legacy Bank is one of our tribally owned banks as well. And we're really happy and proud of our new tribally owned banks that are in our program. Over the creating access to capital is something that I've cared deeply about. I mentioned growing up in the Navajo Nation where we don't have that many banks on the reservation. We definitely don't have any bankers in the neighborhood except for Mr. Watchman. But otherwise, if you weren't in Mr. Watchman's neighborhood, you're not going to know what a banker looks like or what they do. And a lot of the lending that happens is really, it used to be predatory, now it's not as predatory, but there's still some predatory lending that's going on around a lot of these socially disadvantaged communities. And what the SBA, we work to do is we work with partners like the National Center to train folks, bring them up, and also work with banks and Native CDFIs to guarantee some of these loans. And so we've made this a priority to increase access to capital, something that I care about. And over the past 3 years, thanks to outreach, thanks to working with the National Center, we held a number of listening sessions. We've increased awareness of our 7A lending programs and other 504 programs to the extent that we have nearly doubled the amount of loans to Native entrepreneurs over the past 3 years. And another way we've done that is by bringing in new Native lenders. We've brought in 2 in the past 6 months. The McKinley Alaska Growth Capital in Alaska. They're a Native CDFI owned by Alaska Native Corporation in Alaska, and also the Northwest Native Development Fund is a Native CDFI that we've definitely seen at the RES conferences and other places. And they specialize in working with people that might not have good backgrounds or might not be able to get a traditional loan. So we're really happy to partner with folks like that. And so encourage you to look at them if you're a lender that's not an SBA lender, whether you're a CDFI or a bank. We'd love to talk with you afterward, help bring you in and help you connect with Native entrepreneurs to make sure that we have, if you have that great idea, that you have that access to capital. I know I'm getting a little low on time, but the other two areas I wanted to touch on is our real strong support for government contracting. I mentioned what a big mover it is, and I'm really proud to say that the Native government contracting industry has grown tremendously to the point where it is a mover, it's a shaker, and it is a rock for communities that have developed it. I think about Ho-Chunk Inc. on the Winnebago Reservation. They have a government contracting company that is coming up on 30 years of work with the federal government. A number of these programs are 8A, almost all of them are hub zone, and they've done things like help the government with contracts here in the US, but also things like the State Department, where they helped write the Constitution for Iraq. We have native government contractors that are helping out in Haiti right now, kind of all over the world. And the Ho Chunk Inc., for example, they have taken this tool and they've used it to help build a middle class. That's their goal. And when I was there last year, they have a tool where they provide down payment assistance, $70,000 to their members. If you want to have a house on the Winnebago Reservation, their company will help make that house, and their company will help finance that up to $70,000. And I wish that was an option for me when I was getting started. But I think those types of stories are exactly where we want to go, and I know that other tribes are recognizing that, including, I think, Reading is in the house, are new to the program. And so we're really happy about that growth, and kind of to further emphasize that for people that care about numbers, the Native government contracting industry over the past 3 years has grown 50% and is now a $24 billion industry. So I want to say thanks to Native contractors out there. We look forward to you continuing to grow that. And finally, I want to come back to our nation-to-nation relationship. The president had an executive order in December called Reforming Federal Funding and Support for Tribal Nations in the New Era of Self-Determination. It's a mouthful, but part of it is we've committed to doing some new tribal consultations. They start next week in Albuquerque, Oklahoma, and across the country. So I know not here, but I want to listen to you all, and whatever you tell me today, I will make sure that we bring up when we have our formal tribal consultation starting on Monday. And we encourage you to send in written comments, and we're going to set up a Zoom in mid-September for anybody to join who can't make these in person. But it's something that we care about, we're committed to, and we want to learn from you all because we want to meet the customer where we are, and we're not going to pretend to know everything. That we want to hear from our customers and our tribes in a nation-to-nation way. And so finally, I want to leave you with some resources. I'm not based here in California, but we have two of our great SBA team members here. They're based here in California, Heather and Mark, and I want you to connect with them if you haven't already. I want you to know that the SBA, we are open for business all the time, and I'm happy to give you my email if you want to come and chat afterward. With that, I'm really happy to be here. Thank you. And next we have our host, Carrie Stout-Smith, a general manager here at Cache Creek.
Boy, tough acts to follow this morning. And I'm not even all the way through my first cup of coffee. Welcome to Cache Creek Casino Resort. And hello to all of you who are joining us online today. It's our pleasure to host you here at our newly expanded resort. I'm Carrie Stout-Smith. I am General Manager and Chief Operating Officer. I'm proud to share that my career spans nearly 3 decades in tribal gaming, 6 tribal casinos, and I recently celebrated 6 years of service working here with the Ochodee-Hewinton Nation. One of our values here at Cache Creek behind the scenes is we like to live by our rich culture. And for us, RICH stands for respect, integrity, commitment, and humility. And I'm getting a dose of humble here today, being in the presence of such esteemed leadership in Indian country. It's truly been an ongoing education for me as a product of California and California schools. The knowledge that I continue to gain working with our tribal leaders up and down the state of California has been eye-opening and tremendous. Speaking of which, I'm here today at the behest of our very busy tribal council, who send their deepest regrets that they're not able to join you personally. They're very busy overseeing their multiple business operations, and you'll hear more about that today from Jim Edders, our Director of Land and Agriculture for the tribe. But you'll also have the opportunity to experience some of that yourselves, both here at the resort, as well as down the street with the beautiful Sika Hills Olive Mill. And there are also 2 other Native-owned businesses, owned and operated by 2 members of our casino board, my bosses, so I always like to give them a little plug as well. The Road Trip Bar and Grill is located in downtown Cape Bay. There's not an uptown Cape Bay, there's just a downtown Cape Bay, so in case you were wondering. But it's anchored by the Road Trip Bar and Grill, which is owned and operated by one of the pre-elders of our tribe, Miss Paula Tackett. And then there's also the Ravine on 16 in Esparto, which is owned and operated by James Kinter, who is also one of our members of the casino board and senior advisor to tribal council. So on their behalf, and on behalf of the Yochadihi-Winton Nation, a big thank you to the National Center of American Indian Enterprise Development for bringing the event here. Special thank you to Chris James and Yvette Fielder for selecting Cache Creek Casino Resort for this Native Edge Institute. Of course, a big thank you to Richard Picard. We're very happy to have Richard here with us, and he's been just a tremendous addition to our team. For thousands of years, the Yochadihi-Winton Nation has tended the land here in Cape Bay Valley, protecting plant and animal species, preserving environmental balance. Today, Yochadihi owns one of the most diverse farming operations in Yolo County and is one of the few tribes expanding agriculture in California. Of the 3,000 acres currently farmed, 250 acres are certified organic. This commitment to the environment is something I think we can all support. Sacramento likes to call itself the farm to fork capital of California, but it really originated here in the Cape Bay Valley, and that's a great credit to the tribe. The Yochadihi-Winton Nation takes great pride in its enterprises and thoughtfully invests in all its resources, including our people. I am one of the benefactors of that. And under the tribe's leadership, we approach our business thoughtfully, emphasizing respect for this beautiful valley and for the employees who are truly the engine behind our enterprises. From humble beginnings, like many tribes across the U.S., the Yochadihi-Winton Nation's bingo hall blossomed into the fully integrated casino resort you see today. Next year, we'll celebrate 40 years of operation since those early days in that bingo hall. Pressure's on, we're planning the celebrations, right, Richard? We're really excited. May even see a little bit of a bingo celebration here at the property in homage to our humble beginnings. In 2020, we completed our latest expansion and the South Tower, where you are seated now, which is further evidence of the tribe's resiliency and inspiring vision for the future. Our business's success provides the necessary funding to support not only the tribe, its citizens, its government, but also the larger community. And this is where I really get passionate. You know, in the early stages of my career, I remember I used to joke, I work in casinos, it's not like we're curing cancer. And then one of our attorneys sat me down and she said, I think you need to look at it a little bit differently. You're building a government. And that's how I look at it today. That's when I found my why. Over 20 years ago, the Yochadihi-Winton Nation established the Community Fund and later formed Doyuti Takama, a groundbreaking partnership with the state of California. In an unprecedented compact negotiated in 2016, the tribe secured the legal right to redirect a portion of its state payments to support various worthy causes, allocating up to $24 million annually. As you may have noticed on your drive-in, the tribe has recently made two very significant investments in the nearby community of Esparto. Tule Mem Park, a comprehensive community park, features a pool, basketball court, softball field, soccer fields, walking trail, picnic area, and more. Additionally, and perhaps even more meaningfully, the Cape Bay Valley Health and Community Center provides a wide range of health services to rural residents of the Cape Bay Valley and beyond, who previously had limited access to much-needed health services. Our successful business enterprises and tribally led initiatives make these impactful community projects possible. Speaking of meaningful, I hope that you all make meaningful connections today to continue scaling your respective businesses, that you find the information you've been searching for. If you have the time, I highly recommend a visit to Seca Hills Tasting Room, located inside the mill facility in Brooks, just across the highway, if you go a little bit farther down past the casino and to the left. It's a unique location to indulge in guided tastings of the growing line of Sika Hills agricultural products and witness the transformation of sustainably grown olives into world-class award-winning olive oils. Again, thank you to all of you for being here, and to those of you who are participating online. Thank you to the National Center of American Indian Enterprise Development. I hope you all have a wonderful day filled with learning and networking, and thank you again for choosing Cache Creek Casino Resort. Thank you.
That was so amazing. Thank you so much. Another round of applause for our welcome speakers this morning. And Jackson and I are going to hang out just for another minute here, and we have the great pleasure of introducing the next speaker. And for me, I'm a enrolled member of the three affiliated tribes from North Dakota. I'm two of those tribes, Hidatsa Mandan. And on my father's side, he's from Cheyenne River Sioux tribe, but he grew up in Pine Ridge. And so I have a very close family connection to our next speaker. His brother and my aunt, Corrine, were married. And so very close family ties, Indian way, so I call him Uncle. And Jackson, since this is funded in part by the Small Business Administration, I know Jackson was so excited, and so he has something else he wants to share.
Again, it is an honor to introduce our next speaker, and I don't normally get nervous, but when you have the opportunity to introduce one of your role models and someone who's done incredible things, I can't help it. Billy Mills Tamakosha Takila was born and raised on the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation in South Dakota. He was orphaned at the age of 12, and Billy graduated from Haskell Indian School in 1957 and the University of Kansas in 1961. And I was, I guess a sidebar, I visited Haskell about a year ago, and I went out to the track because I wanted to see where Billy Mills had run. And that was a special experience. He was also a commissioned officer in the United States Marine Corps. So thank you for your service. The Navajo Nation, we just had our Code Talker Day yesterday, and that's we honor our Marines then as well. His major sports highlights are one, the 1964 Tokyo Olympics. Olympic gold medal. He won the Olympic gold medal with a 10,000 meter run and set a new Olympic record. He was ranked #1 in the world. And we have a special treat. If you have not seen this, it's incredible. We have a special treat. Also, in 1965, Billy set 7 American records and 1 world record. He was ranked #3 in the world in the 10,000 meter run. And most recently, Billy co-authored a biographical story of his awe-inspiring journey to a record-breaking Olympic gold medal. The book is entitled Wings of an Eagle. The book is illustrated by award-winning Lakota artist S.D. Nelson. The book was also recently selected by the Library of Congress, South Dakota, to be highlighted in the Library of Congress Book Festival in Washington, D.C. this summer. The publishing date is July 2nd, so it's literally fresh off the presses. And I want to add that when I was a young boy on the Navajo reservation, I, like thousands of others, Navajo kids, ran cross country and out in the dirt. And one of our role models was Mr. Mills. And we watched his highlights. I think we watched, there's a film about him, I think Running Brave or something like that. And his example is something that I look up to. And it's not only that example of being a leader in sports, but it's also, he has chosen to reinvest his time and his energy into building out a future for the next, not only this generation, but talked with him last night. He talked about the 7th generation. And as Native people, we hear a lot about it, but it's not every day where you get to meet somebody who's actually made that commitment and has stuck to it so strongly. And it was very absolutely clear when talking with him that he's absolutely committed. So before we hear from Billy, we'll play that video of the last lap of the 10,000 meter run at Tokyo. And Billy's number is 7:22. So 7:22, and this is a special treat. Thank you.
Tokyo, 1964.
Some of the athletes from various teams have both been ranked to get a closer look. U.S. girls. Yoshinori Sakai is now passing by the bands and through those traditional Japanese drums. Flags of all the nations. Now we're coming to one of the most impressive moments of the Olympics, as Sakai will turn and salute the crowd before igniting the cauldron which will burn throughout the Olympic Games until the closing ceremonies, and it will be extinguished. There it goes.
The scratch produced an amazing finish by Billy Mills.
And here we go in the final lap for the gold medal in the 10,000 meter. And up front is Bill Mills. He's pressing Ron Clark, the world champion. Bill Mills in the United States, number 722, is leading Ron Clark. And in third place right now is Mahout Gammoudi of Tunis. A tremendous upset if Bill Mills can hang on. But Gammoudi goes out ahead. It's Gammoudi right now leading in the 10,000 meter. Ron Clark is third. Rather, Bill Mills is in third. Ron Clark is in second right now. This is the final lap for the 10,000 meter. The unheralded Mahout Gammoudi of Tunis is putting on a tremendous sprint. He's out ahead of Ron Clark. Bill Mills, the United States, is in third place. This will certainly be the fastest 10,000 meter ever run by an American.
Here's Mills, who seems to be boxed in. Suddenly there's an opening, and here he comes.
Here they come down the final lap. Can Ron Clark catch Gammoudi? They're going through the field. He's coming up. He's passing Gammoudi. Look at Mills. Look at Mills. Look at Mills. Coming on. Mills is coming on. It might be Bill Mills. What a tremendous surprise here. Bill Mills of the United States wins the 10,000 meters. Bill Mills of the United States is a tremendous upset.
Let's go back and look with our other camera to see exactly how he broke through the pack.
Thank you, Mr. Mills. Thank you.
That video and in that moment was very magical to me. I actually felt as if I had wings on my feet. I told the moment was electrifying. I was told the world had just witnessed the greatest upset in Olympic history unfold. However, that's not what I took from sport. My wife and I just returned last night from the Paris Olympic Games. And when I was training for the Olympic Games, Oliver Red Cloud, descendant of Chief Red Cloud, who became our chief in, I believe, 1995 or so, until his death. He simply told me, if you go to the Olympic Games, take our culture, our traditions, our spirituality, and remember you come from the heart of everything that is the Black Hills. Then he said, take our most powerful prayer with you. We are all related. I'll back up and start a journey I want to share with you. My mother died. I was 8 years old. My dad told me I had broken wings, and it takes a dream to heal broken wings. He said, find your dream, son. It'll take you down a path, introduce you to a positive, creative passion in life. Develop your skills to equal the passion. Bring them together. What happens when a positive, constructive passion meets equal skills? I simply replied, I don't know, Daddy. Boom! He clapped his hands. I'll tell you what happens. Magic happens. And over your lifetime, one or two of the magical things you do in your life just may be looked upon as a miracle. Create the miracle, son. Then my dad died. My world came crushing down. I was not prepared for the racism I would find. I ran just because it reminded me of being with my dad. I tried to find a passion in life, but roads became misleading. In college, I came out of high school, ranked number 2 in the mile, number 4 in the mile, number 2 in the 2 mile. Had 18 full scholarships offered, primarily because I was a very good student. I loved to read, but I was not ready for the roads that became misleading. Simply when Sitting Bull said, we'll take the best of both worlds and build a new world for our children. Then boarding school trauma, treaties signed, treaties broken. I remember being asked on 3 occasions after making All-American, being the first American in the race, the rest foreign athletes from other countries going to the U.S. universities. You the darker skinned one, I want you out of the race. We want you out of the photo. I broke. I know what it is to be broken. My junior year in college, again made All-American. And then hearing you the dark-skinned one, we want you out of the photo. I broke. I go back to my hotel room. I'm on the verge of suicide. I didn't want to kill myself. I just wanted to go where it was quiet. As I'm ready to jump, I heard an unspoken word through energy in my body that sounded like my dad's voice, who died 10 years earlier. Don't. Then like a prayer, like an echo, don't. I got off the chair and I wrote down a dream to heal a broken soul. Gold medal, 10,000 meter run, Tokyo, Japan. The Creator has given me the ability. The rest stood up to me. Then I started recalling things that my dad would share with me. That became my vision and mission statement for our businesses. I was told to take our culture, our traditions, our spirituality, and extract from them the virtues and the values that empower them. And put those virtues and values into your daily life, son, for direction, for confidence, for the courage to make positive decisions and stay the course. The virtues and the values of the Lakota way of life became the basis of my training, trying to win an Olympic gold medal. They became the basis of our businesses, building our businesses. And today, I strongly feel America needs to hear the voice of our indigenous entrepreneurs. America needs to hear the voice of our children. So the businesses that have a vision and a mission statement that's value-based, and everybody commits to live those values legally, ethically, and morally, and all while they protect their bottom line, They reach out into the community, identify, and help people in need. That's the entrepreneurial thought, I feel, of Indigenous people. America is off on a tangent of profit at all cost. The footprints of our ancestors became my vision and my mission statement. And yet those footprints today are on the verge of being washed away by the passage of time and the winds of change. I'm going to quickly share with you how I felt at the Olympic Games, the last lap of my race. Then I'm going to share with you how I was led to seek answers in my business, why I was excluded so many times. Made the Olympic team, 2 events, met my wife Patricia, we're married. We find ourselves in Tokyo, Japan. I'm on the track, she's in the stands, 90 meters from the finish line, 14 rows up, 3 seats in from the aisle in the direction of the finish line. I, in my mind, for 2 years, said I'm going to win. I'm going to win the gold medal. Saying this as I was identified, being told I'm type 2 diabetic, faltering in races. Later told it was not diabetic. I have what women usually get. Very few women get it. On my pancreas, particularly probably from high school, when the symptoms began, I have a tumor. You get a tumor on your pancreas, you think of 90 days, 3 months to live. That tumor is so rare to turn into cancer, but it spews extra insulin, takes you high, takes you low. Almost impossible to run a race without feeling the effects of going low. But I made the Olympic team in 2 events based upon following Lakota virtues and values, based upon believing I could pursue a dream, I could achieve the dream. As the gun goes off, 80,000 people in the stadium, almost in unison with the firing of the pistol, my thoughts were, I'm going to win. In the race, during major struggles, going low blood sugar, when I was on the verge of quitting, not quitting the race, but letting the leaders pull away. On a cinder muddy track, we're on world record pace, and there's 5 of us in the pack. I start to let go. The race was not what I thought I was capable of running, particularly world record pace on a muddy track. But my thoughts were, if I let go now, I can't win the gold medal. I empowered my mind so powerfully. I took the lead instead at the halfway point. Clark, the world record holder, shot right past me, but he slowed the pace. I knew it was too fast for him, although he was the world record holder. 2 laps to go. There's 4 of us left. The runner from Ethiopia began to falter. There's 3 of us left. I'm ready to let go. Instead, I took the lead to slow the pace. Ron Clark, the world record holder, shot past me again. He slowed the pace. I knew I was in the race to the finish. 400 meters to go. Ron Clark, the world record holder, pushed me into the 3rd lane. I stumbled. I came back, regained my composure, but I'm going low blood sugar. The tingling sensation creeping down my arm. The clammy sweat that goes with hypoglycemia. Not the free-flowing sweat of exercise. I'm pushed into the 3rd lane. I came back on Clark's shoulder. Gamudi from Tunisia broke between me and Clark, I stumble. I decided to let them get maybe 10 yards ahead of me, and I'd make one final try coming off the curve. Boom! I'm coming off the curve. 100 meters to go. I could just look up, and I could see where Pat was sitting, but I didn't look, because if I looked, and if she showed the slightest doubt, I'd let go. As I pass a runner, I look, and in the center of his jersey, I saw an eagle. And my dad would say, son, if you do these things, someday you can have wings of an eagle. Wings of an eagle. I can win. I can win. Then I'm going to win. But I may not get to the finish line first. So clear, so powerful. I'm going to win. But I may not get to the finish line first. Am I contradicting myself? Then I feel the tape break across my chest. I came to a stop. An official came up to me. He simply said, is there anything I can do for you? I looked at him and I said, I want my wife. Within moments, they're tapping Patricia on the shoulder. The new Olympic champion requests his wife. They brought her to me. We hugged. I start crying. And I said, Pat, I know what it meant. What meant? I'm going to win. 90 meters to go. I'm going to win. But I may not get to the finish line first, but I'm going to still try to get to the finish line first. Patricia, it meant I healed a broken soul. And she was greatly responsible. Once after that, I came close to suicide again, but I healed the broken soul. We then walked off the track in Augsburg, Germany, the 10th of August, 1965, and saying to Patricia, I'll never be world class again. It's too difficult competing type 2 diabetic, which today is insulinoma. That tumor daily spews extra insulin, taking me high and low. But I wanted to share that with you because you're starting a business, roads become misleading. It's easy to lose sight, to lose vision. But what I want to share with you now is equally, if not more important. I came back from the Olympic Games. Doors began to open. We'd love to make an exception for you. San Diego, Albuquerque, Sacramento. We want to allow you to join. We will allow you to join the most prestigious business club. It'll enhance your income. You can meet the movers and shakers of the community. Besides, Billy, you already half qualify. And I would look at them, what do you mean I half qualify? You're half white, aren't you? So I would decline, and I'd recommend a full-blooded indigenous person. And those communities would say no, no. They're Indian. And I was torn. The feelings of suicide started coming back. The feelings of being lost. And my wife, Patricia, bless her, she stayed by my side as I went through dark moments. So I set on a course to find out why. When we started our business, these things actually happened. Nebraska, the state of Nebraska, booked me for a speaking engagement. They had other athletes, and everybody had a fee. They told me, we do not pay Indian speakers. We can always get them for free. More than once, that happened in our business. She started the Billy Mills Speakers Bureau. First, she started Patricia Mills Speakers Bureau. Nobody would do business with her because she's female. This year, we celebrated, I think, the 50th year or so since women can have a credit card without a cosigner, a man. They refused a credit card to her, so she changed her name. Instead of Patricia Mills, P.A. Harris, her maiden name, and she got the credit card. So we faced rejection or exclusion in the business because she's female, with me being Native American. So I set on a course, and this is what I want to leave you with. It'll take me probably 10 minutes to explain it. I don't know how many of you may have read The Doctrine of Discovery. Read it. It helped me so greatly to understand why I was being rejected in our businesses. One of our little companies is 10K Gold Promotions. From there came the movie Running Brave. Pat worked for 5 years on Wings of an Eagle, a children's book for all ages, which came out July 2nd of this year, getting some incredible reviews. I read The Doctrine of Discovery, which simply said, any new lands found can only belong to the first Christian monarch that lands on those shores. The inhabitants, the indigenous people, based on archaeological digs, estimating 50 to 90 million indigenous people. They cannot own land. They can only occupy. They must come under international rule of law. Their language, their religion, their songs, their dance will no longer apply, and they must submit to Christianity. But then within a generation, if the 90 or a low of 50 million indigenous people became Christians, they can own land. So that's that period of time where they said, we have no souls. The United States Supreme Court used the Doctrine of Discovery in 1823 to win a lawsuit by simply saying, indigenous people have no souls. That's still good law in our law books. We have no souls. So, you could violate an Indian woman. It was sport. You could kill an Indian man. It was game. Treaties could be signed. Treaties could be broken. Pope Francis, a year ago this month, said the Doctrine of Discovery is genocide. The westward movement. Now the land had to be developed. Slavery. No words can describe the inhumane treatment of the innocent when the slaves were freed. Jim Crow. 1 year before I made the Olympic team, the Civil Rights Act was passed. 3 months before I won a gold medal, it was signed into law. I went to Dr. Martin Luther King's church. I wanted to stand for those 4 young ladies, just young girls, putting on the robe to sing in the choir. Maybe, my words now, celebrating their newfound freedom. Boom! The bomb goes off. They're killed. We went to the Jesuit University in Seattle to go to the museum to see the painting of those 4 young girls. They have no face. You see a Cherokee doll, has no face. Wings of an Eagle, Billy Mills' gold medal dream. I have a partial face. S.D. Nelson said it just came to him. It was not because of what I'm going to say. Many of our tribes, and those 4 young girls killed in Dr. Martin Luther King's church, they have no face because their dreams, their passion in life, their mentors will help them develop who they are. they were not given the chance. Many of our young children at the boarding schools died from abuse. Never was given the opportunity to develop who they are. You're doing that now as young entrepreneurs. You're putting a face on your business. So, the doctrine of discovery, treaty signed, treaties broken, slavery, Jim Crow, then the war on drugs, to make hippies and young black men felons. They dropped hippies and included our indigenous youth, our seventh generation. And the war on drugs has been devastating. We visited 3 reservations before the pandemic were based on Indian Health Service statistics. 40% of the young girls, 7th, 8th, and 9th grade, are having to find a different place every night to sleep for fear of being violated by men or women high on meth. It's taken its toll. America needs to hear the voice of our young entrepreneurs, our 7th generation, based on virtues and values, based on dreams of how we want to pursue our dream, fulfill the dream. The entrepreneurs in Indian country will play a major role in choreographing the horizon of America's future. What I just described created was generational trauma. We all understand generational trauma. Generational trauma created economic poverty. Economic poverty created a poverty of dreams. A poverty of dreams created gangs, crime. Over here, privilege was created. Today, privilege and trauma need to come together for our country to heal. And I see entrepreneurs playing a major role just based upon our virtues and values, helping this country heal at a time when other countries are letting the winds of change, passage of time, wash those footprints away. What I just shared with you, 12 countries are studying that we visited. They're looking toward the indigenous women from the United States of America for direction, for hope, for clarity of mind, to make positive decisions and stay the course. Then all women from the United States of America, you're their celebration or you're their demise. So I'm going to close by dedicating a 90-second video to you, to our entrepreneurs, to our 7th generation. And hopefully you got the sound fixed, because this video I call my warrior video. Judy Collins sings Amazing Grace. It features 4 Olympians and the challenges they had to overcome to achieve their dream. Let's have the video.
Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. How precious did that grace appear.
Jesse Owens simply said everybody should have a dream. Dr. Martin Luther King, I have a dream. My father simply told me to follow our Lakota virtues and values. Follow your dream. Every dream has a passion. Every passion has its destiny. Good luck.
Thank you. That was amazing. Kaya, go ahead, come on up. We do have 5 signed books that we are going to be giving away. You have to be present to win. So we'll be giving those away throughout the day. We'll take your business cards throughout the day, and then we'll have those drawings. Traditional Indian way is a giveaway, and that really means to honor your family. And Billy has honored us by giving us those 5 books and signed copies of the illustrator and Billy and those involved. And so we're so happy to be able to share that with you today. And thank you so much for being here. And again, thank you, Billy and Pat, and another round of applause. Thank you.
Next, we have John. So we have John Shiraka with Government Contract Pros. John will go over everything along the lines of government contracting when it comes to like teaming agreements, the 8A certification, and all that good stuff. So thank you, John.
Thank you. Thanks for the introduction. That is a very tough act to follow, so please bear with me. We're going to change a little bit of a direction. That was incredibly motivational, incredibly emotional, and really appreciate that, Mr. Mills and Mrs. Mills. I do want to thank the tribe for hosting us. I want to thank the National Center, Yvette, the entire team that puts these on. They work tirelessly throughout the year to do these across the country. And thank you for allowing us to be part of it as we travel the nation. I think Jackson mentioned government contracting, procurement, the fact that it's the federal government's the largest buyer in the world. And I think Mr. Mills makes important comments about the tools that are out there and entrepreneurship and using that as an economic development tool for the underserved communities. So these programs that we're going to speak about today are intended for that purpose, right? Jackson mentioned Administrator Guzman, her dedication to these programs, not just contracting, but also all the other tools that the agency has with respect to entrepreneurship, including lending, entrepreneurship training, et cetera. And it really is important to take advantage of these programs, right? And I use take advantage, but it's really leverage, right? They're out there specifically to be used as economic development tools for underserved communities. And so learning about them, how to leverage them. Jackson mentioned some tribal organizations that have been really successful over the last couple of decades. There are always new entrants to the program. Jackson also mentioned that under this administration, with Administrator Guzman, they had reached $24 billion to tribal entities. That's an incredible increase over the years. But there's more room, right? The federal government purchases close to $1 trillion. It's like $765 billion of products and services. If you can imagine, it's everything, right? Of these services every year. And yes, I used to argue this. So I used to run these programs at the SBA. I used to argue this all the time because The lending program lends money, and that's great, and Jackson talked about that, right? But we were very competitive with the lending program because, yes, they lend money, yes, they guarantee it, yes, they provide incentives and good interest rates where you wouldn't get a loan otherwise, but you have to pay it back. Federal contracting, you get revenues, you get profits, you don't have to pay it back, right? That's economic growth. Those revenues, those profits can flow back to the underserved communities to support growth and economic development. So it's a really, and the challenge is that oftentimes, if you're new to this space, it's like a maze. It really is, because number one, how do I organize my company? Number two, how do I get certified? Number three, even if I get certified, it's not like contracts are just gonna come, you know, folks get certified and maybe they're not ready. It's not like contracts are gonna just start flowing to you, right? There's a process to this. And so we'll talk a little bit about that maze, and I'll try to add some clarity, hopefully, to that maze. But what I'll say is that the National Center is also a great resource, right? So in addition to these NEI events, you can reach out to them for technical assistance, right? They have APEX centers that used to be called PTACs. They have APEX centers that provide assistance, hand-holding. We as GCP provide hand-holding through the National Center if you need help with stuff. So it's not just listening today. I think Derek, Chairman Watchman, talked about networking. So it's not just listening today, it's networking with each other, learning from each other, but then using the resources that you have available to you. Jackson mentioned the various resources. When I was at the SBA, I started off as a regional administrator for the Mid-Atlantic region. There's a lot of resources, right? There's the small business development centers, there's the PTACs, there's the women's business centers, there's the VBOX, veterans. How many veterans do we have in the audience? Thank you for your service, first of all. I know that's cliche, but I really do appreciate your service. And there are resources out there that you should take advantage of. And the one thing that I used to tell small business entrepreneurs is that the first resource you go to, if it doesn't match what you need, don't get disappointed. Because when I was the regional administrator, I had 7 district offices. And in Philly, the strongest resource for government contracting was actually, if I remember correctly, it was like the SBDC, Small Business Development Center. In Pittsburgh, it was the PTAC. And so if you go to a resource center, if it doesn't match what you're looking for, don't be dissuaded. Try the next one, or reach out to the National Center. There is a resource out there that'll meet your requirements. And a lot of things that we're going to talk about, you know, you can hire folks to do this. You could hire us to do this, right? But there's resources out there that are available for free that you should take advantage of rather than wasting your earned money to engage consultants. And the SBA, by the way, the other thing that I'll say about the SBA, with respect to certification, there's been a lot of advancements, but they're even going further, right? They're implementing a new system which is going to be rolled out in September, which is going to be sort of the one unification system. So it's going to be streamlined. If you're eligible for multiple programs, you enter one application. It'll look at your ownership, control. Are you woman-owned? Are you eligible for 8A, woman-owned, economically disadvantaged, woman-owned, service-disabled, hub zone, et cetera. So it's a unified application system that's going to be coming out that should probably streamline the process. It's not necessarily good for consultants like us, but it should help your application into the process. How many folks are current government contractors? Okay, awesome. How many folks are looking to enter the federal marketplace? Awesome. How many folks are 8A? Okay, women-owned? Okay, service-disabled? Awesome. Is there any hub zone companies? Back there, okay. Okay, and how many folks currently have federal contracts? Awesome. Okay, so this is a good crowd. I can sort of talk to a little bit about the basics, and you guys can get these slides. I don't go through every slide and read through them. I try to keep it conversational. I know we have, I'm here this morning. I'll be done, I think, by 11:30, but I'll be back this afternoon for another hour. So if you have questions, I like to keep it conversational and be able to address your questions, right? And there's a mic in the back, so if you have questions, because we're online and it's being recorded and folks on the computer, I guess it's the computer or online, want to be able to hear you, please wait for the microphone when you have a question. But I don't want to dissuade you from asking questions, right? So don't be shy. Ask questions. That's the best part of these sessions, right? It's to be able, just so you know, and I know it's in there, I used to be responsible for all these programs, the federal government set-aside programs. I've been doing advisory work for about 5 or 6 years now. We have clients that are tribal clients, individually owned clients, and it can be a maze, so I want to try to make it as useful as possible for you guys. How many tribally owned organizations do we have out in the audience? Okay, awesome, awesome. Okay, so the federal marketplace, we talked about this, right? But one thing that I just want to sort of focus on this slide is that there's $140 billion every year that goes to small businesses. And there are different categories that the federal government has to meet by statute, right? So 8A, disadvantaged business. That is socially and economically disadvantaged businesses, right? Historically, there used to be a presumed class. So if you were Native American, African American, Hispanic American, Pacific Islander, et cetera, you could check the box and you could say, I am in the presumed class, so I am socially disadvantaged. And then the other requirement was economically disadvantaged. And there are some criteria with respect to economic disadvantage. There are criteria around net worth, total assets, and average income over the last 3 years. And we can talk about the specifics, but generally speaking, your total assets have to be less than $7 million. Your net worth, I think now, has to be less than $350,000, and your annual gross income average over the last 3 years has to be less than $350,000. That's roughly the numbers, right? And it's been adjusted. So if you meet those requirements or those criteria, you're economically disadvantaged. Socially disadvantaged used to be presumed class. If you weren't in the presumed class, you could argue that the preponderance of evidence showed that you were socially disadvantaged, meaning when I was running the program, we had Caucasian female in the construction industry or in IT. Why? Because they could demonstrate that they had been discriminated upon over their course of their schooling, growing up, education, or work. And so through the preponderance of evidence, they could also enter the 8A program. As a result of a court case, which is now, I think, about a year and a half old, the presumed classes were challenged in the 8A program. So you no longer, because of court cases, and this is not an SBA thing, right? So it's not like SBA said, hey, we want to make it harder for you to get into the 8A program. There were court cases that challenged the race-based programs across government, right? You've heard about education and others. The 8A program fell under that sort of challenge. And so you no longer can qualify as a presumed class. How many folks are thinking about applying to the 8A program? Okay, good. So I would encourage all of you to look at this, right? Because you cannot enter under the presumed class. Everybody has to enter through the preponderance of evidence, right? So economically disadvantaged, that's easy. Look at the thresholds. Do I qualify? And if you're borderline, there's ways, and if it's husband and wife, do you add the assets and do you add the income? Does the spouse work in the business? There are questions that sort of make it or can potentially make it a little bit of a maze to figure out. But if you qualify for economic disadvantage status, on social disadvantage, you have to demonstrate through preponderance of evidence that you've been discriminated against. Well, what does that mean? That means not simply can you say, hey, I was discriminated at some point in time in my upbringing, in my schooling, in my career, right? That's the first step. But if you just leave it at that, chances are you won't get into the program. And I know that for the underserved community, it can seem aggravating or frustrating to have to prove to a federal agency that I've been discriminated against, where historically you can say, look, we as a people have been discriminated against, right? And that can be frustrating. But that's the first step, right? Then you have to sort of connect the dots. So I was discriminated against, but it resulted in X, Y, and Z, right? I didn't get the education I intended to get or my peers got. I didn't get the loan that my peers got. I didn't get the promotion. I didn't get the contract or the job. So you have to connect the discrimination to an outcome. And the last step, which is a little bit more difficult, is that for all intents and purposes, it was the discrimination that led to the result. In other words, I didn't get the job. Shouldn't be that I was less qualified. That's why I didn't get the job. You have to sort of say, look, everything was equal. I didn't get the job. And then the one last thing I'll say about the 8A program, and we'll get to it, and I hope you have questions. The one last thing I'll say about the 8A program is it's unique in the sense that the sole source opportunities don't exist in the other programs. So if you think you can qualify for the 8A program, I'd encourage you to look at it. It's unique in the sense that agencies can direct award contracts without writing a justification, without having to get approval from senior leadership up to a particular threshold. And that's $4.5 million, I think it's 4, and 7.5 for manufacturing. So in the other programs, when we talk about women-owned, service-disabled, and HUBZone, there is a sole source provision, but it's very restricted. In other words, the federal government has to demonstrate that there are no other 2 women-owned small businesses that can provide the product or the service. In the 8A program, if they like you, they can direct award a contract to you up to those thresholds. And then if you're tribally owned, the other thing that I'll just point out, if there are tribal organizations that are looking at pursuing these programs, because they are economic development programs for entire communities, for the tribally owned program, number one, you can have a number or a multitude of 8A firms, right? So when Jackson was talking about the tribe that he mentioned that's been in the program for 20 years or 30 years, it's not that one 8A entity was in the program that long, right? They create and can create an indefinite number of 8A participants. Each participant is in the program for 9 years. And sometimes they have 2, 3, 4, 5 in at the same time, or sometimes they sequence them so they graduate and then they enter a new one. So if there's questions around that, I'm happy to answer those as well. The other thing that's interesting is that tribes and tribally owned entities, when we have lower thresholds for individually owned 8As, and there's a reason for this. I always used to get this question, right? Well, why do tribes get sole source awards at $25 million for civilian agencies and $100 million for the Department of Defense? Well, because they don't support one individual, they support an entire community, right? And so there's benefits that tribal organizations have in participating in the federal government. And by the way, the 25 and the 100 million are just, you can technically get an unlimited sole source. You can get a $250 million sole source. There has to be a justification and approval at $100 million at the Department of Defense and $25 million at civilian agencies. Knowing that contracting officers are a little bit risk averse, you often don't see awards that are higher than those thresholds where justification and approval is required. So we have 5% for 8A and small disadvantaged, right? Why do I have 15% there? Because under this administration, when they came into the White House, they wanted to focus on economic development and government contracting as a tool. So through executive order, they changed the SDB and 8A goal from 5% to 15%. So under this, now that doesn't mean it's necessarily going to last. It would be difficult for a new administration to come in and take that away, but it's through executive order. All the 5533 is through statute, and I'll talk about service disabled also. So through executive order, that 5% for 8A is now 15%. That seems like a huge jump, right? It is, but it's a little bit of finagling the numbers, right? Because historically, the government has hit around 10%. So when they said we're going to change the goal to 15% and we're going to implement it in steps till 2025, the first 2 years wasn't that hard to achieve. The next 2 years, including this year and next year, is going to be more and more difficult, right? So the federal government is going to be looking for 8A companies to help meet that goal. The federal government is going to be looking at tribal organizations because they have higher thresholds to help meet that goal. So I'd encourage you, I saw some hands go up with respect to the 8A program, but I'd encourage you, if you think you qualify, you should probably look at the 8A program. The Women-Owned Small Business Program, there's two sort of subsections of it, right? There's women-owned small business and there's economically disadvantaged women-owned small business. If you think you can qualify for 8A, you can qualify for economically disadvantaged women-owned because those economic thresholds are the same for 8A now that they are for Ed Woesby. When I went to the agency, they used to talk about Woesby and Ed Woesby, and I was like, who the heck is Ed? I don't know where he works. It's economically disadvantaged women-owned small business program. So Woesby and Ed Woesby, the one thing about the women-owned small business program is that the agency had to do an analysis to determine where women entrepreneurs or government contractors were underrepresented. So there are particular NAICS codes, North American Industry Classification Codes, where requirements are set aside for women-owned and economically disadvantaged women-owned. If you go to the SBA's website, you can go to those Woesby or Ed Woesby and you can figure out, are requirements set aside for my industry for this program? And if so, I'd encourage you to do the front-end certification for Woesby and Ed Woesby. And then service disabled veteran owned, for those that this is relevant to, used to be there was two programs. There was the VA program where you got front-end certified because you wanted to work with the VA, and then there was everybody else. If you didn't want to work for the VA, you could self-represent and do work across the federal government, including the Department of Defense. That changed about 1.5 years ago now. Everybody has to get front-end certified, and so this is why the SBA's new one sort of door is a positive step, right? So you can go into the SBA's new portal, you can enter your information. With respect to service disabled, the goal used to be 3%. It was actually statutorily changed to 5% in the last National Defense Authorization Act. So that's, again, if you think you're service disabled, if you know you're service disabled, if you think you can qualify for SDVOSB, I'd encourage you to look at that program as well, because the federal government is shooting towards a higher goal. And then the last one, I know there's a question, real quick. The last one is historically underutilized business zone. Jackson mentioned this. Every tribal land, federally recognized tribal land, is a historically underutilized business zone. The Hub Zone program is a little unique. I'll talk a little bit about how you qualify for a Hub Zone program. It's different sort of than the others where it's based on the individual and the sort of the status of the individual. But I'd encourage you to look at that too if you think you qualify, because that's one goal the federal government never meets. And so they're always looking for Hub Zone firms. But before I sort of talk about the Hub Zone requirements, let me see what the question is in the back. Yes, sir.
Well, good morning.
Good morning.
And everybody. In reference to the 8A cert, I was kind of told that once you have that certification, there's a mentorship program that guarantees you funding to build the infrastructure of your company. Is that true, or you basically just have to go through the same process of going through, SBA loans for financing and things of that sort?
Yeah, great question. So the question around the mentor-protege program, and it can sometimes be confusing because there are two different mentor-protege programs. There is the SBA's program, which is for the entire federal government, and that doesn't provide funding. What that does provide is incentives for firms to mentor new entrants and smaller firms, right? And we'll talk a bit about that all small SBA mentor protege program because it is a very unique developmental tool that can really support new entrants into the federal marketplace and growth. And it's built in a way to incentivize more advanced firms to help support smaller firms. And we'll talk about what that looks like. The Department of Defense has its own mentor-protege program where you have to apply for it. And there is funding. Now, the funding always runs out. There's always like a backlog. But there is funding that the federal government provides actually to the mentor to help support the protege. So if the mentor is helping you build an accounting system, or if the mentor is helping you build a project management system or a cost accounting system, it can help fund some of those costs that the mentor might incur. The way that that works, though, is you have to apply through the Department of Defense. The DoD actually just had their annual mentor-protege conference, which was actually really well attended, and they sort of talked through what that application process looks like. Every agency, including every component of the Department of Defense, has an OSDBU, Office of Small and Disadvantaged Business Utilization, or at DoD sometimes they call it OSBP, Office of Small Business Programs. If you're interested in the Department of Defense's mentor-protege program, and you have a mentor that is interested in sponsoring you and applying together, you should reach out to the small business program at the agency you're either working with or going to work with to see if you can apply for that funding. But I'll also talk about the All Small Mentor Protege program and how that can really be leveraged to enter the federal marketplace, partner up with a mentor, and then how it helps incentivize. It doesn't pay the mentor, but it incentivizes them to participate with you in federal contracting in a way that they could not otherwise do but for being your partner. But we'll talk about that as well. I think there's a question back there. Yes, sir.
Morning, John.
Good morning.
First off, apologies. I'm going to have a bunch of questions, but I'm only going to give you a couple right now.
Okay.
First one is you were talking about DBE certification and that there's a new unified system coming up together. I'm currently going through the process with Caltrans for DBE certification. Are those steps going to still be necessary when you're going for DFARS based work in the future?
Yeah, so unfortunately, the reciprocity, that's a hard word to say, between local and federal is sort of a bridge too far still, okay, right? So you do have to, if you go through the local process of getting certified, there isn't reciprocity at the federal level, and usually vice versa. It used to be, I think it was Alaska, where if you were 8A, you could automatically become local DBE or MBE certified, but it's very limited with respect to that reciprocity.
Okay, and then just a follow-up on that, and I'll save my other ones for later.
Yeah.
You were mentioning the idea, the changes since that terrible decision was made in court. Is the onus on the person to prove their economic disadvantage based on the individual or the group? Like, for example,
good question.
From a tribal perspective, you can just pull up the many case court precedences that show that, you know, there's been discrimination there. But do I have to do it just for me?
That's a great question. So if it's a tribally owned entity, so if you were a tribal government or a tribal economic development entity and you had established a for-profit firm and you wanted that to apply to the 8A program under the tribal program, the first time you make that application, you have to demonstrate that the tribe is economically disadvantaged. And there are certain things that the SBA looks at about, you know, income, education, housing, provision of health, poverty rates, et cetera, and historical timeline of the tribe. If you are applying as an individual, in other words, I'm Native American and I'm applying as an individual, then it's for you personally. Okay. So those thresholds they will look at, they generally will ask you to fill out a personal financial statement, and they look at your tax returns, and it is intrusive, right? So if you're not used to applying for federal grants or federal programs, it can seem extremely intrusive because they want tax returns, they want personal financial statements, they want any criminal history, all those types of things because they look at character. It can seem intrusive, and sometimes folks get derailed and just aren't persistent. So the one thing that I'd say is just be persistent. They're always going to come back with questions. They're guaranteed, and people get so dissuaded. They're like, oh my God, I got 13 questions. And it's like, it's okay. Take it one by one, answer each of the questions specifically as they're asked. Don't try to explain too much. Just what is the question? Here's the answer. Make it as easy as possible for them to understand your response. Does that answer?
Yeah, no, that does, absolutely. And I'm just, finally, when you talk later about hub zones, I'd hope you would talk about joint hub zone partnerships.
Okay, that's, so joint ventures and partnering between small businesses is also a very unique opportunity to team up on federal contracting. On each of these, right, they look at the individual, right? So the 8A, as we talked about, if it's tribally owned, they'll look at the tribe. But if you're looking at it as an individual, they're going to look at who owns and who controls. And in the 8A, the disadvantaged individual that's applying, that's using their designation, should own and control. Woman-owned, it's the female that should own and control, service disabled, et cetera. In the Hub Zone program, the requirement's different. There's two requirements. The principal office has to be in the historically underutilized business zone. What does that mean? It's complicated. There's all sorts of analysis that goes into it. Unemployment rates, poverty rates, all sorts of things. That the SBA doesn't actually do this. Housing and Urban Development creates the statistics that create the Hub Zone map. So, but the map is really a cool tool. If you go to the SBA, you put in Hub Zone map, you can put in your address and it'll say, oh yeah, you're in a historically underutilized business zone. It's as simple as that, right? Now, what is a principal office? A principal office isn't your headquarters. It's where most of your employees work. So if you have multiple sites, right, number one, you can exclude your job sites. So if you're working at Aberdeen Proving Grounds or, I don't know, Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, you can exclude those job sites. What's left? You see where the most employees are working, that's your principal office, right? So, and this isn't gaming the system, this is part of the system. If you have 2 offices and you have 3 people here and 2 people here, but this one's in a hub zone, you can just move one person over here, and now more people work in this office. Now this is your principal office, and that's a hub zone, right? So that's requirement number 1. your principal office is in a hub zone. Requirement number 2, remember we excluded job sites, right? Put all your employees back in. 35% of your employees have to live in a hub zone. Not the same hub zone, any hub zone, right? So what's an employee? Anybody that works 40 hours a month, right? So a month, not a week. So a lot of firms will hire interns, college students. A lot of college towns are in hub zones. So you can come up to that 35% relatively easy, I think. Sometimes it's difficult to maintain, but you can strategize how to have your principal office in a hub zone and how to have 35% of your employees living in a hub zone to meet the hub zone requirements. And why is it important? When I say, look, if you think you can qualify, go ahead and apply. Why is it important? Because as it stands, and there's always talk on the Hill about making changes to these programs, and every year the National Defense Authorization Act, just like the 3% went to 5%, has a change. But as it stands, federal agencies can get multiple credit, right? So if you're the unicorn and you're 8A women-owned, service-disabled hub zone, and they give you $1 million contract, they don't just get $1 million in the small business bucket. And by the way, the overall goal is 23%, right? They don't just get $1 million in the small business bucket. They get $1 million in every category that you are. Now, there can't be a multiple set aside. Like an agency can't say, I'm going to set this requirement aside for the unicorn. They have to pick one. But they get credit for everything that you are. So it makes you more, if you meet the requirements of the solicitation, the contract, it makes you more attractive to the federal agency because they get multiple credit. So that's why I say if you think you can qualify for multiple designations, you should definitely look at it. And then the last thing I'll say about the Hub Zone program, tribally owned firms have a unique way of participating in the Hub Zone program. So they can meet the standard way, right? Principal office in a hub zone, all tribal land, federally recognized tribal land as a hub zone. Or they could just have an office in, I don't know, some part of Washington, D.C. That's a hub zone. And the 35% of employees, right? They could meet the program requirements the traditional way. The other way that tribes can get into the Hub Zone program is just promise, right? They can apply and they can promise that when we are awarded a Hub Zone set-aside contract, 35% of the staff on that contract will come from our hub zone, our tribal hub zone, or the areas surrounding our tribal hub zone, right? So now here's, again, this is not gaming the system, but this is a way to leverage the system. If you're tribally owned, you're in the 8A program, it's no skin off your back to apply and get approved as a hub zone by promising to have 35% of the staff on a contract to come from your tribal land and your surrounding areas, right? You can promise that. And then you could never win a hub zone contract, or you could never even pursue a hub zone contract, but you're 8A and hub zone. Why is that important? Because now when the DoD gives you a $100 million sole source, they're going to get 8A credit and they're going to get hub zone credit. So that makes you even more attractive to the Department of Defense, right? So that's another sort of way of leveraging the programs in order to participate, but ultimately to have economic development flow to the communities. Any questions so far? Okay, any questions online so far? Nope, okay. All right, so for those of you that are in the federal government already, you're gonna know most of this, but I'm gonna go over it real quick. So if you wanna do work with the federal government, you have to register in SAM. As soon as you register or start registering, you're going to get a whole bunch of emails that say, hey, pay us $250 or $350 or $500 and we'll get you registered. You don't have to do that. They're going to make it look like it's coming from the federal government. It's not. Federal government isn't going to charge you. Now, you could want to hire someone because sometimes folks just get really frustrated with the multiple steps to get into SAM, right? Because what's that? It is, right? So for whatever reason, I used to, when I was at the Small Business Administration, I still couldn't figure out why Defense Logistics Agency issues the cage codes, right? It's just legacy, right? And then the IRS has to validate it, but it's a GSA system, and they all have to talk to each other. And if your address doesn't exactly match, I mean, if you say Avenue and it's AVE period, but you forgot the period and it doesn't match, it bounces back, and you have to start all over again. And by the way, when you get the DLA email, which is a .mil address, and it goes to your junk box and you don't reply, kicks you out again. And so you gotta look at your junk box. You gotta be persistent. There is a help desk that is gotten a lot better, and they're pretty responsive, right? And then, by the way, if you're on a reservation or you're tribally owned, it's a whole other headache, right? Because you might have a post office box and that doesn't work, or you might not have a street address and that doesn't work. So what I will say is that if you run into those kinds of issues, reach out to the National Center. Reach out to the Apex Center that they have and is funded by the federal government to support you. Because number one, they can help you walk through it. Number two, they can reach out or help you reach out to the GSA and the help desk, federal help desk, and try to navigate your way through the process. Yes, there are consultants out there that'll help you. Yes, you could pay for it, but there are resources to help you through that process. And don't get frustrated and give up, because there's light at the end of the tunnel, right? But you have to have it done. In order to do work with the federal government, you have to be in SAM. And that's step one. If you want to get certified, before you go to the SBA and go into their portal, you have to have a SAM profile. And a UEI used to be a DUNS number, and Dun & Bradstreet used to issue that. Now the federal government will issue you a UEI. So it's a process. Don't get frustrated. And if you need help, reach out. And these slides are going to be available, by the way. They'll send them out. Now, the other thing that's in SAM is federal government requirements. So every contract that's above $25,000, if it's not on an IDIQ, indefinite delivery, indefinite quantity contract, or a best-in-class vehicle, and we'll talk about those, or a schedule, it'll be in SAM. Now, how many people have responded to something that comes out in SAM? Okay, how many people have won anything that's come out in SAM? Okay, good, good. Okay, a lot of times when you're responding to SAM, you're way behind like the 8 ball, if that's the idiom, right? Why? Because your competitors already know that that's going to come out. They've been tracking it probably for 18, 24, 36 months. They probably have their teams together. They probably talked to the small business office. They probably talked to the program office and the acquisition folks, and they've already gotten their proposal together, so they're just ready, waiting for it to come out and submit. And meanwhile, you see it, you have 25, 35, 45 days to submit, and you're running around trying to get a response ready to submit while they're already all prepared. So, yes, it's a good source of what's out there, but a better way of doing it is, how many folks have gone to USA Spending or Federal Procurement Data System? Okay, good. So USA Spend is the nicer, user-friendly version of the underlying data set, which is the Federal Procurement Data System, FPDS. You could go to FPDS. It is brutally painful. It's kind of difficult to manage, like if you don't know how to manage that database. USA Spend sits on top of it. Basically, every contract over $25,000 that has ever been let is in that data system. So you can do an analysis of who's buying what I'm selling. Like, the reason federal government procurement is such a maze is because who do I market to? Do I go to Aberdeen? Do I go to Wright-Patterson? Do I call the GSA or Department of Interior? Do I call Commerce, Labor? How do I know where I'm going to market what I'm selling? Well, one way is to go to USA Spend and look up who's buying what you're selling. You can do it through North American Industry Classification Codes, NAICS codes, right? You can do it through product service codes. You can do it 5 minutes? Really? I got through 2 slides? Okay, you can do it through product service codes. You can do it through keywords. But you can find out who's buying what you're selling, and then you can slice it. Like, how are they buying it? Are they doing women-owned small business set-asides, 8A set-asides, HubZone set-asides? Is it relevant to what I'm selling and how I can sell to the government? And by the way, is it one contract for $1 billion, or is it like thousands of contracts for $1 million? Because that's more relevant. So USA Spend helps you identify who's buying what I'm selling. And that's what your competitors are doing, right? They're looking at, I have limited marketing capacity. I want to know where the fertile ground is, and I'm going to do my research to identify it. Now, once you identify it, let's say, I always use like Wright-Patterson and Aberdeen. It's just where I've been. Let's say it's Aberdeen, right? Let's say that's your ideal target. Now what do? You want to identify which contracts are coming due, right? They might not be listed in SAM yet, but you want to identify that they're coming due, they're expiring, they're going to be rebid. I'm going to start working on that, right? And then, how do I market myself, right? So every buying activity, especially like the Department of Defense, some agencies only have like one OSDBU, Office of Small and Disadvantaged Business Utilization. How many folks have reached out to an OSDBU? No. Okay. Every agency has an Office of Small and Disadvantaged Business Utilization, or Office of Small Business Programs. Their only job is to find small businesses to help them meet the goals, the 5533, which is now 5553, or no, 15553. Their only job is to meet those goals. So they're looking for small businesses to help them meet those goals. So if you're working at a federal site, or you're on a project as a prime or subcontractor and you haven't reached out to the small business office, that's bad. Because you want to reach out and let them know you're there, you're doing a good job, you're capable, and you have certain certifications. That's number one, right? So when smaller agencies have like Department of Defense has Office of Small Business Programs up here, then each component, Army, Air Force, Navy, has an OSDBU. Then each activity, Wright-Patterson, Andrews, Aberdeen, has a small business specialist, right? So if you determine that my target is Aberdeen, you should be talking to the small business specialist at Aberdeen. They're going to have a website. They're going to have a forecast. You want to know what's coming up at Aberdeen from your research that's expiring that makes a perfect target for you. You want to find out when that small business specialist is having an industry day. They all do, where they invite small businesses. You want to find out if they're doing matchmaking. If they're going to be at RES, I am going to plug RES, but they could be at National 8A Conference. They could be at the HubZone Council Conference. You want to find out where they are so you can get in front of them. But the small business office is only one leg of the stool, right? So you want to, and I always say you got to work all three. You want to reach out to the small business office. When you do your research and you find out which contract is expiring, you'll know who the contracting officer is. So you want to reach out to the contracting office. You'll also know who the program office is, because in the federal government, if you're not familiar, there's a program office that gets the funding. I used to be responsible for a program office. Then that funding goes out and buys stuff, right? Services, equipment, supplies. But who executes on that funding? It's the contracting shop. But the contracting shop is only executing against the needs of the program office. So it's important to know the program office and the contracting shop. And the contracting shop then has all these regulations about you got to meet your small business goals, you got to do a set-aside, you got to talk about the rule of two, which I'll do this afternoon. All these rules they have to follow, right? So you want to know the contracting shop. And then you definitely want to know the small business specialist in the small business office, because their entire objective is finding small businesses to help, qualified small businesses to help meet their goals. So that's really important. Is my time up? Okay, one more second, real quick. So for those guys, how many people are in SAM? Okay, how many of you go in and update your dynamic small business search profile? One, okay. Okay, how many people know what DSBS is? Couple. Okay, so when you're in SAM and you answer all the questions, right? It asks you, you know, size, revenue, employees, and it says, oh, you're small business, okay? For your NAICS code, North American Industry Classification Code. When you do that, it opens, a lot of folks don't know this, it opens a DSBS profile for you. And that system is not a GSA system, it's an SBA system. Now, when you go through, it allows you to enter your past performance in DSBS. If you're not doing that, they're gonna pull me off the stage. If you're not doing that, you're not allowing the contracting officers to do their market research. When a contracting officer needs a small business, one of the first places they go is Dynamic Small Business Search. So if you're not going in there and putting your past performance in, they can't find you. So they could be like, hey, I need an 8A in this local jurisdiction. If you're not putting your past performance in, then they're not gonna find you. And the last thing I'll say is DSBS, although it might be updated, DSBS is antiquated. It's like Internet 1.0 also. So when the contracting officer says 8A, local jurisdiction, I don't know, construction, the firm that comes up first is the firm that updated their DSBS last. So we have clients that'll go in there and put a period in 1 month and take out a period the next month, or a sentence or a paragraph. So continuously update your DSBS profile so you can be found by the contracting officer. I'm done, except there's one quick question. Yeah. Okay, so that's a good point. So the question was the link between GSA, SAM, and DSBS is broken. And one thing that I'll say is that you should be, at least the systems are down, but you should be able to get in through your login.gov to DSBS directly rather than going through SAM. Thank you, guys. I'll be here this afternoon. We'll talk a lot more about these programs and the Mentor Protege joint venture program as a tool to leverage the set-aside programs. They forced you to come up here.
All right, thank you, John. Like he said, he's going to be here this afternoon, and then after we're done with all the presentations at 4, we have these small round tables in the back, and we do that so you guys can have conversations with the speakers. Next, we have our Access to Capital panel. We have Bridget Loya, and then he just told me his last name and I forgot how to pronounce it. Brian Shelley? Brian Shelley. Okay. We also have speaker packet handouts, so if you'd like to know more information, read about reading about the speakers' bios, you can access that through the informational packets that we have. All right. And so here we are. All right, thank you.
Let's see. Hello? There we go. Hi, good afternoon. Thank you so much for having us. My name is Bridget Loya. I am with Legacy Bank. Legacy Bank is actually 100% owned by the Saboba Band of Luiseño Indians down in Hemet, San Jacinto area of Southern California. So what we wanted to do is, for myself, sorry, Brian's with another organization, but wanted to share just a quick little bit of who I am, who Legacy is, and then definitely provide resources for you on access to capital. So this is a bit of information. So I know it's a little bit, but basically is we are, like I said, who our ownership is. We are just celebrated 2 years. We are built from the ground up. And the reason why it's important for us to share this story is because I kind of feel like we're building a nonprofit organization because we're mission-based. And it really helps us identify with you as entrepreneurs because we are building, we're developing just as you are. So we really do have the opportunity to identify with you. We are officially a minority depository institution. And the main pillars of what we are doing here is, of course, our tribal division that I represent, and our community division. And another key pillar that is going to be the focus of this presentation is government guaranteed lending. So our mission, we are here to build partnerships between the bank and our tribal communities. We support everything from individual tribal membership needs, just all the way to economic development, organizations, and also to tribal needs of the entity as a whole. So what we are here and what we do is we provide lending solutions to provide access to capital, deposit treasury management, and another key thing that we're doing is actually do go out to other tribal entities, and I teach financial wellness. I teach classes on how to build a business and the key things of where you want to start. So in addition to just providing that traditional banking, we're actually providing these free workshops to anyone that would like to learn more. Because again, we want to be full service, holistic, and make sure that we're supporting from your dream all the way to making sure that we can assist and make it happen. So when we're finding that we're having new entrepreneurs coming in, and we're proud to say that we are one of the few banks that are supporting startup organizations right now, one of the key things that we're noticing is that how to start with a plan. So we wanted to at least say, how do you assess what that lending needs is? So whether you are starting out or you are coming up or an established business that is at that threshold where I just need some more support, sometimes we have that magic number in our head, right? I need, 50 to 100,000. I'm just using these numbers as an example. And we don't really think about or know what else can you really factor in. So we wanted to highlight what you should consider. So clearly define that, what you're seeking the funding for. Be thoughtful on your approach, and consider that the government guarantee programs, luckily we've had a lot of, from our previous speakers, especially with Mr. Brasi, and right now with Mr. Sharaka, the SBA and the resources are going to be a common theme that you're seeing throughout these conversations. So we wanted you to consider that government guarantee programs, they take into consideration the total project, not just that specific need, not just for that one piece of equipment. So for example, if there's a building purchase in your future, the program can not just support the purchase of the building, but what else do you need? Improvements for the property, furniture, fixtures, equipment. So that's why we want to highlight that it's important to think about the big picture that you're going to need, not just the immediate need. And also another thing that we'd like to help with is, how do you prepare to meet with a lender? You have an idea, you have a financing need, you want to get started. What are the best tips and tricks to help you set that meeting with that lender? If you haven't identified one, regardless of that, I think it's good to start with a plan. And here's just some ideas of how this will benefit your business. So we've actually been working with some Native-owned businesses, some established, some startup, but we're finding that we are needing help with a business plan. So whenever you have that business plan, we wanted to highlight what those key elements are and what you need to bring. So Of course, we have the financials, your tax returns, financial statements, and projections. We are proud to say that we are doing a lot of projection-based deals right now, which, again, especially in current economy, some banks may not be doing that, but we absolutely can lend based upon projection. So think about those ideas that you might have. Your history of business. If you're not necessarily established for 3 to 5 years that a conventional loan might require, what's your experience? So it doesn't necessarily have to be how long your current business that you're creating has been in existence for, but your personal experience. And again, that ties into the ownership and management experience. So even though you personally may not have started this LLC or organization, whatever it may be, but you have history working for an organization that did that, then you have that experience to back you. And then, like what we mentioned on the first slide, is the use of proceeds. We like to call it a wish list. So I really are telling our clients or prospects right now, think about what you might need in 6 months, 12 months. What is it that you're going to need to grow that business? Ask yourself that question. And like I said, you'll be surprised at what actually can be financed. So again, other financeable business needs to consider a cost to hire a new employee. Sometimes we don't consider the cost of training, the licensing, but that could be a financeable cost as well. So like I said, we really just want to bring to the forefront those other items that we're not thinking about and that might not necessarily be when you're looking, I need a loan for a specific purpose. We're not thinking around what else might be a factor, because then you'll see that initial, I only need X amount starts to grow, which, like I said, we can definitely work through that with you. And again, equipment. It's not just the equipment itself, but the cost to install it, the cost to train the employee. And even for startups, like I said, we're so proud to be able to finance startup businesses right now. The marketing expenses, office furniture, even the computers that you need. So again, it really is a wish list that you need to get your business off the ground or take it to the next level. So try to organize that as best you can, itemize it, put how much you think you might cost, how much those items might cost. And again, do some research and get some, samples of what that might be. So we're going to go into what the common programs are, and we're going to highlight the SBA. And the reason isn't to just throw all these programs at you. Here are the requirements, so that you go in with the shopping list and go into a bank. I want the SBA 7A. That's not the idea behind it. The idea is education. The more you know, the more you are aware of what's out there, and being a smart consumer is only going to make you stronger. So we are definitely going to highlight the programs, examples of uses, but keep in mind, again, you don't have to walk into or meet with a lender and say specifically what you want. That's why we're here to help you. We're here to hear your business plan, hear what your goals are, and then from this list of products and programs, we can customize and see what the best fit is. But again, the fact that you're educated and knowing what's out there is just going to help you prepare yourself in the marketplace. So the largest, like what we were just heard about earlier, is the SBA 7A. So this is probably the most common loan, and what the maximum loans amount are. It's $5 million. And the biggest question we get asked is always, what's the rate? I wish I could tell you what the rates are for every single program, but honestly, it varies. It varies on what the project is, it varies on what your timelines are, and it varies which program. So I wanted to give you at least some guidelines, because, like, for example, with the 7A, what the standard is variable based upon the Wall Street Journal Prime or the WSJ. So if you ever want to Google and see what that is, you might at least have a gauge of what that might be for this program. But again, if you go to a particular lender, it could vary. And the most important things is that this could be a line of credit as well, and why you might want to use a 7A. So acquiring, refinancing, or improving real estate and buildings. So you buy a building or you have some tenant improvements. You need short and long-term working capital. So whatever that may be, just operating expenses, or like I mentioned, that training opportunity for your employees. Refinancing current debt. So this is a great reason, and then why we're seeing SBA, a 7A program getting a lot more traction, is to be able to refinance some debt that we could hopefully get a better rate. And then, of course, purchasing of installation of machinery and equipment. The most common, another one, is the SBA 504. So the key to this one is that of the structure about it. And you don't need to analyze and know every single, but again, be aware that this is another program that's, of course, backed by the government, and that provides that opportunity to have you support that business. So with this one, in terms of rate, the key highlight is that it can be fixed for 20 or 25 years. So this one is specifically real estate, major fixed assets, large machinery. It's a term loan, it's not revolving, and that's the key about the 504. So for California, since we're here, we're a California-based bank. Another key program is the California Small Business State Guarantee Program. I'd say right now, with the lending programs that we're working with, the 7A and the state guarantee are actually the most popular. This is actually a highlight because we're running into a lot of nonprofit organizations that need support. They're starting up, they need financing, and unfortunately the SBA 7A and 504s do not apply to nonprofit organizations. So for a nonprofit, this would be a key program for you. The only requirements is that you do need to, of course, be in the state of California, demonstrate ability to repay, and there's a bit less eligibility requirements than compared to SBA lending options. This also does have a max loan amount of $5 million, and again, the rate is varied. It could be fixed, it could be variable, but it really does depend on the purpose and overall credit. And then examples of use for this one: account receivable financing, inventory, tenant improvements, permanent working capital, equipment, and a business expansion. So USDA, United States Department of Agriculture. So these loans are available, and what we find is that the common misconception is that I need a USDA loan is only appropriate for a large parcel of land. If I'm a farmer, if I'm doing these huge projects, you can finance a piece of equipment that falls into this category with a USDA loan. So it doesn't have to be this grandiose project. So we wanted to bring that to the attention that, you know, if it meets the criteria, and it could be for profit or a nonprofit, and if you have a purpose, and it's actually just for rural businesses. Business conversions, enlargement, repair, modernization, or development. If you're going to purchase land, again, that's the larger purpose. Buildings, and of course, machinery. So for example, we do even currently working on tractor loans for USDA. So again, it doesn't have to be this large project. And of course, our BIA loans, we are a BII approved lender. This is another loan guarantee provided by ILGP, or our Division of Capital Investment. This is helping our tribes and tribal members overcome barriers. This one is a 90% guarantee and from the government. And essentially, whenever you hear about government guarantees and percentage of guarantee, what that really means is that's more from the bank perspective, is how much is that going to be supported by the government. And when banks, not just Legacy, but any other bank, whenever they're evaluating when to offer these solutions, it may make them feel a bit more comfortable to lend. So that's why with these products that we have that are government guaranteed, some have variances of percentages. So that's also could be a factor why we may say, you know what, let's go the BIA route. Let's go with this business need. You know, the 7A is going to be perfect for you. But we wanted to, again, just highlight why that percentage it might be important to the bank perspective. So it really doesn't mean anything to you, like as in terms of the guarantor or the guarantor of the loan. What it basically is just how the bank looks at things. So for this one, your business has to be at least 50% Native owned, and you demonstrate that the loan will contribute to the economy, whether it be on the res, off res, or something to show that it's going to enhance our community. And then caveat, unfortunately, no tobacco. It can't be cannabis related or anything that violates federal law at this time. And then there are other lending solutions aside from the majors. There are microloans. So this is an SBA lending solution as well. This is for a small business loan in need of lending up to $500,000. We are an advocate of the small business loan process, and it could be microloan or up to $500,000. And what that means is just a faster way to get an approval. So it's SBA loan guarantee fees are waived on this one right now. And another reason just to add why lenders just don't always say, this is the rate, that's the rate, especially with government guaranteed. There are programs and different timing of things where, for example, a certain opportunity may have interest-only payment for 6 months. So those terms could change. So that's why we really want to meet with you, discuss the plan, and talk about what the right appropriate plan would be, as opposed to just, you know, you're gonna check this box and we're moving with this one. And then also conventional. Conventional loans are, of course, backed by provided by the bank directly that you choose. They're typically for businesses in at least 5 years in operation. Qualification, you do have to be in business for 3 years, and primarily in the market area of the bank that you're looking for. To let you know what our goal is that eventually, if there are situations where you've gone to hard money lenders, higher rate lending solutions that aren't necessarily, they're solutions that you need to do at the time, then the next step would be, let's try to refinance you out of that, and then we might move to a government guaranteed type loan. And then eventually, as we're working with you, then the next step is moving over to a conventional loan, if that makes sense. So our goal, again, is to be there from the beginning to make sure that we support you throughout the business development of that. And then, like I said, with the terms and rates, it depends on the lender and the type. Okay. So those are, like I said, the exact programs that are technically available. And again, just for educational purposes, you will also receive this for just like those little bullet points of what you need. But again, we're not expecting you to come in and say, I need that 7A, or come up with that shopping list. It's just, again, for information. What we're hearing are the common concerns of lending, and we wanted to talk about those and be open and transparent. So what are the 3 things that most people worry about whenever they're thinking about lending? First one is collateral. So most government guaranteed loans do not require a loan to be fully collateralized in comparison to conventional loans. So for an example of collateral, if anybody wonders what that might be, it could be machinery, it could be the equipment, and actually for a lot of times, especially with the other startups is accounts receivable. Even established businesses technically use that too, but it doesn't have to be physical assets that are collateral. And then a down payment. Most government guaranteed loans require an equity injection or a down payment between 5 to 15% of the total project cost. The conventional loans, they vary, but the injection or down payment is typically between 20 to 50%, depending on the project and use of proceeds. So that really does make a case for why government guaranteed lending is, honestly, it's a lot more attractive just because of the down payment, the different opportunities that, like I said, just mentioned, where there's interest only. Sorry. Oh, 5 minutes. Sorry, I was like, a question? And we will be in the back too, actually, for more details. And then I'd say number one, probably should have put it at the top of those, is personal guarantee. What do I have to put in here? So for most of the government guaranteed loans require the personal guarantee, whoever owns 20% or more of the business. The conventional loans may not require that. It depends on the business itself. But even if the government guarantee program that you're looking at or that we may suggest requires a personal guarantee, that's, again, you should work with a lender that their goal is to help you move away from these things. So if that's your concern, we can work on how to alleviate that. And I wanted to highlight a success story, so I'm glad we only have a few minutes, but this is a live Native-owned business, Navajo-owned. Family-owned and operated company specializing in custom couture clothing, accessories. They have made it their mission to make sure that they're sourcing materials from other Native-owned businesses as well, and to making sure that they're providing employment opportunities to the tribal community. So this is a successful business. They were bootstrapping. They were bringing in money from family members. They were taking those hard money loans or lenders that, just seemed short-term, quick, and because of that immediate need. But they've come to a point where they needed to scale up a great deal because they have these wonderful opportunities. And also, in addition, they need a second location because they are just really growing. They've never had traditional lending. They've never worked directly with any lender. Like I said, they've been pretty much searching on their own. And we actually had the opportunity to meet with them. We discussed options based upon the short-term and long-term goals, and we recommended the appropriate program. So what their specific needs were is that they had large purchase orders that were coming in, and that order needed to be fulfilled. And then also it was the expansion. So how we did this is we did a $500,000 SBA 7A, and that's how we provided the working capital to be able to fulfill that purchase order. And then we structured a 1.5 million 7A in addition to support the expansion into the second location. And so they're actually leasing a location and they're using this lending to all the tenant improvements and things that need to occur to that building. And then in addition, I know we're talking about access to capital and lending, but the banking services, the treasury management, which is just the fancy name for what are your online tools that you need to help your business move efficiently. I think that we need to focus also on the holistic relationship. Like I said, and in this sense, it's the deposit side of things, the treasury management and the lending that all work together to reduce expenses. So in that, then we cut costs on the bottom line on the banking services and to contribute back to that bottom line. Let's see if I have another one. And then quick with resources, of course, the NCAID. If you don't know where to go to fine-tune that business plan, if you don't know, or if you just need some extra guidance, there are SCORE Business Mentoring, Women's Business Centers, Veteran Outreach Centers, Small Biz Development Centers. There's a plethora of resources available to you. I'm personally happy to help if there's anything that's needed. And then, of course, the lending program. So everything that we provided today is literally from the SBA, USDA, website. So there is a ton of information that you can search for. And especially when you're looking for that project, that dollar amount, and looking for a approved lender in your area, you can find all that on the SBA website. So again, if there's anything that we could ever help you with to, again, help you with just the idea all the way to complete execution, we would be happy to do that for you. And that is it for me. Thank you. And I think they're going to switch that for you.
Okay. Are we doing okay on time? Okay. Well, thank you very much for inviting us, California Capital, I should say, to this event. My name is Brian Shiley. I've been with California Capital for only about 2 years now. However, I've been associated with California Capital for over 30 years. And just a little history, I can remember when this facility, many years ago, because I grew up in this area, was literally a portable. It started out as a portable. Then it went to 2 or 3 portables. I was blessed to be able to work with an organization that had some involvement with this casino. I've worked with large banks, Bank of America, Bank of the West, Union Bank, and I've worked with some small banks. So I have a banking background, but what I'm here to share with you is ideas of access to capital as it relates to California Capital Financial Development Corporation. California Capital, we are a community development financial institution, which means we're a CDFI. So where we step in really is at a point where your bank can help you. So if your bank cannot help you, you've been declined for a variety of reasons. It might be maybe a credit issue, a credit score issue. It could be the lack of collateral. Well, that's where we step in. An organization like us, and there are many organizations similar to us throughout the state, but we happen to provide direct loans, and I'll get into the dollar amounts of those loans and the parameters of those programs. We also provide the state loan guarantee. So a state loan guarantee at a very high level is essentially a way that we partner with your bank. So if your bank wants to issue a commitment, either a term loan or a line of credit, we'll provide a 7-year guarantee to the bank. So this is not a guarantee that you're going to get the loan. It means your bank wants to do a loan for you, but perhaps they're just not quite on board fully. So then they'll engage with us. We have an agreement that we will provide an 80% guarantee up to $5 million. So the loan could be much larger than $5 million, but the bank's guaranteed $5 million if it goes into default. So if you have more questions, if you have questions or if anybody wants more information on that, I'm happy to get you information. As California Capital, we have a women's business center. We have it says PTAC, but that's actually Apex. That's the government contracting we've heard about. And we have a Sacramento Valley SBDC, so Small Business Development Center. I happen to be with the Lending Center, and let me just go on. Go here. Go back. There we go. So the Lending Center, what I wanted to talk with you about, and I'm not going to go over each and every one of these items because I think I'm the only one between you and lunch. And anyhow, where you get money, we've kind of gone over that already with other presenters here. California Capital's loan programs, how to prepare for a loan, the basics of your loan request, the importance of a business plan and your cash flow projections, a needs list that will be part of the deck here, and just our loan review process here at California Capital. Essentially, as already been mentioned, you can start your business in a variety of ways. Personal savings, money from gifts from family and friends. You can borrow money. Many of our clients have come to us and they've borrowed money through, unfortunately, high interest rate loans. They're predatory type loans, and that's how they've started their business. But if they've been successful and they're making revenue, you know, making a payment of $25,000 a week out of your income, right out of your operating account, is not sustainable for most businesses. So you obviously, there's investor financing, and then there's also traditional business loans such as an SBA, the State Loan Guarantee Program, or non-traditional lenders like us. We're a lender, but we don't take deposits. So now our programs specifically provide, they're between $5,000 and $150,000. So these are small loans. The counties that we primarily concentrate in are Yolo County, Sacramento County, El Dorado, Placer, and Nevada counties. We can go outside of those counties with an SBA microloan, which has broadened our ability to lend all the way up to the border, the Oregon border, down south into Stockton and Stanislaus. So different communities here in the area. We also can lend outside of these counties when you're in a CDFI. So if you're in an area that's been financially impacted and it's, you know, there's a site that you can go in and look to see if you're in that area, then we can provide capital to those areas as well. Let's see. As far as our loan fees, our programs go out to 7 years. The interest rate right now is 9.75, but at any particular time, we may have lower rates than 9.75. That's the highest rate that we charge. It's a simple interest loan. There's no prepayment penalty. There are fees to get the loan, but honestly, if where we are, if we're helping you, you can't get loan. If we can get a loan from a bank, we want you to work with the bank. We do not have a minimum credit score as far as loan eligibility. We look for the story. We want to get to know you. We want to get to know who you are, what has caused any impact to your credit if there's something in the recent past. You do need to be current on your credit. You do have to have industry experience or at least knowledge if you're going to be a startup. So if you don't have any experience and you want to get into an industry, we're not someone that's going to help you immediately with a loan. We can connect you with a counselor and kind of give you advice on how to get ready for that. We do look for outside source of income for startups as well. 20% injection on behalf of the owner as far as a cash injection, and 10% for existing businesses as far as, you know, your cash injection into a request that we're going to help. And we would require personal guarantees. Types of loans, these are the types of loans we've done. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Got to go back here. I'm sorry, I messed up here. Do you have any questions so far? No? Okay. As far as preparing for a loan, let's see. You need a business plan and or expansion plan if you're going to be doing something major as far as a significant change to the business. Your resume and with a description of your background specifically, as well as key employees of the organization. Things you might want to prepare with, be prepared to tell your story, I think, as I mentioned before. That's what the business plan can do. Your resume obviously says a great deal. As far as the loan request, be as specific as possible with your loan request so we know. If someone comes to us and they tell us that they want $150,000, but that's the largest loan we do, and that's why they tell us, why do you want $150,000? That's because that's all you could give me. Well, that's not good. So, but if you come to me and tell me you want $43,600, and you know exactly what you want, that really can help us, because we could always provide extra funding for working capital. Assuming that you can make the payment, obviously, right? But be as specific as possible. You could use it for equipment. It could be used for, just general working capital. As far as the business plan, it doesn't have to be real complicated, but you do have to have some basic aspects of the business plan. Know where you are in the business, realize that the business plan is we're not just asking for it because we want to read a document. I'd like to read something that's 3 or 4 pages long. It's concise. It tells me exactly what you want. And it tells me what you're going to do. It tells me how you're going to get there. Write the plan so that you want to turn the page and read the next page. Okay, I want to be engaged with it, because if I'm engaged, I can get my underwriter engaged with it, because my goal is to get your loan approved. So I need your help to do that, and the business plan can make that happen. Let's see. These are just more aspects of the business plan. Be specific. Why this business? Most important is why you. Why are you uniquely qualified to start or run this business? These are the different aspects of a business plan. I don't really want to go over. You guys are going to have a frame reference to this. Again, ask questions if you do. The important thing about everything here is your cash flow projections for us. We just want to make sure, because the money that we lend out, once we lend it out, the only way we're going to be able to do the next loan is if you pay our loan back. So if we do have a default rate that's higher than it's higher than a bank default rate, and it should be, because we're doing much more aggressive lending. But we have to be good stewards of these funds. Your cash flow projections are going to help us make the loan decision here. They have to be reasonable. That's the biggest thing I would tell out of this schedule. Make sure your projections are reasonable and they can be documented and supported. So that would be on the revenue side as well as on the expense side. As far as startups, basic information as far as what we need. The only really difference between a startup request and an existing business would be, the importance of a business plan, and definitely projections. And those projections have to be really detailed. You want to make sure that those projections that you have detailed notes as to the assumptions that you're making to arrive at those numbers, so that we can look at those projections and we can verify it ourselves, but we can also just understand the story, because your business better than we do. We're looking at maybe the first time I've ever looked at that industry, and so I don't have a lot of knowledge on a specific, but I know how to read a financial statement. So, but if you tell me why those numbers are what they are, and it seems reasonable, now there's a lot of things that we can do make that dream a reality for you. Here's the existing business list right here. And again, the only difference that you're going to see from an existing business and a startup is the need for projections and the actual business plan itself. Obviously, the financials off a startup, you're not going to have historical tax returns for the business unless you're buying the business. And that could be viewed as a startup because of the change in management. But be prepared with this information. Have your financials done. It's important to have your tax returns done. If you don't have your 2023 returns done right now and you're applying for a loan, before you apply, you need to get those taxes filed. Let's see. Loan proceeds. That's the review process for our loan review process. Basically, our loan review process with California Capital is we do a pre-check. We look at your initial package and we determine if we can help you. If it's viable and something that we're going to be able to move forward with, we will then, send you an invitation to apply. You'll upload documents to our portal. It's a secure portal. And, we start from application to funding. So we're with you the whole way. We don't hand you off to somebody else. So there's a small team of us that work together along with our underwriter to get your loan approved. As far as most lenders are going to work to some degree that way as well, but they might, they might have different people that don't interact with you. You probably will never speak to an underwriter if you're working with a traditional bank. And with working with us, you're going to speak to our underwriter, highly likely. But bottom line is, in all of this, the lender's looking to get to know you. They want to understand your business and want to understand, are they truly helping you? If there's a better solution out there, we'll refer you to another solution if we can't help you. Basic information as far as collecting proof of insurance, as far as closing, you're signing a landlord consent. That's just if you're leasing space, you need to have your landlord's going to sign a form notifying us, notifying them that we're a lender and we want to have access to the property if we needed to. Let's see. Reasons for decline. These are the most common reasons that we see as far as declines. A lack of secondary income for a startup. So there has to be some ability to support the loan in the event the projections come up short. So you have enough income coming in to cover your personal living expenses, and you can help compensate if there's a deficiency as far as a month to month on the loan repayment. Lack of industry experience is another one. People apply and they have no experience. They tell us they have 6 years of experience, but when it comes down to it, they don't. Poor credit, we can't help everyone, but if you do, as long as you're transparent and tell us what the issues are, we'll tell you right up front whether or not we can help you. If we know that it's something that we can't overcome, we're going to tell you that, and we'll advise you to seek some counsel. And we have advisors that can help you with that. And those advisors are free. So it's all free services. It's not, as Heather has mentioned before, it's not free. It's already been paid for. Your tax dollars are going to work. So take advantage, as it was mentioned before, of the resources that are available. There's insufficient cash flow is the last one, I'd say, and then insufficient collateral. Now, we really don't have a collateral issue. We're not a collateral lender. I don't think we've ever turned a deal down because of lack of collateral. We haven't. Any questions? Yes, sir.
Can you say it again for her?
Insufficient cash flow, is that a startup issue?
It could be even for existing businesses. So businesses that are struggling and they've been declined by their bank and they're still looking for an alternative lender. Yeah. There are lenders that will lend money to you just because you give them a bank statement, and they do it really quick, really fast. But be careful, be aware of that, because there's a really high rate associated with that loan.
Well, that was my second question there. Is like right now with Allied Bank, they were the same bank who financed my home. Their turnaround process is typically long, and if I am going for lending, it's because I want to bid and I need to actually pay a sub or a teaming agreement. What's your turnaround time for both of you guys typically for lending on a situation like that?
Okay. Well, first of all, I'll also talk about cash flow. The cash flow number that we're looking for is a global cash flow of 1-to-1, meaning we have to have $1 coming in for every $1 going out globally. That means between your personal resources and personal expenses, as well as the business revenue, business expenses. So we look at a minimum of 1-to-1. So there's no room for error if we're going all the way down there. I mean, we do not fund operating losses. So unfortunately, if it's an operating loss, there's some other work that has to be done. But the debt service number can, oftentimes when we're declining a deal, it's not going to make it. So, as far as turnaround time, if you need a line of credit, which sounds like you might need a line of credit, we don't do lines of credit. We'd introduce you to a lender who could. We could provide a state loan guarantee on a line of credit. That's possible. But our turnaround time typically from start to finish is about 45 to 60 days. Now, it could be longer, and it could be, we've done a deal in 26 days. But that was a borrower that was very well prepared, had everything ready, and all we had to do is review it, get it to the underwriter, schedule a conference call with our management and approve the loan. So it's done with a phone call.
And then for us too, the same thing. So like I have a sample needs list just to actually, if you'd like to see that, to prepare yourself. But assuming that we have the complete package to submit, then 45 days to 60, again, depending on what the project is. Right now, we're working on one that we're probably about 30 to 45 for a building purchase. And that's pretty good, actually, considering all the other factors. And so, again, be wary. Anything that's quick, turnaround, apply online. There's usually some reasons for that, high interest, things like that. So we do take a thoughtful approach whenever we're reviewing. But we'll always be transparent on, if you don't have everything. And also too, like I'm sure, Brian, your organization does, is that we take the time to, if you don't have everything on that needs list or you need help, we will help you guide through the process. We will help you fine tune the business plan. We will help you if you need connection with the CPA because you've been doing your books, we will help you through that process. So those are things that might delay, but assuming everything's perfect, then it could close pretty quickly.
That's it.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Yep. And we will be here afterwards too if you need us. So. All right, thank you.
All right, thank you so much. We're going to take a really quick short break. We have lunch in the back, so please feel free to grab a box, grab something to drink, and then use the restroom, and then can come back and have a seat so we can get to our lunch panel. Thank you.
And then get your business cards ready because we're going to go around and collect some business cards. And and sometimes it's just at their fingertips, and it's just that little bit of encouragement that then they want to go pursue that.
Well, a lot of times we use the word empowerment. What does the word empowerment mean to you?
Empowerment to me, I think it's part of that, just the encouragement that you can receive from someone that sees that in you, and it just may be one or two words or a short conversation, and it has empowered you to take the next step, to not be afraid. Because really it's our own fear that kind of prevents us sometimes, right?
Well, I think it's fear that you can't get to your next level because you hold yourself back. A lot of times, your worst enemy is looking back at you in the mirror. And I think empowerment can come from others, but sometimes you just can empower yourself. Light a fire for whatever reason. So I think these trainings and the work that we do at the National Center, it's all around empowerment and making sure that our businesses have a voice and that our clients that we work with, we're there to support them in their needs.
Absolutely.
I grew up here in the community, lived here all my life. Our families were entrepreneurs, we had to be. Our entrepreneurial spirit, we used that to start small businesses that would bring jobs to our reservation.
PCI Federal Services, we started with one employee. The exponential growth that we've experienced, we're hopeful that we'll cross that 1,000 employee threshold later this year.
We continue to look for partners, and we continue to look for organic growth. Native Edge is a great way to do it.
The Native Edge Institute, this is our second time here in Alabama.
Business is complex. You're not alone. There's programs out there funded with our tax dollar.
There's state programs, there's local programs, there's national programs like our Arizona MBDA Export Center, and our services are for all minorities. I put a panel together of myself and Brian Davis, Alabama ITA, working with him to see what our clientele needs are and what he can offer.
Using SBA's programs, HubZone, Apex Centers, Minority Business Development Centers. These programs alone help me leverage into working with prime contractors and being prime to the government.
Opportunities like this, getting to interact with a lot of business owners, just provides so many different networking opportunities that can really help a business exponentially.
All right, here we go. I'm so thankful that all y'all wanted to go on the tour. Hopefully you'll be able to see some great progress that our tribe has made.
PCI Federal Services was created in 2016 by the Porch Band of Creek Indians. It's funny the things you remember growing up, like we played in that ditch, you know? I mean, there was nothing between there. It's just amazing in such a short amount of time how far we've come.
In 1988, we started to provide products and services to our federal government. And through that creation, it really started us to thinking about what we could do that would create revenues to bring back to seed our growth.
PCI Federal Services, they've had this vision for this economic diversification.
We have hotels all across the Southeast. We have 3 at Disney, 2 in Huntsville, Pennsylvania, Miami, Chicago, Aruba, Curacao, all across the United States. These are owned by individual tribal people. Each tribal member got to choose what plan they wanted. We built the house interest-free.
Now there's housing and the new fire station and everything there.
We have a state-of-the-art health facility, our recreational department, all the amenities that are available to not only tribal members, but to the public around the reservation. We want people to know that we care about our own and we care about the communities that we're in.
Success means different things to different people. We create jobs that can sustain a family and provide good health care. We want to share our story, share our lessons learned. Native Edge coming to our reservation here allows us to do that, and we appreciate that.
We just want to welcome you and thank you so much for being here in this amazing space.
Kahap, thank you for joining us. Great information to improve Indian country.
Today we're in New York City at the beautiful Hard Rock Hotel owned by the Seminole Tribe. There's some lucky attendees that are here today. They're getting the first-hand experience of what a Native Edge Institute is.
It's important to attend events like the Native Edge Institutes because of the resources that are here. Networking is always a big part of any event that we do at the National Center.
We like to pride ourselves in being the #1 connector in Indian country and for Indian country. So we're able to connect these different tribal nations to each other because we're everywhere in contact with everyone. We see what someone on the West Coast is doing versus someone on the East Coast isn't aware. So person A has something that person B needs, and we're able to connect those people.
And our goal is to expand globally. I'd really like to see our tribal enterprises and our Indian-owned businesses selling to the world and doing trade with the world.
I've been with the National Center since 1980. We're one of the first Native American government marketing assistance programs to introduce the 8A program to the Native American community. We've pretty much been there since the beginning.
And my tribe's super active with the National Center, calling, asking for consultation. They're looking into working with our export team on exporting rice and doing their agriculture.
For me, the 39 tribes in Oklahoma, we all have tourism groups. It would even be more beneficial to us if we had a museum And the National Center, especially with the exports, could definitely get us there. They're going to Africa soon. They're doing great things.
We're going to South Africa and we're going to Ghana, and we're going to be meeting with businesses who are looking into importing and exporting. This being the first mission is pretty exciting. We're going to see what opportunities there are, and we can bring them back to our clients.
You know, economic development, we think about it as a circular economy. How can we share more of the resources that we have and expand on that and build it?
Our goal is to create more opportunities for investment into tribal communities and Native-led nonprofits. And we do that by advocating and working with tribal leaders and Native-led nonprofits.
Whenever you support a Native business or a tribally owned enterprise, that money doesn't go into the pocket of one person, of like a millionaire or billionaire. It goes into the pockets of the community. These tribes are assisting the local communities, the surrounding towns, the state that they reside in. Even though it's a sovereign nation within the state, they still provide financial.
I want to step back a little bit. I was noticing, and I didn't mention this earlier, but you know, the theme for today is broadening your business. And so I heard this morning a lot of good information. Great questions. Thank you for the questions. Bring some more. You know, helps us to learn. And so, you know, good sessions on how to deal with the SBA, and obviously a great presentation from Billy Mills, you know, our native warrior. And so, certainly had a lot to share. It was very inspirational to me. And so, you know, thanks for his efforts. And then, of course, we had the access to capital session. And so for me and my background as a former banker, that really touches my heart, if you will, on how we get capital to Indian country. And so when I talk about that, there's some unique and interesting challenges with getting a basic business loan if you're domiciled on trust land. It's tough, if not impossible, unless you have a partner, a bank or a financial institution that has good connections with USDA, the Bureau of Indian Affairs, or Commerce, or SBA. And so that's the area that I know that we're working in. So, but today, in this panel, we want to talk about exploring the tourism potential. And so when I look at, you know, potential industries out there, growth industries, tourism by far, next to gaming and related, is tourism. You know, that we know that, you know, on the roughly 300 plus reservations, you know, they're located in fabulous, magnificent, wonderful areas. And so, you know, with that beauty and with the location, it certainly creates a lot of tourism opportunities. So we're going to talk about that today. You know, we're going to talk about the potential and how do we empower Indian country to take advantage. And so if you keep up with our work, we recently announced through the National Center that we're going to be entering into an arrangement with the Department of Interior and the Bureau of Indian Affairs to support them in the expansion and the awareness of tourism. And so that's why we have this segment here. So we're going to be launching and building our tourism program so that we can obviously support, you know, the small business side and those that really want to engage in, you know, tourism. Tourism is you know, means a lot of things. It means hotels. It means, you know, van service. It means, you know, potential air transportation. You know, there's many different aspects when it comes to developing the tourism capability. I, for one, on Navajo, would like to see more stays. I know on Navajo, as big as we are, guess what? We only have 600 rooms on the reservation. But when I look at Gallup and Farmington, the border towns, there's probably 4,000 rooms. And so, you know, as a former banker, you know, you want to get, you know, butts in the seat, so to speak. So, you know, I think that the name of the game in the Native American Indian country tourism is how many room nights and stays can we get? Because when you get them to stay, obviously they spend more. And that's what creates the economy. So without further ado, I'd like to, of course, we have Angie Papas, Edward Hall, and Jim Edders here to talk to you, and their bios are available to you. So I'd like to start the program off with Angie Papas. Yep. And Angie is the Associate Vice President of External Affairs and Media Relations with the California Office of Tourism. So Angie, the floor is, or you can come over here, or you can speak from your mic, whatever is comfortable for you.
I think we're gonna just stay.
You can stay there? Okay.
Yeah, is that okay?
Okay, it's all yours, Angie.
Great, thanks so much. They put the marketer at lunchtime, so hopefully I can, not be too much of a distraction from your meal, but we have some fun things to share. So I am Angie Pappas with Visit California. If you're not familiar with Visit California, we are the State Tourism Board or Commission for the state of California. We're not a government entity. We're a public-private partnership, a 501(c)(6) nonprofit. So we are private. There is an Office of Tourism that is part of the state, but that's not us. We're a nonprofit, and we're funded privately by an assessment on businesses that benefit from tourism. So we're led by a board of directors. You can see that represent our larger stakeholder group of 16,000 plus businesses across the state. So you'll see a lot of big name brand tourism brands there, like the Marriotts and Disneys of the world, but there's really 16,000 businesses across the state who pay into our model to market California's tourism offerings around the state and inspire people from around the world to want to come to California. So this slide just kind of shows the ecosystem of tourism in California. We work alongside, of course, those businesses that I already mentioned, but there's a vast network of local DMOs, destination marketing organizations. So wherever you're from, there is a local DMO. So here there's a Visit Yolo County, there's Visit Sacramento, there's San Francisco Travel. Some of them are large organizations. Some of them are bigger than Visit California. And they're all trying to market what's happening in their destination. But the ultimate goal, to your point, is butts in seats, it's heads in beds, it's trying to get people to come and book travel, come and stay in our hotels, book rental cars, eat at our restaurants, all of those things. But they have to decide they want to come to California before they come to Yolo County or Cache Creek. And so Visit California sits at that inspiration level. This is kind of showing the traveler journey. They have to, if they're international, they're going to decide they come to the US before they come to California. So that's where we sit in that ecosystem. But it's all to bring those experiences to life and the businesses to the table. So in California, tourism is a cornerstone of our economy. We are, happy and blessed to have a thriving tourism economy that surpassed where we were pre-pandemic. Of course, that was a hard time for all businesses, and travel was essentially shut down. So still coming back from that, but we reported $150 billion in economic impact for 2023, and a big rebound in our international travel landscape, and a lot of tourism jobs created. I think we're at 1.2 million people working in that tourism economy in California and generating $12.7 billion in tax revenue. So like I said, we're trying to harness the power of California to bring consumers here, to inspire people to travel to California. And we're doing that with a global program. So you might be familiar with the commercials on TV. That's where the vast majority of our investment goes, is to media investment on linear TV and digital channels. And we have these campaigns that are have been, you know, pretty iconic over the years with celebrities and really recognizable places. And our current spot right now that's on the air is called Let's Play. It's all about California being the ultimate playground. And that Let's Play campaign, I'm going to tell you more about our Visit Native California initiative, but it features a dugout redwood canoe tour up in Yurok country and on the North Coast. So there, you can start to see how our representation of Native experiences is starting to be woven throughout what we do on that global scale. But we're layering our approach through a variety of campaigns, some targeting families, some targeting road trips, which are really important for inspiring people to move beyond the gateways, especially international travelers who fly into San Francisco or LA. We want to push them out to explore our rural communities and get out across California. So really focused on having that that breadth of experiences, but also the geographic representation across our program. So we're, as I said, we're global in scale. We're in 14 markets, including the U.S., so 13 international markets. And everything that we do is with this global audience in mind. So in some markets that are big, we're direct to consumer, so we're on TV in Mexico and the UK, and Canada and Australia. But we're in other countries, we're working trade partnerships, working with tour operators, airlines, media, of course, is a huge piece of what we do. And then this represents what we do. These are all of our own channels. So these are all of the ways that we're talking to consumers about California, about all the amazing things there are to do in California. So we have essentially our own media engine that we use to talk to consumers about everything that there is to do in California. So we have a website, of course. We have print guides, a visitor guide. We do newsletters, we have a podcast, we're on all of the social platforms around the world. So all of those ways help us get to people where they are and talk to them about what they're interested in. And we use a lot of sophisticated ways to target people, but ultimately it comes down to amazing storytelling and spectacular imagery and all of those things. So in 2022, coming out of the pandemic, we received some federal funding through the American Rescue Plan Act, and through the EDA. We received grant funding that earmarked $1 million to support Visit California's work to increase awareness of and travel to Native, like our cultural heritage experiences and uplifting Native stories. So that was how we were able to, for the first time, build a statewide platform called Visit Native California. And that's because in the past, Native businesses were really showcased through that DMO lens. Like I showed you that funnel slide earlier where we're working with those DMOs. So DMOs were likely surfacing a lot of their key Native businesses and experiences that they had, but this allowed us to actually build a platform that was solely dedicated to those Native experiences and businesses around the state. We have 109 federally recognized tribes in this state, just such a massive community across the state, but there's never been a coordinated effort to showcase everything that the state has to offer. And other states are doing this very well. New Mexico, Canada, of course, not a state, but they have a really robust program to market their indigenous experiences and tourism products. So this was a really big deal for California and for the U.S., I think, too, to see a state as large as we were to put so much behind that. So we did this a couple of ways, but right now we have this platform it's a hub of our website that's solely dedicated to tribal tourism, and we announced it in 2022 and started building those relationships with tribes around California where maybe we didn't have that direct relationship with in the past. So we know that that's an ongoing need and an ongoing key aspect of a successful platform, because we don't want to just tell Native stories for them. We want to bring those voices in to tell their own stories. So we're doing that in a variety of ways on this hub. There's a lot of rich storytelling on there. I encourage you to check it out. One thing that we did was we partnered with an organization called the Outbound Collective. That's a group of multicultural creators. And we worked with them to identify some Native storytellers to help us with a video series. And they've created I think we have about 10 videos now in the series, and we're building on that. And each video tells the story of a specific Native tourism business and what they're doing. So I was gonna show 2 examples for you. They're short, they're like 1 minute each. The first is showcases the Agua Caliente tribe down in Southern California, the Palm Springs area. Their reservation land is essentially downtown Palm Springs, and they're a larger tribe that has done a ton of tourism product development. They just opened a new cultural center with a museum and a spa there, but they also have a lot of outdoor experiences. They have ranger-led hikes and things like that. So they have a lot of amazing attractions and things that they're bringing tourists to. And the other one, the other video I'll show is Cafe Ohlone, which is in Berkeley, and that's a smaller tribe where they're bringing their culture to the community there in Berkeley through this cafe, and they have a much smaller presence there, but this is like an important way to keep their traditions alive. So Aaron's we'll play those just back to back.
This is my favorite part of the day. The stars are starting to hide. The birds are coming out to sing, and the sunrise is painting an orange glow on the side of the canyon. One of the first headsmen and the leader of my clan, Coiskionka, came from the other side of this mountain range and established my people as the caretakers of Tahquitz Canyon. I'm Anthony Purnell. I'm a bird singer, and I am one of 500 members of the Agua Caliente Band of Kuya Indians. My family has been caretakers of this land since time immemorial, in this place that we now call Palm Springs. For over 100 years, my tribe has been welcoming up to 100,000 visitors a year in our traditional homelands. Come and walk in this canyon and in the footsteps of my ancestors.
Our food looks like our land. The colors and textures reflect our homeland, from the hills to the bay shore. I'm Vincent Medina. I'm an East Bay Ohlone cultural leader, and along with my partner Louis, we're the founders of Cafe Ohlone, and we lead the Otoy initiative here at the University of California, Berkeley. In 1925, the university erroneously declared our people extinct, which led to the loss of our federal recognition and our family's land rights. But we've always been here, and we're here today still, reclaiming this very space and filling it with life. Fragrant with artemisia, yerba buena, rose, and mugwort, this space is a world reimagined, a love song to Ohlone culture, infused with Ohlone generosity. This is our triumph. Come taste victory at Cafe Ohlone.
Thank you. So this hub, I know I'm running short on time, so I'm going to just very quickly tell you some of the results that we've seen. We have, we've seen amazing results so far with something so new. These are some examples of articles on the story on the hub now. I had to throw in the Sega Hills and the Yocha Dihi golf golf course, of course. But those partner handoffs, that's a KPI or that's a metric that we use. That's really important to us since we're not the ones booking. You know, we're not a booking website, but partner handoff means those are direct links to the businesses that are linked and referred to in those stories. So to have tens of thousands of partner handoffs going directly to Native businesses is a huge win. And again, it's food and beverage, it's cafes, it's casinos, it's small spas or tours, all of those kinds of businesses that are featured on there. I think the earned media response has been unprecedented. I can't even tell you another initiative in the 10 years I've been to Visit California that has received so much global interest as this. So when we made this announcement that we were going to be partnering with California's tribes to get this hub off the ground, we held a big press conference at that Cultural Plaza I mentioned, and immediately saw over 600 stories written about it, and just a massive media wave. And we've seen placements on the Today Show, all of the big outlets that you dream about getting coverage of has been interested in this. We're also tapping influencers, Native influencers. Goes back to that idea of the Native voices, wanting to make sure that we're bringing those voices to the table. So looking for influencers on social channels to come and explore California and share those experiences with their followers. I'll also very quickly mention that we are partnering with INTA, which is the National Tourism Association for American Indians and Alaska Natives. And so we've been working with them throughout this process. And we're entering a 2-year partnership with them to help us build more bridges with California's tribes as we go through this. And so I will leave you, I know I'm at time, but just with a little bit of a call to action at the end here for how you can get involved as as business people. You can always work with us directly as well. Of course, I really encourage you to tap into your local destination organization and make sure that they know what you're doing, what your business is all about, because they will definitely help up level and promote what you're doing in their work if there is that tourism opportunity for visitors to take part. I know it's not the case with every business, but if you're opening your doors to visitors, they're going to want to know about it. And in California, we're going to want to know about it too. So those local DMOs do help feed us, but we welcome submissions to story ideas, anything that you may be doing with your business, so that we can help elevate what you're doing, whether that's on our hub or through how we're talking to the media, or maybe even bringing media by for a visit. All of those things are great opportunities to tap into. So I will hand it over.
Thank you, Angie. Appreciate it. Good overview. Yeah. Okay, next we'll turn over to Mr. Hall, and he's with the Indigenous Economic Development and Tourism Executive in Residence with the George Washington University. So, Mr. Hall.
Thank you, Derek. Yeah, it's great to be here, and I just want to say, what a great facility, the Yochidi Winton Nation. When I started with the Bureau of Indian Affairs, I'm retired from the Bureau. I was the tourism coordinator for over 30 years. In 1995, I had the honor to represent Southern California. Can you believe it? I'm from North Dakota. But in the White House Conference on Tourism, and we had the tribal representatives. There were 12 of us there, and the representative from Northern California was Marshall McKay, who was the tribal chairman for the Yochidi Winton Nation, and he became a dear friend. And during that time, we gathered together the Native folks and looked at how do we become part of this industry. When you look at tourism as an industry, just like any industry, you have all these organizations and structures and professional, organizations that represent all of those different entities within it. And tourism is certainly like that, as was represented here. How does Indian country be a part of that, right? And so it's not just how do we become part of the industry, but how do we have an industry? How do we actually put the things in place? And so we've been part of the industry for many, many centuries. You know, we had an industry, we had trade and commerce before contact. And so we were thriving people who, amongst each other, you know, had trade and commerce. And you look at the evolution of our cultures and of our peoples, it's all related to that trade and commerce. And so now today we're looking at how do we get back into the game, so to speak. But Indian country, indigenous peoples, are one of the sought after destinations for a niche sector of the industry. And for indigenous peoples here, largely that's Asia and Europe, you know, and so, but that sector is one of the most coveted sectors because those are the most educated and wealthy people with the largest amount of discretionary time and money to spend, right? And so they want, when they come, they want to learn, they want to experience, they want to be immersed. The interesting thing about Indian country and tourism is that, yes, there are amazing landscapes and amazing things to experience and see, but what they want to experience and see are the people. So the people are the destination. And with that, you know, tourism itself is an experience, but an experience isn't enough. It is also about the expenditure of money, right? It's economic development. So when I was in the Bureau, I had the great fortune of working on a number of national, international projects, but got to work with Senator Schatz when he first came on board with his staff to craft the Native Act. And the Native Act became a principal piece of legislation that today provides Indian country with the ability to develop the product for the infrastructure for tourism. You know, you can market, but you have to have that product to market. You have to have a place for people to spend money before it really becomes tourism. Otherwise, it's just basic traffic, it's travel, you know, and so we shouldn't be spending our dollars for somebody's experience. They should be providing us funds. And that's where business comes in, right? And that's where infrastructure comes in. One of the important things, I came out of the Division of Transportation, which everybody thought was odd for tourism. But, you know, the whole issue of access, the ability for us to be able to travel to and from, to have, is this down? Yeah, this is going. So access is one of the most important things, infrastructure. So it's not just about business, it's also about governance and how we have that infrastructure to have a business. And so when we look at just coming here from Sacramento, you see how much it takes to get to here. So the interest of people to travel far and wide to get here is one of the most important things that you have to accommodate, right? So knowing how to put your infrastructure in place, work with your tribal government, the government knowing how to work with other governments, and have that infrastructure to know how to support the business community is key to putting it all together. And so that, you know, I'm just speeding through a bunch of things so we can get time, but the Native Act is now that key piece of legislation that supports all of that, right? And shows how the federal government should be supporting the development of that capacity. And thankfully, the National Center for American Indian Enterprise Development is now the recipient of a cooperative agreement with the Office of Indian Economic Development to provide the support to Indian country and to coordinate the support from the federal government to Indian country to develop their infrastructure and support the business development that's necessary to have a tourism economy. And so we're now working together. I'm now working together with the National Center to put that in place so that we are now able to provide support to tribes and tribal individuals to be a part of this really important industry. It's a $3 trillion industry for the United States. Working with the U.S. Department of Commerce, we found that 5% of that industry is focused on visiting indigenous destinations within the United States. So, you know, that's a huge chunk of change potentially there. But we don't reach that potential unless we have those businesses in place, those places for people to spend dollars. And like you mentioned, those hotels, those restaurants, I mean, indigenous foods is just going crazy right now. People really want to experience indigenous foods. And so you come out here in the heart of where you're growing all kinds of amazing things. There's so much potential. You look at your communities, how many people have the knowledge of your indigenous foods or your basket weaving and all these other arts that you've done. Your land knowledge, your knowledge of the stars, all of these different things that are innately who you are and what you bring to the table. So when you look at being able to provide somebody an experience outfitting or going out and on trail, having that indigenous guide explaining the significance of that area is what people want. It's not just going out on trail. So how do you cultivate those cottage industries into businesses, right? And support that, because a lot of what could be done in tribal communities is now sustainable because of tourism, because you have that threshold of economic support to keep that business alive. So that's another thing where tourism is important. But one of the most important things I look at, and with George Washington University, we've developed an Indigenous Tourism Collaborative of the Americas with the Organization of American States and Department of Interior, looking at indigenous development throughout the Western Hemisphere. And so the critical thing is that we're largely invisible. And invisibility is a really dangerous place to be. And so tourism is providing us a level of visibility. Support from the state of California is rising visibility of indigenous peoples here in California. And so when we see ourselves as visible to the world, it's important then that the world also becomes advocates, right? And so we then now have support and visibility to the world so that we then are recognized as governments, we're recognized as people, and now we have the ability of sharing our own narratives, being in control of our own industry, and being able to tell our history through our own lens. And that's one of the most important things that tourism brings to the table, is that it provides us that framework of viability as cultures to sustain our cultures, you know, because it shows our children that their culture is now something of significance to somebody else besides just their family. And it provides a platform for our cultures to express themselves to the world. So, you know, this is, and while I was in the federal government, was often seen as, it's just tourism. Now it's something that people are really taking serious and supporting, and the National Center will be an important part of that. And I'm glad to be a part of that. So there's a whole bunch more we can go through, but in the interest of time, I'm going to turn it right over. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, Jim.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Jim Edders. I'm the Director of Land Management for the Yochadihi Wintu Nation. I've been with Yochadihi now for just over 20 years, and have had the great opportunity to work with the Tribal Council and the Farm and Ranch Committee to help them build their agricultural enterprises from scratch. When I started with the tribe back in 2003, they owned about 1,000 acres of land, fee land, about 248 in trust. Since then, their land holdings have expanded significantly. Today, we farm and ranch just over 25,000 acres, mostly here in western Yolo County. We also have ranches just over the hill in Zamora, Knights Landing, and about 3,000 acres of irrigated pasture up in Modoc County in far northeastern California. So we run a pretty diverse operation. We farm about a dozen different crops, almonds, walnuts, olives, wine grapes, processing tomatoes, organic asparagus, organic squash, just to name a few. On top of the crop production, we also ranch about 800 head of Angus cross cattle. Those cattle graze here in the Native Oak rangeland during the winter months, usually from about mid-November through mid-May, and then we ship them up to the irrigated pasture in Modoc where they spend the summer on lush green grass with plenty of water. So on top of the crop production and the commercial cattle operation, we've also worked to build an overarching brand for the tribe's agricultural products, and that brand is Seika Hills. The tribe really wanted a brand name that connected their Patwin language and the land. And Seika is Patwin for blue, and the Blue Hills are along the west side of their homeland here in the Capay Valley. As you look out the windows, if they were open, you'd see the Blue Hills right outside. So we really wanted to focus on quality in the tribe's products. And because we already had a vineyard that was in production and we had planted our first olives back in 2008, olive oil and wine were really our first step into marketing a product under the tribe's brand name. And so we actually built an olive mill right up the road, Seika Hills Olive Mill, where we started processing our olives in 2012. And as part of the design for that facility, we included about 2,500 square feet that could be used as a tasting room, a space where people could come and enjoy all the products that the tribe has to offer. After 2 years of milling, processing olives at the Seika Hills Olive Mill, starting to generate more revenue, the tribe decided to go ahead and finish that space, and we opened the Seika Hills Tasting Room in Brooks in 2014. We didn't have really high expectations as far as the amount of traffic that we were going to see in this rural location. There really wasn't a lot of 5-day-a-week, 11 to 5 agritourism happening here in the Capay Valley and really happening anywhere in Yolo County. So we knew that, we were going to be one of the first, and obviously there's some challenges that come along with that. But we also knew that we were in close proximity to a lot of people, and a lot of people in the Bay Area, in Sacramento, who really appreciate where their food comes from, how their food is grown, and the story behind it. And so when we launched the tasting room space in 2014, we saw a lot more traffic than we ever anticipated. People wanted to come up for the beautiful views we have here in the Capay Valley, but also to hear the story of the tribe, see their homeland, experience everything that the Capay Valley has to offer. And so it was a big draw for them, people driving from an hour or more away to come and taste the tribe's products and have that experience. So we decided to expand. We opened a second tasting room down closer to Sacramento in the Clarksburg area. And it's interesting, it was a joint tasting room and it didn't see as much traffic as we anticipated, but we got a lot more club members to join our Seika Hills Club at that location than we did in Brooks. So there was benefit that you couldn't really see on the bottom line except for these new club members joining and eventually, getting their annual quarterly shipments. So we kept that space open for about 6 years, and just recently, about a year ago, a new location that was under construction in Midtown Sacramento became available. And we at the Seika Hills team were really excited to have the opportunity to have an urban tasting room location where people didn't have to drive that far to taste the tribe's products. And so we actually just had our grand opening for that new space last weekend in Midtown. And the turnout was exceptional. And so we're excited to get that new urban location up and operational and work with our partners in the Sacramento area to help grow the business. So we started with wine and oil, steadily increases our product offerings. The tribe runs about 3,000 beehives on their lands. So we did honey, we grow garbanzo beans, we did hummus, beef sticks, beef jerky, prime cuts of beef. We started a Sega Hills Beef Club that maxed out on membership within the first 2 weeks. So we're looking at building more cold storage, more freezer space, ultimately is our biggest issue with expanding our beef club, our wine club, our harvest club, which is all the Sega Hills products. You know, marketing these products direct to consumer, I think has been very beneficial. Of course, we wholesale our wine and oil all over the Western United States, Seattle, Portland, San Francisco, Los Angeles, Denver, and Phoenix. But getting the product in front of the consumer, walking them through that experience, having educated staff who can teach people how the proper way to taste olive oil. A lot of people are scared to taste oil straight out of a cup, like actually take a shot. But once they do taste fresh, true extra virgin olive oil, they never go back to the imported brands. And they can see in our tasting space all through the entire process. So one of the parts of design that we really wanted to incorporate was visibility from the milling area where the olives are processed to the tank storage to the bottling room. It's all visible from inside the tasting space. And that's another thing that I think our customers and people who make the trip up to Brooks really appreciate. So it's been an exciting adventure. It's been very helpful to staff to have great leadership on our tribal council with tribal Farm and Ranch Chairman James Kinter and the Yochadihi Tribal Council. Their vision, their support for staff, and their commitment to quality really helps us to fulfill their wishes and continue to grow the Sega Hills brand and continue to expand our direct-to-consumer sales and our agritourism.
Big round of applause. Thank you. How much time do we have back there? 5 minutes. Okay. We're up for some questions. Anybody have any questions here? Right here and then in the back. Go ahead. Up front here.
Okay. My question is, do any of you guys hire contractors?
The question is, do you have any contractors or subcontracting opportunities? Right? Is that always looking for business? Good question. Anybody?
On the construction side?
Yeah.
Yeah, we do.
Yes,
Absolutely.
okay.
Yeah. We just finished our construction in Midtown. We had a contractor that's worked with the tribe through a few projects help us on that one. But no, we don't really have anything on the horizon right now.
Okay.
Yeah, that's right. True.
Possibly, it's what is your procurement process?
Oh, that's another good question.
Well, we have a development department in tribal government that handles most of that for us so that we can focus on farming and ranching and producing, our specialty food line. So we're lucky to have that resource available to us as far as a development department who understands those things. And I'd have to pass it on to them.
Yeah.
SECA is a tribal entity?
It is. So we, for many, many years, were a tribally chartered corporation. Just recently, we've started the process of forming Section 17.
Okay.
Actually forming 3 separate Section 17s. And it's been extremely challenging to kind of unwind that ball of twine, I guess, because everything was so co-mingled. But as we separate the farm and ranch from Seka Hills and Yochadihi Vineyards, how you account for that probably is the biggest. Do the accounting and transfer of product between those different corporations now is probably the biggest challenge.
Which is what tribes can do. They create tribal enterprises, they're the owners, and then, of course, we work with individual small business owners.
Correct.
And I'm so happy that the state is here representing, because I don't think everyone understands that this Native Act Cooperative Agreement is new to the National Center, but not new in that we have done economic development, business development. It's just a change of a word, really, that we've been doing the work for 55 years and want to continue to build relationships with all the state tourism programs as well. So thanks for adding that, Ed.
Okay, one more question back there.
Okay, we got
go
a
ahead.
couple.
All right, two questions. Go
You know,
ahead.
well, two-part. So
Two-part.
Angie, you mentioned you were working with 106 or 105 tribes?
No, that's just how many there are in California, federally recognized.
109, she said.
Oh, yeah, but I was curious, how was their reaction to working with you? Were they really positive, or what was the feedback?
Yeah, I mean, it's not like very positive. Yochadihi was like one of the first that they were there for our big press conference to announce it, along with Agua Caliente really led the charge. They were the ones who ideated this initiative, and so definitely brought a lot of the Southern California Coachella Valley tribes to the table along with them. And UROC has been really heavily active from day one. So we had, maybe 10 that have been like very hands-on and involved. Others through like subsequent content development, like working through tribal councils to get approvals and to help them understand what we're trying to achieve. We participated in the Governor's Tribal Summit last year to raise some awareness. And, I think that there's hesitation anytime something new is being launched that is like unknown, what the implications would be, or whether it's going to be treated in the right way. So that is why we're bringing IANTA to the table alongside us to help us build those bridges with the tribes that we haven't been able to get strong reaction from, because we don't want to be telling the stories without them, without them participating. So it's an ongoing project. But overall, the tribes that we have worked with have responded really positively, and we have found some really cool ways to get them incorporated into the program, and involved with our events and things like that. So it's been really fun to see.
Well, thank you. I had a question for Mr. Hall as well, because he sounds like he's very knowledgeable about tourism, and I didn't know about this really. From a small business owner, I am a very small business owner, how can I get more involved in this industry? Where should I be reaching out or talking to get what I do, some of the supply chain, the professional services? How can I get my business involved in this? It sounds very exciting.
Well, it is. I think that one of the most, Angie's graphic of how diverse the industry is, how broad and how many different sectors are involved in tourism, so that it's wide open. I think, when you look at just the business component of it is one factor. There's the governance component. There's all these things that go on in supply side. I think someone coming from your background would be instrumental, especially to a government, a tribal government, looking to support small business development within their community or their land base. And a lot of the other businesses, I think one of the problems that we have is that, people don't see tribal lands as being a place to open a business. So a lot of people go off into the urban areas because that's where the populations are. And so tourism is a way of bringing those to the reservation. And so how do they develop that kind of support network for business development? That's some place that you would be instrumental, especially because it's small business. And so, not all of it's small business, so you have, you can have larger hotels and stuff, but the B&B opportunities, the small restaurants, the art galleries, the outfitter guides, I mean, you just go down the list of what could be done. So there's a lot of opportunity for all areas of expertise.
Yeah, and we're so excited to have you on board and join us to execute this new tourism initiative with Tribal Act Tourism with the National Center's Native Edge Tribal Tourism Technical Assistance Center program. It's a big name.
Big name.
Big name.
Yeah.
We like big names.
Yeah. Okay, thanks for the questions. Let's give our panelists a big round of applause. Yeah. Okay, we'll move on to the next panel here, and I'll turn it over to, is it Melissa?
Who is it?
Or are you doing it, Kaya? Okay, all right.
Yeah, I was just thinking, are they open past 5?
No, we close at 5.
Oh, see. It's like my, go ahead. It's like my community. They close.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Melissa Cody. I am so grateful that you have all traveled from afar and are listening, hopefully live on our webinar. I am from a place called Tuba City, Arizona. It's called Tuananastiza. I am Navajo, and I am going to be your moderator this morning. I want to take up as little time as possible because I am so grateful that I have 3 amazing speakers here today with a lot of resources and knowledge for all of you potential clients or business people. On the way over, I was reading an article about how many children laugh 400 to 600 times a day, and adults only laugh half a dozen times a day at best. And so what I love about working with people that are in the spirit of entrepreneurship is they love to laugh. So my joke of the day, I love to start off with that, is what U.S. state has the smallest soda? Minnesota. So I hope I don't offend any people from Minnesota. I love it. Minnesota. And the connection and resources that you have brought here. Let me make my introductions. Our first speaker is Lucas Farah. He is the Outreach and Marketing Specialist with the California Department of Food and Agriculture. Hayden is an Iowa native. And did he know that he has the largest strawberry in the U.S.? He is also a fellow Herbie Husker. Next, we have Mr. Lucas Farah. He recently came back from Korea and Taiwan. His major is snacks. He can tell you a little bit more about that. And his state person is Herky the Hornet. And then
Stingers up.
lastly, Ms. Elizabeth Krauf has visited over 20 countries. So she brings such a wealth of knowledge. And she grew up in Korea. And so the connection there is Korea. So I will say annyeonghaseyo. Annyeonghaseyo. And so I will let the resources begin with Mr. Farah. He will start talking either here or there if he would like.
Yeah, I think here works if everyone can hear me. Awesome. So just really quick, who here is an agricultural company or works with agriculture? Okay, we've got a couple. I'm going to take most of the time because we have Hayden also speaking about direct ag-related resources. I'll take most of my time to talk about another program that is very strong and more robust and general in California, which is the STEP program. I'm sure a number of you have heard about that already. Now, I will say, WUSADA's programs, if you can use them and if you're an ag company, definitely do that. STEP is just more of a common denominator. And their money is usually, right at, it's competitive and they usually run out of money. So if you are eligible, definitely do the WUSADA stuff. So we're talking about export today. It's fund matching typically for international marketing expenses that are eligible. Let's see, so for STEP, they have export vouchers, which are 75% reimbursement up to $10,000. For WUSADA, it will be 50%, and you can use up to $300,000, provided that it's not your first year in the program. So the STEP program is much more kind of bite-sized chunks. You'll say, hey, I want to go to this trade show. You'll apply, and it'll be a one-and-done sort of program. They are actually partially funded through a cooperative agreement with the SBA as well. So I know we had some representatives earlier from there. They have very similar eligibility requirements as WUSADA does. They follow SBA guidelines for the most part, and it's designed for those small to medium-sized companies to be able to either start exporting or enlarge your exporting portfolio quite a bit. So those are done through those vouchers we spoke about and through STEP events, which can be pavilions at international trade shows or typically outbound trade missions. They don't do inbounds as much from what I've seen. So they'll go to Saudi Arabia. They have a global diversity export initiative there, or they'll do like a pharmaceutical trade show, and they'll bring a number of companies to that. I would recommend, I'll go over a couple of the eligible expenses first. So if you do international trade shows or trade missions on your own, you can apply for eligibility, or you can do it through their pavilions, which will also be eligible. U.S. commercial service products, which we'll talk about in a bit, like the Gold Key, those are eligible. XM credit insurance premiums, international marketing materials, website globalization or e-commerce, and what that actually means is if you're translating your website and you don't want the Google, click one button and who knows how accurate it'll be. If you want to have somebody translate the website for you, that's eligible. If you want to do search engine optimization, that's eligible. Or if you need to integrate with a local payment system, then that's also eligible. You can also pay for market research, trade data analysis, and industry reports. Now, if that is something that you're interested in, again, I don't work directly with them. I'm food and ag, but I know that it's a very strong program. So definitely reach out to STEP, S-T-E-P, at GoBiz, Governor's Office, B-I-Z, .ca.gov. So if you need that, feel free to talk to me. I can give you more info. So then I will go on to a bit more on ag. We work very closely with WUSADA, which stands for Western U.S. Agricultural Trade Association. It's essentially a joint effort by the 13 Western State Departments of Agriculture, plus 2 territories, Guam and CNMI. And we've got a great group of people, very dedicated to kind of state service. A lot of people there have been there over 15 years, and they're super dedicated to helping companies out. And like someone mentioned earlier, if you need something, reach out to any of us. And that's the great thing about this kind of work, is we want to help you guys. So even if we're not the right people on the first try, we will point you in the right direction. And that's why these things are helpful as well, because then I get to learn more about what other people do, and then I can point companies in a better direction than I would have otherwise been able to. So with WUSADA, Hayden will talk primarily about the fund matching program. But what I do is I'm kind of the boots on the ground. So we do inbound trade missions, outbound trade missions, pavilions at trade shows, and stuff like that. So when we touched on, we just had a Korean and Taiwanese delegation 2 or 3 weeks ago. So that was 10 buyers of consumer-oriented agricultural products. And so then I will receive them at the airport. I do all their travel arrangements. I receive them and I take them throughout the state. We usually do Sacramento, Oakland, and LA for consumer-oriented products. If we're doing dried fruit and nut, which is our other largest category, we'll do like Fresno and Sacramento. So a bit shorter there. And next week we have Latin America and Canada. And then in another 3 weeks after that, we're doing Australia and Europe. So it's a busy time of year for us. We are also doing a minority-focused business outbound to Canada in about 2 or 3 weeks. So California is the first to do something like that, and I'm proud of us for being innovative. Let's see, what else do we have here? We also work with organizations like California Ag Export Council and the last remaining Center for International Trade Development, which is in Fresno. There used to be a whole network of those, but they're down to one. So they're doing good work down there, and we like to work with them when we can. We have pavilions at a lot of different trade shows, like Winter Fancy Food, Cial, FHA, and Gulf Food. Gulf Food, actually, there's a WUSADA pavilion and a California-specific pavilion. So, but they sell out in an hour, so it's good to be ahead of the game. And I'll be around for questions. I feel that it's a very individual kind of needs-based thing. Many companies are only interested in specific markets or one specific kind of mission, or inbound missions are our thing, or only to Korea, or we want to do this trade show. So I'll be around, and if you have any questions, I'd be happy to discuss with you and give you more information. So I think with that, I'll pass it over to Hayden. And again, the program he's going to talk about is kind of the premier fund matching program if you're able to take advantage of it. So thank you very much.
Awesome. Thank you, Lucas. Well, I'll let the Minnesota joke fly. I'm originally from Mason City, Iowa. That is North Iowa. I am the halfway point between the Twin Cities and Des Moines. So that's, I'll let that one go, but I cannot let the Herbie Husker joke fly. I met my wife at the University of Iowa in Iowa City. I am a diehard born and bred Iowa Hawkeye. So if anyone knows college football rivalries, those ones butt heads quite a bit. So we gotta make some clear distinctions there. So thank you again, and really glad that Lucas is here to shed some of that more, that insights that he's able to provide, being that boots on the ground for our missions that we offer here through our WUSADA programs. And it's just really great to have him, and he can provide more information on other programs that CDFA is also providing as well. So I'm just going to I'll go quickly through here because Lucas did a great job of covering a lot of those activities, but just a little bit about who is WUSADA. As he mentioned, we're the Western United States Agricultural Trade Association. We are a nonprofit with 40 plus years of exporting focus, and that is going to be through our education, connecting, and fund match programs. Our mission is to increase international growth of Western agribusinesses by providing financial support, export readiness, and business development services. And as Lucas already mentioned, these are our western side of the state. So every every group in the United States is going to have what they call their SRTG group, so their state regional trade group. So if you're located in the south, you have SUSTA, or out east, you have Food Export Northeast to resort to as well. So do you qualify for WUSADA's program? So we have essentially two different versions of our programs. We have our branded program and our non-branded program. So, do you qualify? Are you headquartered in the Western United States? Are you a small to medium agribusiness per the SBA guidelines? And are your products at least 50% U.S. grown? So making sure that we're 50% is farm, fished, forested, et cetera, right here in the United States. Doesn't always have to be right, in the Western United States. You might get your dairy from Wisconsin, but you're a Western business. That's fine. We just want to make sure that you're at least 50% grown here in the U.S. So as I mentioned before, this is essentially, I love this slide because it's a great foundation of a footprint of what WUSADA is here to do, and that is here to provide export readiness. We're going to connect with foreign buyers with our events here, with our inbound and outbound missions, begin that networking process, and then utilizing our Fund Match program to compete at the highest level that you are able to. So quickly on the export readiness, we have our in-country partners with foreign ag services through the USDA, as well as our in-country partners as well, who provide us marketing insights. So that way we're able to provide that information to our companies that are within our system, as well as pulling those marketing intelligence reports for and to help you guide your business and your focus. So Global Connect, exactly what Lucas was talking about. I won't go into the specifics, as he already pointed out in such great detail, but please follow up with us afterwards at our roundtables if you'd like to learn a little bit more about these activities. Trade leads, this one, I threw this in here because we base when you apply for your MyWUSADA account, you're going to have your HS codes based on your product. So based on your product, we have a vetting system for foreign buyers that will also use our website, go through a vetting process, and it's essentially kind of like a matchmaking, right? So if you have a foreign buyer who comes in asking for a specific HS code, this is essentially a free service that we provide. It's like a soft lead or a warm lead. So here's where I'll spend most of my breath here, and this is the Fund Match program, because this is the reimbursement. This is money. This is what everyone wants to hear and learn about. So, what is the Fund Match program? So just kind of starting off here, in the first year of someone's application process, you can receive up to $25,000 in market access program funding, or the MAP program. Experienced exporters can receive up to $50,000 per year. So that's, essentially if you've been in the program before, but maybe you left a company to go to another company, or you're an experienced exporter, that's when we kind of buffer that. You can always add more allocation to your funding as well. Lastly, you can have up to $300,000 after your first year in the program, depending on if that makes sense for your marketing plans that you have set. So again, this is going to be a separate application process versus the signing up for a free MyWUSADA account. The Fund Match application is separate. So again, are you headquartered in the Western U.S., small company with the SBA guidelines, operating for at least 1 year, and that really meeting all the products and packaging requirements based on that 50% farmed, fished, or forested, and providing that origin statement that's going to be on your products. So what does that kind of look like, right? So you're going to have that origin statement of product of the USA, made in the USA, grown in the USA, product of California, right? Making sure that we spell out the state that we're from. It could be Arizona, Montana, or Colorado. It just has to be spelled out because of when you're dealing more on the international side market, abbreviations can also stand for other countries as well. So that is why that's there. There's also good examples of some ineligible ones, but you can also see this more on our website or the Fund Match guide. So what can I get reimbursed for? On our website, if you go under the Fund Match program and you find the Fund Match guide, it is going to be 69 pages of telling you what is and what, the do's and do nots, right? So some of these, this is what we've got listed up here, and maybe there's some other ones that are kind of popping off, off the charts already, but some of more of the popular ones I'll kind of talk a little bit about. So I'm going to skip all the way down to pre-approved domestic trade shows because I like talking about that one. Especially, we're talking about international, marketing or exporting, but there are still some domestic shows here in the U.S. that if you're not quite to that level of going overseas and doing, international shows, you can still start here and going to some of those pre-approved shows. So there's a set list, but some of that reimbursement can help pay for the booth fees or the rental fees, rental equipment, freight shipping commercially, like samples of your products, printed sales materials, giveaways, temporary labor, et cetera, right? It's very more detailed on the Fund Match Guide. Another one to kind of go over would be like labeling and packaging modifications. So if you have your product in your U.S. product and you decide to export to Canada, Canada's got some different requirements that has to go on that product to be sold in Canada. So we will help you with some reimbursement of modifying your label to meet their requirements. And here is kind of what this Fund Match process kind of looks like all in one blueprint here as a step-by-step. So my title is Engagement Executive. So in WUSADA, we have 4 engagement executives. We're all responsible for a territory of the Western United States. My territory is Southern California, districts 20 and 22 through 52. Is that right? Yeah, something like that. We kind of split the line with California because it's such a big state. But these are the companies that I will serve as your point of contact, answering any WUSADA questions or helping you manage the Fund Match process and going through consultations and having these conversations of, what does your marketing plan look like? What are your promoted products? What is eligible and what is not eligible for the Fund Match program? So I'm here to help, essentially, as an extension of a company, help you through this process. Because a lot of the times, as we all know, you guys are all small business owners, you wear a lot of hats. So it's nice to have that separate point of contact, just to email, give a call to answer your questions. So I probably am running a little bit out of time here, so I'm going to turn it over here pretty shortly. But our 2025 marketing plan went live August 1st. So that's January 1st to December 31st for 2025. So if anyone is interested, please get your applications in. That way you're ready to rock and roll for 2025. So lastly, meeting with your engagement executive for a consultation to go over any details or an overview of WUSADA and the programs that we do have. Lastly, I'll let you guys quickly look at a success story, but before I jump to the last slide, sorry. I'm going to jump right to the end here. So this is our contact information for all 4 engagement executives. And I have all of the territories kind of listed out there for them with their emails. So if anyone wants to get a hold of anybody, or if you know anybody that this may benefit, please get a hold of me afterwards as we're discussing around 4 o'clock. So I'm going to turn it over here.
Great, thank you so much, Hayden. I'm going to stand up, if that's okay. I've been sitting all day in the car and then here. Can I get this out of here? Yeah, okay. Can you hear me? Switch, okay. Great. All right, can everybody hear me? Super. I'm Elizabeth Krauth. I am with the U.S. Commercial Service, and we are part of the U.S. Department of Commerce. And I've been so amazed this morning listening to all the partnerships here and how dots get connected. And really, whether we're state or federal or wonderful organizations like the National Center. And by the way, thank you, National Center. You've done an amazing job. And thank you, Chairman Watchman. I think he may be outside. But we have partners in the room. Mr. Brasi with the SBA, which is a great partner of the U.S. Commercial Service. Mr. Hall, who just left, he's been amazing, and we worked with him, the U.S. Commercial Service, when we were trying to get a handle on What are we supposed to do? We need to work with this community. Why? We need to work with the Native American community, not because it's charity. We need to work with the Native American community because the world needs to know the full story about America. Because yes, exports are dollars and cents. Why is it important to export? I'm going to get into that in just a minute because I think it's important to talk about the high level. Why is it important? Exporting is about telling a story. It's really, whether you're selling a product or a service, what is the story? And the story of America, which a lot of people are buying when they buy our products, is incomplete, to say the least, without the story, the culture, whatever Native Americans want to share. It's not meant to be grabbed. Culture, story, who we are, how we started. That's why it's important. There are unique offerings that Indigenous people have. You're seeing more firefighting services that are being utilized, and we hope more overseas, using old practices that have worked forever. So this is a need for the services and products of Indigenous people. Okay, did I get that wrong? Okay, I'm not really going to spend a lot of time going into all of our services, but what I will say is that in the pantheon of organizations, and I want to also mention Visit California, we are but one sliver, but we don't want there to be a bunch of disconnected slivers. Getting a continuum of government services so that you can effectively navigate all of them is really important to all of us, I'm sure, definitely important to the U.S. Commercial Service. This is our niche. We are funded by Congress to assist with the export of U.S. products and services, including the sales, the attraction of foreign tourists to the U.S. and foreign students to the U.S., because that's money coming from somewhere over there to here. So we have offices in U.S. embassies and consulates around the world, and we are evaluated on not how many hours we talk on the phone. I could be a millionaire for that. But we're evaluated on whether or not you actually get into international sales. And by the way, we're paid a flat salary. There's no commission. Don't worry about that. But we provide counseling. So one of the things that you might do is maybe you've been getting some inquiries and you think, gosh, Korea would be a good spot for me. Korea's on the mind, I guess, but any country, we can set up virtual meetings for you with our teams in offices around the world. Why is it so important? When I try to evangelize with clients, and we all work through our local offices with companies or sovereign tribal nations one-on-one. So why does it matter? If your competitors are not here in the U.S. already competing against you, they soon will be. Now, in the case of these unique Native American destinations, there's no competition per se. I mean, except there's nobody that can compete against your unique offering. But it's a matter of access and infrastructure, which Mr. Hall talked about earlier. It's getting people here. So your competitors, for most products and services, are already here. So everyone needs to diversify their revenue streams. Because we know that when recessions happen, U.S. sales go down. And we worked with many companies who've said, wow, Elizabeth, if this was the recession of 2008, if I hadn't had my 40% of my sales going overseas, I would have been out of business and I would have had to lay off. So as Americans, we are doing poorly vis-a-vis these people everybody's our friend, don't get me wrong, they're all friends, but we do compete in a friendly way. Those are the percentages of GDP, gross domestic product, that comes from exports. Look at the UK. Look how, it's a tiny little country. important, but tiny, and 28% of their GDP. Look at Korea. Look at Germany. Look at us. Okay, that number is not shameful in and of itself, but it is dangerously low for our future growth. And on top of the dollars and cents of money coming into our economy, it's the sharing of our story. It's the sharing of our culture and our values. We are so not perfect, but at our best, we can be pretty good, and we need to share that story. So what does it do? What are some of the things we do? I think if I could just narrow it down as to simple a statement as I can make, it is using the prestige, and I say that with a little cringe because I don't want to sound like I'm bragging about the U.S. I'm proud to be an American, but when you go overseas and you see our flag flying, above the U.S. Embassy, and you see people lined around the block wanting to visit, go to school here, move here, you realize, okay, there is some respect out there for the U.S. Again, we're not perfect, but generally speaking, in a business sense, we are seen as competent and honest most of the time. So people want to do business with us, and we want to encourage that. When our people are engaged in our offices around the world to showcase your business, they're going full out and trying to find you partners, introducing you to government leaders who are interested in your products or services. You can have a technical seminar at the U.S. Embassy, and so invitation letters go out with the U.S., the embassy seal on it, U.S. government. It means something over there. When I say here, I work for the U.S. government, it's not like anybody goes, woo, They look at me kind of like, I wonder what she actually does. But I love what I do because I get to work with companies every day and connect them with buyers and partners overseas. So this is this is what we did in FY22. We facilitated $134 billion in exports. That's products, services, tourism, and education. We helped 32,000 exporters. And we know, the data tell us that companies that export pay higher on average salaries than do companies that don't export because they are more resilient. Exports encourage resilience. It builds resilience for companies because you're not relying on one company to buy from you or the U.S. government, as steady as those opportunities may be, but you've got people all over the world that you're working with. Is it easy? No, it isn't. But a lot of people do it, and a lot of people do it very successfully, and we hope you'll join us, and I'm happy to it's at 4 o'clock, the roundtable, to chat with you. He says, chat with you there, so thank you so much.
Thank you so very much. Do we have our next or question? Yes.
Sorry, I'll ask it again. Are there any services that, through the U.S. Department, I actually worked with you guys about 20 years ago in a matchmaking thing, and it was great. But are you guys doing any programs that would help fund marketing expenses for non-ag related services or products and exporting?
Yes, and that's what my colleague Lucas was talking about, the STEP program. So our programs are, we work with the state. They're the ones who do this, and it's SBA funds through the state of California and different states as well. We don't. The U.S. Department of Commerce, U.S. Commercial Service doesn't reimburse. We have services that then the state will work with you, and it's reimbursable. It's not just a grant that's given out. But I'm going to turn it over to, do you want to add to that, Lucas?
Yeah, so STEP is for any number of things. WUSADA is specifically for ag, though. Yes. I believe there's other states that have STEP programs, but yeah.
And so there's no federal version of something like that?
It actually comes from the feds. SBA, yes.
The question was, is there any federal STEP programs, right? Okay.
No, I was just going to say that actually SBA, every year, the states throughout the country advocate to SBA for their STEP funding. We then take a look and see what we've done in the past, what potential we've got in the future, and provide them those grants to then lend out to or to get reimbursable expenses to small businesses. So again, just kind of part of the economic chain, trying to entice exporting. Wait, yeah, kind of.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? One back here. Let me.
Thank you. My question is for the commercial service, Ms. Croth. What are some of the advantages, disadvantages of, say, going direct to an actual a vendor that's selling from, say, China?
Okay, when you say going direct, you're talking about purchasing or
Correct.
Selling
Purchasing, yes.
Directly from China?
Correct.
So I am not an expert on that, and the reason I'm not is because Congress only funds us to facilitate exports. There are very few programs that will help you with imports. Here in California, there's a World Trade Center located in Sacramento and then serves the area. So I don't know if you're from around here.
Yes.
They kind of are complementary to our services in the sense that they will help you, particularly with importing items that you need for your supply chain to then manufacture your products. But in terms of imports, there are kind of quasi nonprofit state collaboratives that will do that, but the U.S. Commercial Service only helps with exports. Now, the product does not have to be 100% U.S. It has to be 51% U.S. value. So if you have to import some components or whatever to make your product, that doesn't mean that does not render the product ineligible for our support. It just has to be 51% U.S.
Gotcha.
The Customs Department, a lot of people say, how much, they call and say, what's the tariff going to be getting my such and such from China into the U.S., and it's the Treasury Department, U.S. Treasury Department, which has customs underneath it, that would then, you go on their website and you'll be able to see what duties and taxes are applicable.
Gotcha. Thank you.
That's your question. Any others? All right, let's give them a round of applause. Thank you so much.
Can I just mention one other thing in the interest of government partnerships? We're buddies with the Indian Arts and Crafts Board, and because we work with indigenous arts and crafts companies or artists to help them sell internationally. And the folks that really do this so well is the Indian Arts and Crafts Board, and they are part of the Bureau of Indian Affairs of the Department of the Interior. And they sent me some brochures to share, and they have free publication resources for indigenous artists. So please, I'll put these somewhere up front and people can grab those. Thanks, sorry.
Thank you so much. I also, while Erin makes her way up here and we get the new name tags out, I wanted to also remind everybody that the National Center also has a podcast, and we have a new episode coming out tomorrow. We spoke earlier made mention of Ho Chunk Inc. With the Winnebago tribe in Nebraska and have this great business model plan, and they've been doing it for 30 years in government contracting worldwide. We had the pleasure of sitting down with Lance recently, and he is on our next episode, and I think it came out either this morning or late yesterday. So if you go to any of our social media outlets, we always advertise the podcast, and it's a good listen while you're driving or something. So that's available, and the new episode is out. And so we're bringing John Shiraka back up, and Aaron.
Do they both work? Hello. My name is Erin Abrahamson. I'm the Chief of Staff here at the National Center, and I get the pleasure of welcoming John Shiraka back up for his second half of his presentation.
Thank you. Hi guys, hope everyone's doing well. I know this is a long day, so I appreciate your patience. If there's any questions, let me put it this way. Is there any questions from this morning that you guys thought about, that you have an issue, comment, questions before I get started sort of on the second half of the presentation? Nothing? Okay. Mike? Oh, okay. Okay, so and one of the things I want to touch base on, because there's questions this morning, is the Mentor Protege Program and partnerships. As you enter the federal marketplace, finding opportunities to team up, either with other small businesses as a joint venture, is important and a way to enter the federal marketplace. Another way is identifying a mentor. I know there was questions this morning about the Mentor Protege Program, so we'll talk about how that's structured, why that's important. But before I get there, a couple of things I just wanted to go over real quick, because we did have some more nascent firms, and then we had some more sophisticated firms. If you are looking to get 8A certified, or women-owned, et cetera, generally speaking, you will have a primary NAICS code, right? North American Industry Classification Code. When you fill out SAM, you have to pick that. Generally speaking, that should be the predominant type of work that you provide to the federal government. Every North American Industry Classification Code has a different size standard. That was one of the offices that I was responsible for at the SBA as well. And a lot of folks would ask me, well, how does 1,500 employees equate to a small business? Well, 1,500 employees in shipbuilding, and I got to say that carefully, is small, because in that industry, you know, you usually have 20, 30, 40, 50,000 employees. So in that industry, it's small. Manufacturing is generally employee-based. Services is generally revenue-based. Professional services used to be 14, then 16. I think now it's $21 million. IT services is like $37.5 million, if I'm not mistaken, but it's been adjusted. It used to be that these numbers weren't adjusted regularly until 2010. The Small Business Jobs Act required it to be updated every 5 years. So every 5 years there's an adjustment. Every year there's an inflation adjustment. So generally speaking, you need to be small for your primary NAICS code. However, you could be small for certain NAICS codes and not others. And that doesn't mean you can't bid as a small business on certain requirements. Every contract that comes out has a NAICS code assigned to it. And in order to bid on that set-aside contract, you have to be small for that NAICS code that's assigned to that particular requirement. So you could very well, for some contracts, be considered small, and then other than small for other contracts with different NAICS codes. The one thing that I think I want to sort of mention, because as, I forget where it is now, as small businesses sort of either entering the federal marketplace or small or businesses in general that are comfortable in the private sector often don't understand the challenge around affiliation. How many folks do we have that know what affiliation is in the context of government contracting? Okay, so stuff that we sometimes do in the private sector, and you know, before I joined the SBA, my dad had started a federal contracting firm and I'd worked there for about 20 years. And stuff that we do in business sometimes can potentially lead to what SBA or in the federal sort of small business landscape we call affiliation. Now, what does that mean? That means two firms can be found to be affiliated with each other because of certain relationships. If you have common management, if you prime sub a lot, if you do a whole bunch of joint ventures together a lot, if you have joint facilities, if you're unduly reliant on one source of income, you could potentially be found affiliated. Affiliation in and of itself is not a bad word, right? What'll happen though is if you get awarded a contract, this is one scenario, you get awarded a contract, someone who's an interested party, and let's say someone that loses, says, aha, I don't think you're small for that NAICS code. They can file a protest with the SBA. The SBA will ask for all sorts of documentation. If they determine certain relationships lead to affiliation, they will combine the revenues or employees of both firms to determine if you're small for that particular NAICS code. Now, the challenge is, and this is one thing that always used to frustrate me because this was part of my office, is that there's no clear, bright red lines of what is affiliation and what isn't. It's what we used to call, or the agency still calls, the totality of the circumstances. So there's nothing that says joint venture plus shared resources plus common facilities equal affiliation. Or, you know, common owners and common management equals affiliation. What SBA does is they look at the totality of the circumstances to say that there is enough circumstances existing that we feel that the two entities are reliant on each other. And a lot of times where you'll see this, I'll give you two examples. And this isn't to scare you, right? It's just to make you aware of some of the business decisions we make. I'll give you an example, and this is a really frustrating one because I was at the agency at the time. And we were actually encouraging firms to come in, just like now, firms to come in and get 8A certified. Service disabled firm wanted to get 8A certified. We thought they really met all the requirements. Come on in, put in your application. Application went in. The service disabled entity was receiving over 90% of its revenues from one large prime contractor. So the 8A team said, wait a second, you are overly reliant on this one source of income. I'm going to send this for a size certification. So 8A sent it to size certification, two programs that I was responsible for. Size said, aha, you are indeed overly reliant on one source of income. You guys are affiliated. So not only can you not get into the 8A program, but guess what? You're no longer small, so you have to uncheck that in SAM. And guess what? You're no longer service disabled, veteran-owned small business. So thank you for coming to the agency, but you can no longer be small, SDVO, or 8A, right? So that is so you just need to be aware of the certain things that potentially can lead to this. Here's another scenario, and the team back there makes fun of me because I always give this example. When I was with my dad's firm, a lot of times we would prime a small business set-aside. And when you prime, when a small business set-aside occurs, the prime contractor, the small business, is supposed to do the majority of the work, at least 50%, right? Or similarly situated, or another small business together should do the 50%. You can subcontract to a large the balance, the other 50%. Deloitte used to team with us a lot. Like we would be prime, sometimes they would be sub, et cetera. And I was like, oh yeah, you know what? They'll do only 50%, but they can write the proposal, they can find the team, they have all the resources, they can figure out staffing. They'll do all that stuff, but still they'll only do 50%. Well, that's a problem too, because that's called ostensible subcontracting. You're unduly reliant on the subcontractor, right? So when I got to the SBA and I was running these programs, I was like, wow, that's a thing. So you have to be aware of some of the things that could potentially create a problem, either on a particular bid, because you might get protested, or when you go to apply for a program. Now, what I will say is SBA actually has made the rule around unduly reliant on one source of income a little bit less stringent, right? So if you're a newly created entity, they understand that you might only have 1 or 2 clients, you might only be a subcontractor, so they have sort of reduced the bar with respect to the level of income that comes only from one source. But those are the things that you should just be aware of. Now, for tribal entities, and we've talked about this, tribes can have multiple 8As, right? Sister companies. Those are all owned by the tribe. So if they didn't have this exemption from affiliation, following the rules, they would all be combined to determine if they would be small. But tribes have a special exemption from affiliation, meaning none of those 8A companies are ever going to be found affiliated with each other. They all still have to be small individually, but they won't combine the revenues from all those sister companies to determine if you're small. Any questions there so far? Nope? Or are you guys just tired after lunch? Okay, so this is also important, and this is key to folks that are new and a lot of times even sophisticated government contractors. I ask this question and they don't know. How many folks know what the rule of 2 is? Okay, perfect. The SBA guys know. All right, so so a lot of times people, you know, we talk about the set-asides, right? The 23, the 15%, the 5, and the 5 and the 3. But a lot of folks don't know, how does the set-aside occur? So the rules specifically say if there are 2 or more small businesses that can provide the product or service at a reasonable price, not the best price, at a reasonable price, then the requirement shall be set aside. In government speak, shall isn't a may, it's a has to be set aside, right? So when we were talking about dynamic small business search earlier this morning, when the federal contracting officer does their market research, one of the tools is dynamic small business search, right? So they'll go in there, they'll do their search, then they'll say, oh, there isn't 2 small businesses because you guys didn't update your profile and nothing came up, right? So they're like, no 2 small businesses, I don't have to set this aside. Now, they can also do a sources sought, and I know you guys probably hear this all the time, respond to sources sought, because that's part of market research as well. And so the stick is, if the contracting officer does market research and there are 2 or more small businesses that can provide the product or service in the form, fashion, and quality and quantity that the government needs at a reasonable price, then they have to set it aside. Now, how many folks know what a PCR is? Okay, SBA guys again, and up here. So, procurement center representative, those are sort of the cops, right? Those are SBA officials that oversee every federal buying activity to make sure the rule of 2 is followed. So if you are bidding on an opportunity, let me put it this way. If you are responding to a sources sought, if you know there's an acquisition coming out and you feel that you and your peers and your colleagues have responded and the requirement should have been set aside and doesn't get set aside, that's a good time to reach out to the procurement center representative, because they're sort of the cops on the beat. Any requirement, now, take that with a grain of salt, because the challenge is, because of budgetary constraints, the number of PCRs that cover the entire country. So imagine every buying activity, so tens of thousands of buying activities around the country are covered by, what are we down to, 50 PCRs, I think? 50 PCRs. When I left and I thought it was bad, we were down to 119. So now we're down to 50. But any requirement that does not get it set aside needs a PCR signature. So that means it has to show up on a PCR's desk. The PCR has to sign and say, I know you did your market research. You demonstrated that there are not too small businesses, and therefore this is not going to get set aside. So if you're seeing requirements that should have been set aside that are not, I would reach out to the PCR. The SBA has an excellent sort of directory of PCRs. If you go to the SBA website, you put in PCR directory, it'll show you all the buying activities, agencies, buying activities, and who the PCR is. What I will say, and it'll give you their email address. What I'll say is that they're overwhelmed with the amount of work that they do. They might not respond right away. If you have a challenge, you can go to the area director. There is 9 areas. You can go to the area director. That might, get some attention. But they're sort of the cops on the beat that are monitoring the rule of 2. Okay? Now, the other thing that I used to not be able to say when I was at the agency, and I can say now, and I think the National Center, they talked this morning about how the National Center had supported the Office of Native American Affairs to report directly to the administrator. The other thing that the agency is really lacking is everybody loves to talk about how they support small business when they're running for office, but when they get into office, the budgets disappear. Right? We used to say when I was at the SBA, and this is true, the Department of Defense spends in one day, what the agency's budget is for the entire year, right? And so given that scenario, it becomes incredibly difficult to be able to be the beat on the cop, or cop on the beat. Or even with the district offices and the business opportunity specialists and all the various resources that could support small businesses. So if you have conversations with your congressional delegation, if the National Center wants to advocate, the one thing that we really need to help this be more impactful is more funding for the agency. But I'll get off my soapbox and talk about simplified acquisition thresholds. So the other thing that you should look at, especially when entering the federal marketplace, is anything below the simplified acquisition threshold of $250,000. That is entirely reserved for small business. So there's no rule of 2 there, right? Anything that is out there below the SAT, simplified acquisition threshold, is reserved for small business. And when I was at the SBA, we used to track that, right, for every agency. Some agencies do awesome. They're like at 90%, 94%, 95%. We will never get to 100%. Why? Because sometimes there's licenses for like Cisco or Microsoft. Resellers don't sell it. You have to go to Microsoft or you have to go to Cisco. But some agencies do a really poor job. Some agencies are like 70%. So that's a great opportunity to sort of get your feet wet at a lower threshold to get into federal contracting. SAT, and this is great because the federal government loves acronyms. SAP follows SAT. So what does that mean? Simplified acquisition procedures follow simplified acquisition thresholds. So that's why the SAT is a great place as well, because you don't have to comply with all the complexities of the federal acquisition regulations, because under the SAT, you only have to comply with SAP, the Simplified Acquisition Procedures. So it's simpler, right? So getting into federal marketing, doing the $250,000 contract, getting your feet wet, that's a good way of getting in before you go in the deep end of the pool. The other thing that I'll say here, since I was on my soapbox for a second, is when I was at the agency, we looked to increase the simplified acquisition threshold to $500,000. For whatever reason, and to this day, I cannot, because it almost got finalized. To this day, I can't figure it out, although it was something about Buy American. Not that I have anything against the Canadians, by the way, if there's any Canadians out there, but the Canadian government objected. So right before it got finalized, the U.S. Trade Representative came back and said, you can't do that. And so that did not occur. My personal preference would be, again, if we're talking to our congressional delegation, is to increase the simplified acquisition threshold to $1 million. Because the federal government is looking to bring in more innovative small businesses to the federal landscape. If SAT was $1 million and all of that was entirely reserved for small business, and those businesses had simplified procedures to engage with the federal government, I think it would really encourage innovation and entrance into the federal landscape. So let me stop there, see if there's any questions so far about Rule of Two, how it's enforced. The one thing that I'll say is you guys are so SBA, limited resources, limited number of PCRs. A lot of times you guys are the eyes and ears for the agency. So if you're seeing things that aren't getting set aside, you guys should reach out to the PCRs or to the SBA or to the district office and inform them of these requirements not getting set aside, because there's just not enough resources to keep eyes on everything. Yes, sir.
Sorry, me again. Okay, question on the SAT acquisitions is, how many of those are happening outside of mass contracts? Because, I mean, I found a couple.
That's a great question. So the question was, the simplified acquisition threshold, how many of those actually occur outside of like the schedule or a multiple award contract, et cetera? Sometimes it's limited, you're right. And it depends by the industry. So a lot of supplies, like I'm not sure what industry you're in. Yeah, well, so a lot of times it's supplies that are below the 250,000. Because once you get into like professional services or something like that, or staffing, or stuff like the Department of Energy might buy or NASA might buy, you quickly exceed that threshold. So a lot of times it's supply contracts, supplies, products, material that are below the simplified acquisition threshold. Yeah. Any other questions? No? Okay. Now, any questions around the certification requirements from this morning? Because what I want to do is flip over to mentor-protege, joint ventures, and partnerships. Anything online? No? Okay. Yes? Oh, she's coming with the mic.
Well, hello, John. Up under the 8A cert, do they have any grant programs?
So the 8A program does have a grant program, the 7J, which now is called Empowering to Grow. Earn to Grow. But that's not grants specifically to the 8A company. Bless you. That's not grants to the 8A company. That's grants to service providers that provide assistance to the 8A company. So once, and by the way, I should say, it's not just 8A companies, it's 8A companies and 8A eligible companies. So even if you're not in the 8A program, and by the way, not only do we have the district director here, but we have a business opportunity specialist in the back too. So you guys should get to know those guys from the SBA. So not only can you get that assistance once you're in the 8A program, but a good amount of that training is available to 8A eligible companies. When you're looking for grants for your own company, like if you're looking for federal grants for your company, grants.gov is sort of, when we looked at SAM and the contracts, grants.gov is a good resource to identify potential grant opportunities for your firm. Make sense? Okay. Any other questions before I start talking about mentor protege? No? Okay, so mentor protege is really important, especially given the landscape that we're in. If you look at the federal market landscape, a lot of we talked about the simplified acquisition threshold. We heard that there isn't a lot of requirements that really come out under the 250,000 mark. There are not a lot of requirements that come out that are always friendly to smaller or micro or more nascent small businesses. Because of the way the government is buying, a lot of requirements are becoming more complex and consolidated, right? So a lot of times individual small businesses, especially new entrants, are having a hard time winning a contract. The challenge is we have, how many folks are aware of category management? Okay, so this is an initiative that started out as let's buy, not always bad by the way, but let's buy like Walmart, right? So let's create efficiencies by creating government-wide vehicles. It's called strategic sourcing. Let's create government-wide vehicles. In other words, when I had tens of thousands of contracts to buy widgets, I'm going to create one vehicle to buy widgets. Why? Because the federal government did an analysis that said the Department of Defense is paying this for widgets, while the Department of Interior is paying this for widgets, and none of the terms and conditions match. So let's simplify that, let's streamline it, let's create one widget vehicle, and then the federal government will always have the same price and the same terms of conditions. And by the way, what OMB, Office of Management and Budget, said at the time was, don't worry about it, we're still going to hit your small business goals. And at the time I was at the SBA and I was like, interesting. Tell me how you're going to do that. Said, well, we'll have at least a dozen small businesses on there. We'll have some 8As, we'll have some hub zones, we'll have some women-owned, so certainly we can meet your goal. And my response was, well, that's great for the golden ticket holders that get on that widget vehicle, but how about the other 9,999 firms that don't get on that widget vehicle? And by the way, that widget vehicle is open, then there's closed season for 5 years, then you can bid on it. So if you get left off, you're off, right? And then you don't get those task orders, you don't see those task orders for the different services. So getting on that vehicle though, even when you have the opportunity, the bar is so high because the requirements are so high that oftentimes as new entrants, not only can we not find individual small contracts that we can bid on, but then when we do find, oh, wait a second, everything's going through this best-in-class vehicle, through this GWAC or this IDIQ or this MAC, multiple award contract. I need to get on that vehicle. The requirements are so high that as nascent small businesses, we're not able to get on that. So what's the solution? So the 8A program had a solution that was very small business friendly in the sense of supporting nascent entities. The 8A program had a mentor-protege program. What does that mean? A protege, a nascent 8A, could team up with an other than small, right? So let's say, giving an example, because everybody wants to team up with like a Deloitte or a Lockheed or a Northrop, right? So you could have, to your point earlier from this morning about a mentor, you could have a mentor that is very sophisticated that will provide assistance to a protege. And why would they do that, right? Because there's an opportunity to do a joint venture under that mentor-protege relationship and go after set-aside contracts. But before we get there, what I'll say is two things. One is because it worked in the 8A world and because Congress saw that requirements were becoming more complex, they were becoming larger, it was harder and harder for small businesses to win, they expanded the mentor-protege to all small businesses. And it was actually rolled out in 2016 as the All Small Mentor-Protege program. And then it was consolidated between the 8A and All Small into one program, the Mentor-Protege program, right? So now it's available to all the socio categories and even small businesses. Okay, so it's beneficial, but as small businesses, you have to be cautious. You get 2 mentors in your entire lifetime, right? And it used to be you couldn't unmarry, get a divorce. right? Annul. Because once you got it, it counted as one, and then the SBA didn't have any specific procedures for unwinding it. Now, if it's within 18 months and you haven't, quote unquote, I guess, consummated your marriage, they will annul it, right? If you go in and explain why it should be annulled because it hasn't worked out. But you only get 2. And even though you can annul it, you got to be careful. And you can't go to the SBA and say, hey, I want to get into the mentor-protege program because my mentor wants to go after set-aside contracts, and that's all we're going to do, right? They're going to just deny it. Why? Because there is a requirement that benefits flow from mentor to protege. It just can't be contracts. There are 5 areas. Where'd this go? Let's see if, here we go. There are 5 areas, and you don't have to say I'm going to get assistance in all of these areas, but there are 5 areas where benefits should flow from mentor to protege. And by the way, if I was the protege, I'd want to do a gap, like what we tell our clients is like, do a gap analysis. Like the intent of this is that after participating in this, you're going to be able to compete on the full and open marketplace, right? So what are my gaps? Like, do I need technical assistance? Do I need bidding and proposal assistance? Do I need accounting systems, project implementation? In any of these areas, you don't have to cover them all. A lot of folks don't do international trade. What are the things that I need in this area? When we're advising a protege, we're like, be really specific, you know? Who, what, when, where. It's a 3+3 program. So it's a 3-year program. It can get renewed for a second 3, so a total of 6. But you have to show every year you report back to the SBA, you have to show that benefits are flowing from mentor to protege when you do that annual report. And so as a protege, I want to do a gap analysis, and I want to say, these are the things that I need a mentor to provide to me. And then I want to find the mentor that I trust will actually provide those things. I want to be very specific. When we advise mentors, we're like, hey, you do have to show benefits flowing from mentor to protege, but maybe make it a little bit fuzzy. Why? Because you have to report every year and you have to show progress. So from my perspective, somewhere in the middle is a good place to land with your mentor, right? You definitely want to have a gap analysis. You definitely want to benefit and be able to do bidding and contract and implementation on your own after this assistance. You want to build the systems to be able to do that. But you also need to report every year to the SBA that you're successful, and you want the 3 to go to the additional 3 to a total of 6 years. And by the way, since you only get 2, a lot of folks are like, hey, like I said, I want Lockheed. Lockheed, as a mentor, can only have 3 proteges at any given point, right? They can roll in and out. Like, you can only have 2 in your lifetime. Lockheed can have 3 at any given point. They can roll in and out. But that's throughout all their subsidiaries and sister companies and everything, right? So they're very selective. It's not like, you know, any company becomes a Lockheed protege. They're going to identify firms that they've worked with for a while, that they know, they've done prime sub relationships, they've built a long-term relationship with, and then they'll mentor those, and probably they're a part of their supply chain. So to me, if you only have 2, one should be someone who's been in your shoes, right? Like an 8A graduate. And by the way, the rules were adjusted so you can be a mentor and a protege at the same time. So it's not only large firms that are mentors. A lot of times they're more sophisticated small businesses that are right on the verge of graduating the size standards that are mentors. And so it's ideal that one of your mentors is someone who's been in your shoes, graduated 8A, a very successful woman-owned small business or HubZone, because those guys have built their infrastructure probably from scratch. Those guys know what it means to make a payroll, to be in your shoes, to grow it, bring in the right teams to grow the infrastructure, right? If you're in the 8A program, the challenge becomes a lot of times it continues as a one woman or one-man shop for those 9 years, and then you find yourself at the 9th year, and then you fall off the cliff. Why? Because you no longer have access to the set-asides and the sole source, and you're still a one-man shop. So the intent of the program is a business development program, is to build the infrastructure, build the capacity, so that when all this assistance is over, MPA, mentor-protege, 8A, set-asides, that you have the infrastructure, capacity, team, the entire sort of ecosystem to be able to be successful in the federal marketplace. And that's really key because there's always an exit strategy, right? So why are we doing this? Like, what's the intent of the 8A program? It's to create wealth, generational wealth. And this is a challenge I have with the rules, because there's all sorts of restrictions around selling an 8A company. But if you think about it, it's to create something that you can either hand off or you can sell and create generational wealth. And unless you think about it that way and have a plan and a strategy on building that infrastructure over your 9 years in the program, you're basically, yes, I benefited by getting these contracts and making some profits over those 9 years, but then you're going to fall off the cliff. So it's really important to think about the strategy on building in the institutional infrastructure to be successful in the long term. And the mentor-protege program is an ideal tool to do that, right? So assistance flows from mentor to protege in these areas, and one of those things can be contracting, and I'll talk about joint ventures and how that contracting works. Yes, sir?
Is there a de-escalation project or process over the length of the 9 years?
Yes.
You can't have 100% revenue
From 8A, yeah.
Here,
Yes.
and that's part of the annual reporting that you're weaning yourself
Correct.
off this.
Yeah, that's a good comment. So the question is, was that one of the questions? No, keep going. Oh, you want me to repeat it? Got it. I got to learn the hand signals. All right, so the question was, in the 8A program, isn't there a process of getting weaned off 8A and sole source requirements? And the answer is yes. So there is the developmental years, and then there's the transitionary years. So when you get into years 7, 8, and 9, SBA is going to look at what they call the business activity target. Thank you. BAT target. BAT. Another great acronym, right? There's SAT, there's SAP, and there's BAT. So yes, you have to get weaned off your 8A and sole source over the 7th, 8th, and 9th year, and every one of those years is less, and you have to show outside revenues. Now, the other things that I'll say is SBA has become a little bit more lenient. It used to be like, oh, you didn't hit your BAT, we might put you on restriction. They have become a little bit more lenient, where if you can demonstrate, hey, in good faith, I've been bidding on all sorts of things. I've been looking at the private sector. I had these contracts. We got into the pandemic. They disappeared. Those sources of revenues disappeared. So they are open as long as in good faith you're attempting to get weaned off of those set-asides. Yes. However, in the other programs, you can be in those programs indefinitely as long as you remain small. So HubZone, women-owned, service-disabled, you can be in those programs indefinitely as long as you're small for the NAICS code associated with your primary industry. Any other questions so far? Yes, sir.
Actually, this is for anybody, the SBA. So I was looking at the mentor application process, and it's like, bring your mentor, and we have one in mind for that, but connecting with somebody who's graduated from the 8A program, is that, like, do you guys connect us with somebody like that, or how does that even work?
Your district office can. Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you. Yeah, your district office can actually connect you with 8A graduates. We do a lot of, in my office in Sacramento, we do 8A meetings every other month. And so what we do is have 8A graduates come in, we have federal firms come in, we have the Apex come, and it's kind of a matchmaking and networking event with a bit of education. But that's kind of the whole piece, is we want to create these relationships. So
And I think Mark has a comment back there too.
Can you just repeat what you just said? We do it bi-monthly, but we advertise that, so.
Thank you, John. Yeah, this is a comment for the good of the community. I'm Mark McComas in the San Francisco District Office. Please also consider, Heather made some excellent points, but at the same time, I've done this for a long time. I've seen some really good mentor proteges, and I've seen some really bad stories. I can spend 37 hours telling you about the bad stories. My coaching would be to maybe also sub possibly with one of these companies, because that's where we're in the relationship business. That's what government contracting is. So what you want to do is learn about the business culture of this company that's looking to be the protege. Look at how they treat their employees. Look at how they handle money. Sometimes lots of money. I mean, sometimes you can make money fast, and money changes people. I don't know if you've ever heard that, but all of a sudden people start to think that it's all because of them. No, it's because of the synergy of that relationship. So you've got to stay balanced. One other thing is business culture, safety, employees, but build that relationship and have honest conversations. Thank you, John.
Yeah, thank you. So yeah, I mean, I think that's an excellent point. It's like a marriage, right? So you have to know that the cultures match, the business integrity matches, the benefits are going to flow from mentor to protege. The other thing that I didn't mention is, look, if you go to the mentor protege website at the SBA, there's a template on there, right? The mentor protege agreement. It's easy, right? The difficult part is the chart. The chart says what benefits are going to flow from mentor to protege. That's where you should be spending most of your time and coming to agreements with your mentor. The other part is the preamble, right? So generally speaking, you can't be in IT services and have your mentor be, I'm going to say it again, a shipbuilder, right? Like, it has to be relevant. You have to be in a similar industry, primary or secondary NAICS codes. The SBA used to look at, are you in the same primary NAICS code? Now they're more lenient. Secondary NAICS codes match. What are the benefits? How are they going to support you? Those are all important. Now, once you get through that, yes, one of the things that you can do is go after opportunities as a joint venture, right? So when you speak about partnering up in a joint venture, when we talked about affiliation, if you didn't have a mentor-protege relationship and you created a joint venture between a small and a large, you would be affiliated, right, between the two. An SBA or the federal government would say, you're other than small, your joint venture partner is a large company. When you have a mentor-protege relationship and an approved MPA, and your mentor is other than small, you can create a joint venture with that large entity, and that joint venture legal entity can still be considered small, right? So how? If the managing member, that means if the protege, owns 51% of that legal entity, that joint venture legal entity, created under the umbrella of the MPA, then that legal joint venture entity inherits the size and status of the managing member, right? So if you're the unicorn, right, 8A women-owned service-disabled hub zone, and you create a mentor-protege relationship with Lockheed, right? So you have that exemption from affiliation. And by the way, because you have that exemption from affiliation, your mentor can provide all sorts of assistance. They can give you subcontract work. They can sponsor you to get your security clearance. And you can create a joint venture. And by the way, in that instance, they can help you. You remember how I said ostensible subcontracting? Well, in that instance, they can help you on that too, right? So the mentor-protege relationship, when approved by the SBA, creates an exemption from affiliation. Now you create a joint venture where the protege is the managing member and they own and control. Remember when we were talking about 8A and HubZone and service disabled? In that instance, the disadvantaged individual had to own and control, meaning they had to own at least 51%, they had to control day-to-day activities. In this instance, the protege has to own and control, means they have to own 51%, means they have to control day-to-day activity and long-term strategic plans. If, a lot of times we'll have clients that have like a multi-million-dollar or billion-dollar mentor who hasn't done this before. And they're like, you're pulling the wool over our eyes. We're not going to just hand you the key here. There's no unanimous consent provisions. We're like, no, you really can't have unanimous consent provisions because that means you can hold up the managing member, the protege, in day-to-day activities. And so that's part of the regulations is the protege is in the driver's seat. There are some unanimous consent provisions in extraordinary circumstances that are potentially okay. Like, you're going to dissolve the company. You're going to file a lawsuit. You're going to allow a new member. Those are things that SBA is generally okay with. The rules were relaxed even a little bit further about a year ago where they said, okay, there's some instances like if you're going to go after a $200 million contract, maybe you need the mentors okay. There's some thresholds. But generally speaking, the protege has to be in control, own and control. Now the challenge is these joint venture agreements, if you were in the 8A program, used to go to the district office to get approved. Then SBA said, that's a lot, so let's just do it on sole source opportunities. They would go in there, they would look at the JV agreement, they'd be like, this is going to be a problem, you need to change this, you'd have the opportunity to change it. Now, for all intents and purposes, there's a checklist, right? There isn't even a joint venture review. However, even when that doesn't happen, you're still subject to a protest. So SBA may not get the chance to review it in advance when you create the joint venture, but you can still get protested. And because, remember we were talking about how there's more complex requirements and it's harder to get into the programs and bid? So now, a lot of the entities that are winning are mentor-protege joint ventures. And given the complexity of creating the joint venture agreements and the operating agreements, and given that everybody knows that a mentor sometimes drags their feet in giving up all the control, a lot of mentor-protege joint ventures get protested. And then they go to the size specialists at the SBA, and then the size specialist at the SBA is going to look at the operating agreement and going to say, oh, wait a second, this mentor has too much control. You're other than small. So even though you had the mentor-protege agreement and the exemption from affiliation, you still have to follow the joint venture rules. Now, not only does the joint venture inherit the size and status of the managing member, right, as long as they own 51% and they control, right, but the joint venture inherits the past performance of both members. So now you have like an 8A woman-owned, service-disabled HubZone that has all your past performance, but it also has all your mentors' past performance. And that's why it's incredibly powerful as a bidding tool, right? And here's the opportunity for the mentor. Remember how we talked about if there's a set-aside contract, the small business has to do 50, or the 8A or the woman-owned, has to do 50% of the work, right? You can only subcontract 50%. When there's a joint venture, the non-managing member, in this case the mentor, instead of being limited to 50%, can do 60% of the work, right? So that's the incentive. And that's why, Mark, when you're talking about sort of the bad actors, a lot of times mentors have those blinders on, right? I'm graduating, and by the way, graduating 8As are great mentors. Why? Because they probably have expiring 8A contracts, right? They're no longer going to be an 8A. They can't bid on those contracts, but their clients love them. So why not be a mentor, create a mentor-protege joint venture with an 8A, then you can at least do 60% of that work instead of doing 0% of that work, right? So graduating 8A is an excellent mentor, but you also don't want someone that has their blinders on and all they want to do is capture those contracts. Everything else is thrown to the side, right? So it's really important to understand their motivation. To your point, their motivation, their culture, there's going to be money flowing. And by the way, I've even seen the opposite, right? So we get involved sometimes in cases where you have a rogue mentor, right? And even though the operating agreement is written in such a way that the protege is supposed to control, they end up giving the keys away to the mentor. I mean, we had one instance where the protege was like, I'm not sure what we're bidding on. I didn't know we were on that vehicle, and where is all this money coming from? They had lost entirely the control of their joint venture, right? So I've seen that happen, but I've seen the opposite too. I've seen when a protege is like, hey, thank you guys for all this work, we're gonna kick you out. And SBA doesn't like either version of that, right? It's a relationship that was brought together for the purpose of the program. Yes, mentor is supposed to have benefits going to the protege, but at the same time, the mentor is providing assistance and the benefit to them is to participate up to 60%. Doesn't mean you have to negotiate it all the way, but most mentors want that 60%. Yes, sir.
Thank you again, John. Just another positive recommendation is when you are doing this work, and John, great job explaining the percentages, is make sure that the core contracting officer representative, you're visible. You're showing you're doing the work, okay? Because there's going to be what's called an assessment done on your contract. There's going to be a mid-assessment and a final assessment. And I don't want to go into too many stories, but sometimes a contracting officer has told me, I've never met anybody by that name. So I'll leave it at that. Highly recommend be visible, show your work, do excellent work. Here's another thing, is contracting officers like to work with people they know, they like, and they can trust. And when you do that closeout, you do that handshake, here's the conversation. The best ones that I like to see is they're saying, hey, listen, we've got this other contract for you to perform. Let's talk about it. Thank you, John.
Yep, thank you. The couple of other things I'll just throw in here. It says project manager, SBA now calls it responsible manager. The responsible manager to the joint venture has to be an employee of the managing member. In other words, it would be your employee, right? That again drives towards the control and being present, as Mark mentioned, right? So that responsible manager should be engaged, should be in front of the client and the contracting officer in delivering against project requirements. And a joint venture that's created, either under a mentor protege or a small to small joint venture, used to be a 3-2 rule, and that used to drive me crazy. It's like 3 years of what, 2 years of what? It was 3 years, 2 years and 3 contracts. That's all gone. All you got to remember is 2 years. So it's a 2 rule now. From the time that you receive from the time the joint venture receives its first federal prime contract, there's a 2-year window, right? That doesn't mean that when you hit the 2-year window, you can't accept bids that are outstanding. That only means that you can't put new bids out after you hit the 2-year window. But under an MPA, because you're exempted from affiliation, you can create joint venture number 2, and then you can create joint venture number 3, right? Because you're exempted from affiliation. Now, SBA has said and holds that at some point, one JV may be too many JVs, but as long as I was at the agency, and since I've been out, I've never seen too many JVs, because if you have that exemption from affiliation, you can create JV number 1, 2, and 3. Now, if you're doing a small to small JV, and we can talk about why that makes sense, because a small business may have all the past performance you need, but they don't have the 8A designation, so you're the managing member. The other small business is the member partner. They have all the past performance. You can team up in a joint venture, and the same thing happens. Designation flows from managing member, past performance flows from both. Now you have an entity that can bid. You're not protected from affiliation though, right? So if all your revenue ends up coming from this joint venture, or if you do joint venture number 1 and then 2 and then 3, SBA might, you don't have that MPA, SBA might eventually find you affiliated. So you got to be concerned with that. Yes, sir.
Okay, so 2 questions. First on the small to small, which is I'm interested in because we are looking at some of the the defense contracts. So we need a service disabled veteran for a couple of them.
Yes.
Now, when you're doing something like that, one, you kept on mentioning the affiliation with the mentor-protege relationship. Is there any downsides other than affiliation for a small to small? If is that looked on less from your contracting officers, or are you just looked on as equal, one single contractor?
Generally speaking, so SBA regulations require federal agencies to accept a properly structured small-to-small joint venture as a legal entity that can bid on opportunities. Okay. Do all federal agencies look at that and don't have like a ton of questions? Sometimes the CO may either put something in there that SBA disagrees with, like I'll give you an example. I think it was Oasis where the GSA said, you can only have one past performance from your mentor to count towards your past performance qualifications. And a lot of folks protested, and SBA said, well, that's not exactly what the rules say. The rules say, past performance flows to the joint venture. So sometimes a CO will say, I need the joint venture operating agreement to confirm that everything's okay. And they're not the arbitrator of a joint venture agreement. They can certainly they can give you the award and file a protest right after it, but the rules should not preclude that relationship from being considered whatever the managing member is. And if you run into issues, so this is the other thing that I say, if you're looking at a solicitation and you're like, wait a second, this disadvantages a mentor-protege joint venture, or this disadvantages a joint venture because they're structuring it in this or that way, I'd reach out to the SBA and say, hey, I have a problem with this solicitation. I don't think they're implementing the rules as envisioned by the SBA.
Okay, and then follow up on that. So you're going down this teaming agreements and you end up getting affiliation. Is there an appeals process for that, or is it just like that's forever?
No. So that's a good question. So let's say, generally speaking, when you are protested on one opportunity, you're found to be other than small for that opportunity.
Okay.
SBA is not going to say you're affiliated for good, right? Now, you could run into a challenge because of that where SBA says, well, what's going on here? Because SBA can file a protest at any point. Who can file a protest? An interested party, the CO, or the SBA.
Standing.
SBA, though, can do it at any time. So if someone comes to the SBA and says, hey, I have a challenge with this because it looks like these guys are affiliated or there's something funny going on, SBA can file a challenge at any point. But when you get protested on a particular opportunity, you're other than small for that particular opportunity. You can even protest that to the Office of Hearing and Appeals. And sometimes they'll overturn it, or they'll remand it back for redecision based on not following the regulations. Make sense?
Yep.
Yeah. Any other questions? Yes.
John, not necessarily a question, but what I haven't heard throughout your presentation, which has been fantastic, thank you, is with respect to the way that the government pays. So there are some downfalls with contracting with the federal government. You really need to be in a financial position to where you can float this. And if you can't, make certain that you've got a working capital line or something to back up. Factoring is an option, a very, very expensive option, so I don't, advocate for that. But I would just say get some type of a credit line, something that you can go to so that you're not in a bad position to where you can't pay your employees or your vendors or whatever.
Yeah.
So just a comment.
Thank you. And the guys that were here earlier, that's a great resource. To your point, factoring is a resource, although not a great one. But if you're at like National 8A Conference, if you're like Reservation Economics Summit, a lot of times there are lenders that are comfortable and friendly to small business government contractors. Now, I did hear the lenders earlier today and this morning. They're not going to fund you if you're losing money every month. But if you win a large contract and you need to be able to float that contract until you get paid from the government, they can see that profitability and can lend against that contract or those invoices, right? So there's opportunities for that. Yes, I'm getting a thumbs up from the back. Thank you. So I know my time's almost up. The last thing I wanted to talk about, because we alluded to it, is category management, right? You just need to be aware of it, right? There has been some pushback under this administration to sort of address some of the concerns. What we talked about earlier, strategic sourcing, right? One widget vehicle. They have created best-in-class or government-wide acquisition vehicles. I'm sure most of you fall into one of these categories, right? Almost everything potentially has a vehicle. And these slides will be available to you guys. But you just need to be aware how the government is buying what you're selling. The other thing that I'll say is for those guys that are already in federal contracting, if you're not aware of category management, you should definitely make yourself familiar with it. We've had clients that are like, hey, I was expecting the follow-on, and I was gonna, it was either gonna get sole sourced or I was gonna bid on it, and I don't know where it went. And when it comes out on a MAC, a multiple award contract, or a GWAC, or a best-in-class vehicle, only those contract holders get to see that task order. So it can literally disappear. So if you are bidding on stuff, or if you are already working on stuff, I would have conversations, because category management, just like the goals we talked about small business, category management has its own goals too. So contracting offices and agencies are required to bring more dollars under quote unquote management every year. If you look at this slide, which is a little outdated, but between 16 and 19, 138,000 contracts disappeared, right? And the majority of them were small business contracts, 53%. Now, they didn't disappear, like they didn't go away. They ended up under one of the category management vehicles. So the research should be, hey, they're going under vehicles. I've talked to my contracting shop. I got to figure out, number one, is there an open season on this vehicle? Just like there was an open season on Oasis, and then CIOS P4 just came out, and I know I'm just throwing out acronyms now, but these are all government-wide vehicles. So one, is there an open season? Two, I have all the past performance. Who's on that vehicle? I might be able to team up with them and be their subcontractor and make them successful in bidding on that requirement when it comes out under that vehicle. So just awareness of changes in industry, having discussions. So from this morning, right, if we're at an agency, we should be talking to the small business specialist. If we're looking for an acquisition requirement, we should be talking to the small business specialist, the program office, and the contracting shop, and continuously finding opportunities to get in front of them, not harass them, but bug them enough, finding out when they're going to be at matchmaking, find out when they're going to be at industry days, find out if they're having prime sub days. So a lot of times small businesses, the entree, when we talk about the goals for the federal government, large primes have the same goals, right? So the large primes are looking for 8A hub zone, women-owned, service disabled. So a lot of times buying activities will have industry days. On those industry days, they invite their large primes to come and meet small businesses. Those are the opportunities for you to meet those. And when we talked about the data analysis, like who's buying what I'm selling, you can also figure out who's, like let's say Aberdeen is buying a lot of what you're selling. Okay, who are they buying it from? Oh, these guys are the large primes. When are they gonna have industry day? I wanna meet the large primes on that industry day and let them know how I can help them meet their goals. I'm gonna stop there. Is my time up? My time's up. Thank you, guys. I appreciate your patience.
Thank you so much, John. So much information. We're going to take a small break. We have a bunch of goodies in the back still. There's some candy. There's some drinks still. We'll reconvene maybe about like 10 minutes. We have 3 more books to give away, so we'll do that in about 10 minutes. Thank you, guys.
So do we have a small clip to run of Lance and Yvette's interview from Ho-Chunk? Let's run that clip.
We have divisions. Government contracting is probably our biggest division. We have a large real estate development company. We have a local division that includes manufacturing of tobacco products, farming, stores, retail, distribution. We focus our attention on profitable business relationships off reservation, and then we try to take care of our own on the reservation.
So that was from your interview with Lance, and it was pretty amazing. Just talk a little bit more. I know he had mentioned a few things about the work they do, but he directly associated some of the work they did with the National Center.
Yeah, he's been around a long time, of course, and I think started out, as he said, Ho-Chunk Inc. in his apartment.
Yeah.
Kind of like Mel McGee.
Yeah.
A one-person starting up their tribal enterprise and taking advantage of the 8A program and then building that and then creating another arm and another enterprise and another small business and then taking the tour of the community and what they've done as far as their housing, the elderly housing that we toured was incredible. Their farming operation, we went out there as well. And then in town, they have a building in town with their name on top, at the very top. Toured their marketing facility there, and they have a really nice setup. Not as humble as ours here at the Native Edge.
Our setup is awesome.
Setup?
Though. It's so awesome. We don't have our name on the
a
building.
8-10 story building.
Well, we have
but-
all those stickers.
We have a lot of stickers.
We do have a lot, and our logo is very cool.
Yeah.
I've really been impressed with an event like this, really get that messaging for Indian country.
As an organization to come together, to have an uplifting, motivational group of people, that style of topics behind it, it's incredible.
It's been really great to be here at the Native Edge Institute. It's a really great networking opportunity in Indian country, especially for businesses.
I want to bring that creativity. I just don't know where to start. And that's why I'm here today, to kind of learn a little bit more about business.
We're here today in the Duwamish Longhouse. It is in the last village site of Seattle. When people come to Seattle and they're wondering who the first people of Seattle are, we are those people. This is Seattle, and this is our home.
I became the Chief Executive Officer of 8th Generation about 2 years ago now. We're putting out anywhere from 40 to 100 new products a year, and we are the only company that we know of in Seattle that manufactures blankets. If you want a real Seattle gift, this is the place.
A lot of places you go, it's like kind of stuffy, kind of feel out of place, but nobody at any of these events has ever made me feel like that. Everybody's very, very accepting and welcoming.
Networking, sharing information, the event is the cornerstone of small businesses.
Having these types of opportunities are very important to you as a small business. I'm fairly certain that I can grow that foundation to move up and be where you want to be from here.
KeyBank formed a dedicated line of business in 2004 to serve Indian country.
It's important that understanding the tribal community can pursue business and they can be successful. So this is new information. It's really exciting. I can't wait to bring it back to my community.
Business to me is absolutely critical. We employ our people. a better society. I am a proud Indian, proud of the Duwamish, and proud to be an American here in Seattle, carrying on the legacy of our Native people.
If you are an entrepreneur, if you're a small business owner or a business who wants to work with tribal nations, this is a place to do that.
The National Center has done a great job of adapting to the business environment and growing their offerings. The idea of promoting Native American small business and helping them understand what company are looking for is a really great job. So thank you, Indian Country, for 55 years with the National Center.
We're at the fabulous South Sioux City Riverfront Marriott Hotel overlooking the beautiful Missouri River.
Working on business development, access to capital, government contracting.
To be in a room with like-minded people that all have the same goals of growing an economy, especially for Native people, it's a really special experience.
We had a packed house at this Native Edge Institute. It's really beneficial for everyone to get involved.
You had people talking about public utilities, small businesses, government contracting. In a business sense, you're going to have to go to 3 or 4 or 5 different offices in order to get all that information. It's really nice to be able to take advantage to meet everyone and get to reach out to those people later.
There's goals that the U.S. government has that each agency has to prove that they've contracted not just with big business, but with small business. The U.S. government is the largest procurer of goods and services in the world. The 8A has been instrumental in Ho-Chunk Inc. being able to grow in government contracting.
8A programming is certainly an extension of tribal self-determination as well as promotes tribal sovereignty. So we meet people where they are to provide them the information that they need to know so that they can become successful in their tribal businesses.
The National Center, they were an integral part of us getting started. It's important to show up and represent, to show what can be done so that they can visualize themselves to where we're at on the government contracting side and some of the business development.
Take me down to the river where the peace won't run dry.
I think coming from a small town, you get stuck in the mindset of, oh no, I can't do that, or I've never seen anyone else from my community do that. But in actuality, there are people in my hometown and my community that have been doing things, and it's just maybe I haven't learned about it or I haven't been exposed to any of that. So it's been nice to be part of the National Center and seeing what they're capable of.
The Iowa Tribe of Kansas and Nebraska, our economic development strategy has shifted to a more regenerative model to be truer to the ancestral ties of our economy. We are really investing heavily in indigenous to indigenous trade to be a little bit more true to our ancestral roots.
This is my first event like this. I'm just trying to grow all Native solutions because I can see it could be bigger than what it is.
The work that we're doing at Grace Now has been about how do we learn from other tribes and really support that mission of intertribal trade, intertribal relationships.
I appreciate what you guys do. Having somebody to celebrate Native business and create a cooperative relationship and to share has been invaluable.
When you are unified and you're coming together and you're sharing information, even the mistakes that you made along the way, then you're learning and you're going to move forward and progress. The rainbow is always at the end of that storm. We mean business. We want to get out there and work with the small business owners and tribal enterprises and other minorities.
We've been doing business since time immemorial. Many of the highways people travel on every day are original trade routes of our people. We have to continue to fight for those things that we were given in regards to being indigenous people of this continent, to be able to maintain and grow in business.
Sovereignty is something that's always been with the Native people. They've been defending it from the beginning. Doing business with the U.S. government shouldn't impinge on that sovereignty. It's just a market. What we try to do is inform and educate about the opportunities within government contracting and how to take advantage of those opportunities, how to pursue that customer.
Once they realize that we're here to help them, that I think is the big draw for them. That I'm not having to go through this by myself. I have somebody that can help me get there. Sometimes just knowing you're not alone as a small business owner, that is the key.
Well, I'm pretty familiar with the National Center. We've been attending the Reservation Economics Summit for the past 4 years. We've been able to network with people and get their stuff and put them in our store. It's cool to be able to have native brands through a native store, and I mean, it really doesn't get much better than that.
When you have more wealth, then you're able to give back to others. And I think that's something that I've seen with our small businesses.
I could see the need of our community. I had a dream and a vision. I wanted to start my own charity foundation. We've been able to accomplish many different things. We've been able to purchase a van that operates every day here within the Seneca Nation to be able to move our members to and from medical appointments that they may have. We've been able to make a difference.
We got it was a $160 million municipal bond, and with that money, we built 2 sports complexes, 3 water towers, early childhood learning that our members can have a place to put their kids that are safe and that we have control of. Whatever money is we don't spend, we give it right back to the nation, and the nation will reinvest it in other places.
I'm very excited that our youngsters are getting more educated and going to colleges and come back and help out and build this Seneca Nation more. That's how we keep staying diverse and keep moving forward.
There's a lot that happens when you have that human-to-human networking experience. It provides an opportunity and stepping stone to learn from one another.
Do your research, find us, and use us. My clients can call me anytime and ask me questions about government contracting.
And that's what we do. We help you do government contracting, whatever it may be, helping you get registered, helping you find opportunities.
We have a really beautiful land and we have really beautiful people, and we want people to know about us. We want people to know that we're here. This is where our people are from. This is our homeland.
Our members are seeing their uncles, their fathers, and that are doing this, giving them a little bit of encouragement and confidence that.
We'll get a minute, that's fine.
Okay.
Vendors.
Okay. Next, we have Ed Byers of Byers Holding Group here. We had the pleasure of meeting Ed for about like a month now?
A couple months.
A couple months. So really glad he could join us here today.
Hi, everyone. Nice meeting all you guys. Hey, just for information, so I started my small business like you guys did 4 years ago, and I wanted to share a couple key lessons before I get to this. One, you just have to do it. You know, don't go to 14 conferences and get stressed out about, 8A and mentor protege. You just got to start going down the path, and you'll slowly learn things. So we our business at Byers Holding Group, I used to be a partner. And so, who mentioned Deloitte like 80 times? Someone mentioned Deloitte 80 times. So I was a partner at Deloitte for 30 years. So in our consulting practice, started in audit, then went to consulting. And so I'd love to hear that ring of Deloitte every day. So it's exciting. But I started on September 1st of 2020, put my LLC, very easy to do. People all, we're gonna do the LLC, very easy, isn't it, to do all those things. California is harder, they make you pay $800. And then I went to a couple meetings or conferences, and I met the best people in the world. Who's worked with the PTAC or Apex group? Fabulous group. I mean, just fabulous. So they got me organized. I didn't even know what these groups were, but they help you get set up in the government systems. You learn about the SBA. You learn about all these different things. So I got registered in SAM. It took 6 months. You know, it's kind of like all these government processes, those type of things. But once you get there, you're all set to work with the government. And then I was worried about all this invoicing and payments. It's actually very simple once you get going. After you actually win a couple of things, again, professional services, and then I was going to be a supplier of products. So professional services is very easy. You win some contracts, and what the government does, especially if you're a native, in my case, I'm an ISB, Indian-owned small business economic enterprise, they pay you within 14 to 28 days, typically 14 days. So accelerated pay. So not even an issue. Indian Health Services, not a problem. Department of Interior, they're a little bit slower. So you got to kind of worry about some of those things as you were talking about. Then if you're selling products, who's trying to sell products to the government, those type of things? Have you guys had a lot of success or? Okay, so my key thing, I lost my first 10 bids trying to supply products to the government. Why is that? You got to have distributor agreements with the different companies. So I slowly set up distributor agreements for medical services, those type of things, because you actually got to reduce costs then. So that was kind of a key lesson learned. You got to learn as you go and slowly develop it. So I've been in business now for 4 years. I talked to people about the mentor-protege. I talked to Deloitte about that. And they said, oh, we already have 3 people or 3 companies, forget it. And 2 are in waiting, and even though you worked here, we can't do that. So you got to kind of think about those type of things. But it's been fun. It's been a nice journey, and we have a lot of good things going on. So pretty exciting. Any questions about starting up a business? It is fun, a lot of work. And by the way, my son owns the business. So I report to my son. That's kind of fun. He already called me 3 times today. He wanted to know what I was doing. So why wasn't I working hard? So, okay, hey, so today we're going to talk. So first of all, you got to have a business. You got to have people to work with you. And then you got to have leadership skills. And also you got to run the back office. What I wanted to talk about was taxes today. I was all excited. Who does all their own taxes for their business? And there's a lot of opportunities in taxes. A lot of tax savings. And I wanted to walk through that, and Yvette said, no, you can't talk about taxes. You got to do some leadership training. I go, oh, okay. But there is a lot of tax benefits on doing that. You get mileage, I mean, you get to your home office, all your trips, your cruise lines, everything else you do. Well, don't go that far, but there's a lot of good benefits to taxes. Okay, so leadership training, we're going to talk about improving your negotiation skills. And why is that important? Okay, to win. Oh, I like that. And what do you mean by winning? Okay. Right. It is. Very important. Now, in the government contracting space, it's not as important because a lot of times it's lowest bidder, those type of things. But commercial clients, those areas, it's a lot more about negotiations. Even with the government, as you're working with the contracting officers, those type of things. I like who was talking about the best thing you can do is follow up with the contracting officers, those type of, developing that relationship. That relationship is so important. And that's part of the negotiation process. Okay, oh, that's me, I do that. You guys don't do it. I'm used to yelling, next slide. Okay, so and you get prizes for this, what's the top 10 negotiation skills? If you were to pick some. Listening, okay, good. Very good. Yvette, you must have one? Hold on, I picked on Yvette first. Yvette? That's wrong. That's not a wrong, that's incorrect, no. Compromise, really good. What else? We're brainstorming. Empathy? Leverage, okay. Be nice. What else? Anything else? Okay, so this came from, so at Deloitte, we did, back in 1996, I went to like the art of negotiations and selling for new managers. And so we talked about this. This is where kind of that list came from. Okay. Number one, and not in any order, know the person's personality type. Why would someone think that's important? Know the person's personality type. Yes, small business owner? Relate, you can relate to them. Okay, so very important. So why do cars people used to always say, hey, that person's a real car salesman? Yeah, and they weren't relating to the person. So that's what we're talking about. We're going to go through some of these. Next actually is relate to the person because you want to leverage the DISC profiles, the personality type to relate to them. Actively listen. Don't respond first. What do people always do? I used to do that. New manager at Deloitte, I'd walk into the CFO and I start talking to the CFO about what I can sell him or her. What do you need to know first? What their needs are and what they want. Very important. Okay, important here. Don't make a person laugh. What's that mean? Okay. Okay. And I've laughed before, so I went, and this typically happens with the car place, right? I'll give that car, always a car example. You go walking in, I knew the right price is $16,000 for the car. I'm not an idiot. You can look things, Kelley Blue Book, years, mileage, those type of things. And I told the person, okay, I know what the car price is. Come back with your good offer. I know 16, I didn't say that. Person came back at $23,000. And I started laughing. I actually, wait a second, that's kind of funny. I go, that's way too high. Okay, let's make it 22. And he started writing numbers on the paper and crossing it off. You've seen that before, haven't you? I didn't want to work with that person. So I walked away. That person lost a sale. So, actually, I went to the next place, a story, and I said, okay, since I was so upset at the other place, I went to the next dealer, and I go, okay, I'll pay $16,000 for that car. The person went running in, and I said, okay, he's going to come back at $16,500 or $16,800. Person came back and goes, okay, $15,600. I go, what? What'd you say? He goes, $15,600. And I go, but I offered you $16,000. He goes, that's the wrong price, and I wanted to be fair to you. I know if I'm fair to you, you'll keep coming back. And you'll also use our service center where we make all the money. You know what? We still go to that service center. So those type of things are very important. Know how to handle negative feedback. Why is that important? You don't want to lose your cool, okay. Well, we're going to talk through a simple little model called the ACT model. Has anyone heard of the ACT model? You're raising your hand? Someone has. Yeah, fixing their own. Meeting in the middle is not always the right answer. Meeting in the middle. What does that mean? Okay, I'm going to use that car, but it could be anything. Selling a house. Actually, I just sold my mother-in-law's house 2 days ago, so say congratulations. Especially in this market, it's really hard. But okay, for the car, make it simple. You offer $16,000. The dealer comes back, oh, $19,000. Oh, I know it's below $16,500. He's going to say, let's meet in the middle, $17,500. Is that the right answer? No, it's not. So don't just accept meeting in the middle. Use positive body language. Very important. We'll talk about that. Key is to control your emotions, especially number 5. We'll talk more about that as well. Communicate with clarity and confidence and reach a mutual gain. So let's go through some of these. Who's done the DISC personality profile? Did you like it? What'd you learn just at a high level? Yes, and she thought the results were, the people thought her results would be a little bit different. And that's common, very common. And let's go to ask, first of all, let's ask some basic questions about personality. Do good leaders have certain types of personality and behavior styles? Oh, am I going? Okay. Okay.
If you have a question, I'll run the mic to you.
Okay. Do good leaders have certain types of personality and behavior styles? In some cases they do, but also good leaders know how to adjust their behaviors, okay? Your team needs to understand how they need to change to work with you based on your style. That's a little different. Yes, a little bit, but it has to work both ways. Has to work both ways. Personality and behavior styles is only important when verbally communicating. Of course not. You're going to write to someone with a different personality style. If someone is a D, which is a dominant style, or compliance, it's going to be totally different. A dominant style, they want something short and sweet. A compliance person needs something longer, more facts. So of course you're going to change it. A good team is one that has similar personalities. Easier to agree with, get things moving along quickly, get the project done overnight. Totally false. Here's what I found. I get a good working team, they all like me, I all like them, the project fails. Why is that? No one brings up any objections. Hey, wait a second. We shouldn't be doing that. Here's the other 3 alternatives. You got to have different styles. So I always made sure I had a S person. I always wanted a C person. I'm really good. I can talk to people, outspoken. I don't get to all the details. I need someone out there actually, hey, Ed, think about this. So that's important. A title of a professional typically tells you their personality type. CFO, CIO, technology officer, medical doctor. No, not at all. Sometimes you think, hey, an auditor, they're probably more compliance oriented. That could be the case, but no. They've learned to be more detailed in their work activities because that's what's required of them. Some jobs are better suited for certain personality types. I would say yes. I would say yes. And it just depends. All these things are like, hey, so take, for example, I wanted someone to run my project, a project manager. Very detailed, emailing 14 emails a day, following up. What do I want? I don't want someone walking down the hallway at the water cooler talking to everyone. I wanted a detail-oriented person. I wanted a C-type style. So very important. Personalities, types of individuals change over time. I thought about you. Because yes, they do a little bit. They do change over time because you're influenced by your job, your activities, working with people, those type of things. When it is important to know personality types, everything you do, coaching, appraisals. So when you do with coaching with someone, and they are more they're more detail oriented, I set up a meeting with them for 45 minutes. Let's sit down and walk through it. Someone who's more a D style or an I, it's less time because they want to move on. Give me the facts. Let's move on. A C person, compliance, wants to talk about those things. So all these different things. So there's 4 personality types. And you can actually go out there and have it the last thing. There's discprofile.com, and I have all the contact information. And my team used to do this every couple years, go to a little workshop off-site, and we'd all do this, and we'd all talk about our strengths and weaknesses. It was really, really good to walk through that. So there's the dominant style, direct, strong-willed, and forceful. Who knows a lot of people like that? Yes. We know lots of them. Yes, a lot of times, a CFO person's in there. They're very dominant style. What do you got to think about a dominant person? What comes to mind when you think about that? What's that? Assertive, okay.
Controlling.
Lacking, oh yes, that's a good one. Say it again, louder.
What did I say?
You're lacking empathy. Yeah, empathy, yes. What I think about, you walk in, I always think this in my mind, since 1996, they got their Harvard graduate thing up there, their plaque, those type of things, empty office, except for a reindeer thing on the thing, whatever. You know what I mean? They're deer horns. That's what I think about as a D type thing. Okay, they're fast-paced. When you walk in with them, it's 15 to 20-minute meetings. It's about them, how you're going to make them successful. Then you walk out. So very important. I person, influence, sociable, talkative, and lively. And that's typically about 30 to 35% of the people are I's. What do you have to worry about them? What?
Oh, I said not getting the work done.
Why is that?
Because they're being very sociable.
Okay.
And talking the water cooler talk and everything else.
Okay, and so that's the same thing when it comes to negotiations as well. If you're an I and you start talking to an I, what happens? You talk forever, but you forget to talk about the contract. Right? Yeah.
Or they're distracted.
Yes.
I was saying I-type personalities fall into 2 groups. They're either social engineering, working you, or they're distracting.
Yes. Good one. Okay. S, and this is a least populated group. So an S is really a gentle, accommodating, self-hearted. They are what's called the team players. They think about their team night and day. So when you go to them, what do you want to talk to them? You go to a D, the CFO, who's a jerk, right? Lacks empathy. You talk to the CFO about how can I help you? What's going to make you successful? You go to an S type, very relaxed, reserved. you talk about their team. If you're going to sell them professional services, those type of things, here's what I want to do to help your team. So that's what I do with, a lot of times, PMO needs with like a risk type group. Those are S-type people. Hey, I really want to help your team with these areas. So that's my selling thing with them. Same service to the CFO, I need to help you to get out of trouble, right? That's what I'm there, as two different concepts. C's. So remember I took this 1996. Okay, I took the training, I took the DISC profile. I was a DI. Big D, big I, way at the very edge of the bubble. My partner was a big C. Big C. So I'll never forget it. 2 weeks beforehand, I had done my year-end performance appraisal. I had put together, what am I going to put together? Me as D and I. What was my appraisal of myself?
D.
No, it was a one-pager. One-pager, a couple bullets. I was a hero. I deserved 5 stars, right? And I went to my partner, and he goes, this is all you did? You want 5, it wasn't 5 stars, but I'm making it up. You want 5 stars? So I'll never forget that. We had that training. He was a C. I made a big mistake. What did I need to do?
Make it more detailed.
Yes. I came back 2 weeks later. I go, you know what? I didn't provide you all the details. Here's the workbook of the past year. All the projects I worked on, all my evaluations, kind of my deliverables, those, go, you're a hero, 5 stars. So that's what's important from negotiations there. But same thing with your clients though as well when you're selling a service. So what do you want to do with a C when you're selling a service? Lots of detail, a lot of the compliance, a lot of the background type things. I'm gonna ask a question. What happens if you have, this is a good one, in your audience, or you're talking to someone, which is common, you have you as a D, the leader, and another person next to him in that same room, negotiations, they're a C. How do you talk or communicate to those people? 2 different personality types.
Take turns.
What does that mean, take turns?
They have to be able to speak to what they want to say, then the next person can speak.
Yes, okay, so what we learned is, take for example, you're doing a little presentation, if it's the D person's the key buyer, but there's a sub-buyer is a C, you want to have a very simple few pages, then have an appendix with all the details. So that's how you would approach that. If the key buyer is a C, I want to have all the details up front and maybe a one-pager at the back that summarizes things. So just an approach you can think about. What do people really think of you? Okay, dominating is a big dog, wolf. Boy, he's a real, you can insert stuff there. That's what people really think of him. Remember, we always walk back after a meeting with these Ds. Oh boy, I hate that person, but hey, they're giving us a lot of money, I gotta be nice to them. Interpersonal flower child, boy, you could talk to a door and probably answer back. Don't you think that they're just talking away? Like, are they talking to anyone? Go ask him, he knows all the office gossip. He can sell ice to you know what. That's what people think about car salespeople, right? S, steady guy, a real team player, and S's are always really nice to you, even if they don't like you. That's why you gotta know the S personality. You can't just be your normal self. Hey, I'm an I, I'm gonna talk to them. You didn't talk about their team, you're not gonna get the business. But they're nice to you. C is compliance, anal. Boy, I wish he would get his work done. He's been updating the PMO plan for 7 days. I've had that. The project will be done before that plan is completed. Who's thought of that? I mean, we've all had that, right? It's so detail-oriented. That's why you gotta have timelines, deadlines. Tell the person it may not be perfect, we'll work on it. Important. Oh, this is always the case. Ask him for the report. He's kept every document for 20 years. Right? Some people have that. Who's seen that? Yes, I remember, okay, when I moved my office at Deloitte, we moved every now and then. Next to me was a big C. So the moving company comes. He had boxes all the back wall. You know what I had? One little box on my desk. Here you go. That's it. That was all my toys, the moose or whatever else. Those are the things I moved over there. Everything was online. I didn't need to keep anything. So, but you got to work with those people when you're selling and negotiating with them. I think we kind of talked about that, issues or concerns with these personality types. In many cases, if you are a D or an I talking to a C, you don't supply the details. The S, you don't talk about the team. The I is important because if you're D talking to an I, what do you forget about?
Asking them questions.
And talking to them, relating to them. So remember about the relate. We're going to talk a little 10 seconds about relate. First step in any negotiations is relating to the person. How much time does a D want to relate to you?
2 seconds.
2 seconds, if at all. I had other cases where I just walk in there with my team. Okay, here's our final product. Here's our little pitch to you. That person's excited about that. I couldn't do that to an I. They would think I'm get out of here. So you got to think about those things constantly. Okay, who does okay, if you were to pick 2 things, who don't get along typically with each other? What's that?
D and C.
Okay, biggest groups that don't get along is D's and C's. Okay, that's number 1. Number 2 is D and I's. Yes, and the only reason is there's so many C's out there and lots of D's, and it's really a mix. And then I's have learned a little bit to adjust to they kind of understand that. Because when they see a C, they kind of, we kind of know it. So once you start learning those things and knowing it, then you can actually work through it. Okay, I'm not going to walk through it. We don't have time. But when you do your DISC profile, it actually gives you like a 15 or 20-page report, as you know. It's all online, but it really walks through how you can better work with your team, with clients. I think it only costs $82. And I do that for all my leadership seminars I lead. I do a lot of work with the Indian Affairs. I do work with OIED. I do work with IHS, BIA, BIE, BTFA, all these government things, on leadership training. And we always do the DISC profiles. So we can actually walk through that. In many cases, the government organizations haven't done as many as we have. But they really learn about each other. But it's so good to then talk to it so they can work more as a team together, better as a team together. But you will get a copy of my profile so you can see it. And I do recommend, who's done DISC profiles? Who's done it with their boyfriend or spouse? I've done it. So I had my wife do it. So remember, I'm a big D, I. And what is she? A C. She was a C. I knew she was a C. So we walked through it, and she's like, she always gets, when she gets upset, I've got to talk through these things. And I go, no, I don't need a quick resolve. No. So now I learned I got to talk, okay, I got to allocate 5 minutes to my response. Right? So that's good to know. Same with your clients. She's always raining down the hallway at me. Let's talk about it. We talked a little bit about relating to the person. And I think we talked about the need for that, relating to the D a different manner, relating to the I, you spend a lot of time talking about, whatever they're working on, the gossip. So there's a couple key things in negotiation, and there's 2 key steps. I always say, if you accomplish 2 things, what do you want to accomplish out of those 4 things? And you always want to get there. What's the 2 things? Number 1, you want to be able to relate to the person, talk to the person, communicate in their style, those type of things. You always want to get to next steps. You always want to get to next steps. You always document those next steps. So we had a meeting today with Yvette, actually. And what I do right after the meeting?
You sent me meeting notes.
What the meeting notes were called?
Bullet pointed.
Next steps. So you always have next steps for anything you do. Relate to the team, determine next steps. Sales process would go through all those things. What's your needs? Because you always want to talk about their needs, not selling them the product. I know exactly what you need. You don't know what they need. You got to establish the need, and you advance the right solution. We'll skip that one. Actively listen. So what do they say? What's the golden rule of listening? How much time should you spend on listening? Close?
You have 2 ears and 1 mouth.
Yes. That's good. So it's 70%. That's the golden rule. Because you should be listening to their needs, their desires, those type of things. So I like that little golden rule. Because if you're talking all the time, you're not understanding their needs, their wants, those type of things. Or you don't actually get to the final product because you're talking too much. We talked about why don't make a person laugh. Know how to handle negative feedback. So my 2 most important things I learned in life are 3 things. Number 1 was knowing the DISC profiles of people. Or my partner at Deloitte, I learned that, boy, you see, and that's how you learn fast. Like something like that. Okay, know that. Second thing is how to handle negative feedback. What do you have to do when someone gives you feedback? And you get this every single day. You probably get it all the time. Selling your products. That's too high. You have the wrong team. What do you have to do? First thing you have to do. What do you have to do? It's kind of up there, but what's that mean?
You say, thank you for your feedback.
No. I acknowledge this price seems too high. Okay? In many cases, you get defensive immediately. What do you mean it's too high? No. You can do that with your good friend. But I acknowledge it was too high. What I do with my wife when I'm out drinking too much, I acknowledge I was drinking too much. That calms her. No, it doesn't. It doesn't. No, it doesn't. But it does a little bit. At least I've heard her. Because you've heard the person. You've acknowledged you've heard the person. Second step is to clarify. So why would your price maybe be higher than your competitor? Why is that? Yeah, okay, more knowledge, more skills, better service, those type of things. I kind of walked through that. Yeah. But there's reasons for,
You're not listening.
Oh.
We'd provide more knowledge, more skills.
And services?
And services.
Yeah, okay, good. I had to throw that in. Okay. So that's why you clarify. Then the last thing you do is you test. What's that mean by testing? So you acknowledge, hey, I understand our price is high. We clarified. What would you do next? Yeah, yes. You see if they understood. Does it make sense? Does that price of $180 per hour make sense when the competitor is $160? Well, if you're supplying a bunch of managers, they're supplying a bunch of consultants, level people. That may make sense. Let's go by and clarify, then test it with the person. You ready to talk?
Oh, no, yeah, we would just kind of try and get feedback from them to see if they understood what we were trying to have them acknowledge or paint the picture.
Yeah, it is.
Paint the picture, yeah.
Exactly right. Perfect. Okay, now the next one. Okay, this is very common with professional services, those type of things. What happens if you have no options? And I'll give an example, because it happens all the time. Is, okay, I'm out there working with a client, big project. You know what? I'm sold out of all my best people. All I have is Sam left. Actually, that was the guy's name. So Sam was working on the project. The client came to me and said, you know what? I don't think Sam's working out. Okay? So what should I have no one else. No one else I can put on that project. They're 100% booked. What do I need to do? Okay, acknowledge Sam's not working out. Good. Then what do you got to do? Okay. No, you know what? You have to be, you have to be 100% honest. 100, because okay, at Deloitte, you always have more. You know what? I have no one else. We're 100% booked out. What can I do to make this work? You know what? I think maybe one option is for me to be on the project 10 more hours a week. Let's see if that works out. Right now, I'm only going to be billing 10 hours. It sounds like I need to work 20 hours to make this project successful. So be 100% honest. You have no other options. Here's your alternative plan. Will that work? I like to add more billable hours. No, not adding. No, I would work 10 more hours, but not charge it.
No, I want the.
Yes. See what I'm saying?
So give them options.
You give them options, because there is no other options with Sam. He's still okay, but I need to provide more oversight, more direction, maybe work on deliverables that he was working on, those type of things.
And be transparent.
And be very transparent. That's what I mean. You have to be 100% honest. And typically it works, sometimes it doesn't work, but at least you gave it a fighting chance. Okay, so we got 5 more, but these are all quick ones. Meeting in the middle is not always the right answer. I think we kind of went through that. What's that little? Oh, that's 5 minutes? Am I already? It just started. Okay. No more stories. Okay. Use positive body language. Why is that important?
Because if you're slouching, it might mean that you're not as, what do you call it? Not engaged. Yeah, I guess engaged, or that you're not confident about what you're going to deliver.
Exactly right. Very important. Control your emotions. That's all about the ACT model too as well. And sometimes people are upset at you. You got to remember they are the client. They are buying your services, even if they get mad at you. So if you want that business, you got to control your emotions, go through the ACT model, relate to the person. You got to do all those things. Communicate with clarity and confidence. I think we talked about that. And reach a mutual gain. So I think we can actually work through those. So what I did have, I had some more stories, but I can't talk about it. Before we get to questions, here's good information. There's my contact information, my email. You know what? Give me a call if you have any questions about government contracting. I'm not the experts like this, but I'm on the, hey, I did this, Sam. I'm actually getting my GSA right now. And so we're almost there. Hopefully within 1 month, we'll have a GSA set up. We submitted all those things.
How long does it take?
Oh, the GSA? So I started it in March.
Do it on your own?
No, I actually hired someone to do it for me. It didn't cost that much. $6,500. You know what? It was.
$6,500? You take $6,000
$6,500.
You come to me next time. We'll save you like,
No,
at
that's
least
okay.
90%.
I know, but you know what? My buddies recommended this company, and they've helped me through the whole things. They had all the templates and everything else. I'm just being open. I'm an honest man. I'm an I and D. And I found it very successful to get that process going. And they really streamlined a lot of the things for me. If you could have saved me $6,000, that would have been good, but I would have never been, yeah, I would never have been able to do it myself. That's my perspective. Yeah. Plus, I was too busy.
Because you're a D.
And it still took me 160 hours of my time to fill. What they really convinced me, which was important, which was the golden thing, was this. It's called SIN codes in GSA, but it's the same thing as NAIDS codes. Was to really come down to 4 SIN codes, and that saved me hundreds of hours. I had all the quals. We got it all well defined and documented, so I'm fine with that. So.
It used to be so much worse when it was all paperwork based. And
yes,
you're dealing with
that's what I heard.
a contracting officer and I just sent you a ream of paper. It is so much better. So anybody charging $6,500 is charging you the old paper days. So if you're listening on the thing today, don't pay that much.
Okay, that's still good to know. And a lot of people told me that. So the Apex person told me that.
Go to your
too, as well.
Apex Accelerator.
Yeah, said, hey, don't pay all that. I said, remember I was getting my business, I'm really working hard. I had 5 projects going myself, working with my son, all these distribution agreements. I really wanted to get in place because people said, once you get your GSA set up, we can give you work, just hand it over to you.
You'll make it up in a couple of deals.
Yeah, I will, so. Yeah.
That's all good.
So if you want to get disc profiles, go to discprofiles.com. I think they're $82 per profile. Do it with your spouse or your significant other. I also like the 5 dysfunctions of a team, it's called. I like the 5 functions. I do that with all the teams. I do that with all the leadership seminars, those type of things. And you get that the table group, because it talks about how is a team interacting with each other. So I did that at Deloitte all the time as well. And I put down our Apex person, I still say PTAG. That's on the West Coast is Vanessa Gleach. Vanessa Gleach. And Vanessa Gleach at the American Indian Chamber of Commerce of California.org. Exceptional person. She can help you with the SAM.gov. She can help you with all the government contractings. I mean, she was golden for me for the first 6 months. Golden. I still work to her all the time. So she's helping me now getting into the Gila River Indian clinics, the Phoenix Indian Medical Center down there in Phoenix, Salt River clinics down there. So, and then she's also really good. There's a lot of opportunities for Indian-owned businesses with the public utility companies. Lots of them, lots of opportunities, especially in California, like PG&E, Southern California, Edison, all those.
So the Apex Accelerators were formerly the Procurement Technical Assistance Centers, and there are state Apex Accelerator programs, and then there are Native American Apex Accelerator programs, and they go by regions. So Vanessa's region is Arizona, California, I believe 50% of Nevada and Utah. I don't know if they...
And they have Washington
I think
and
they
Oregon.
share Washington and
Yes.
Oregon.
Yep.
And then that also is serviced by the Northwest Chamber of Commerce for Washington, Oregon. And I think they may have another state. And then the National Center holds a 26-state region on the East Coast, as well as the state of Colorado, the state of New Mexico, a piece of Texas, which is El Paso, and then the entire Navajo Nation. So we have people in all of those areas. If you are not Native American, like I said, there are state Apex Accelerate, APTAC, Google that, APTAC, and then click on the United States of your state, and then you will find the Apex Accelerators.
Thank you. And another positive comment for the community. Highly recommended. Please listen to what she just said there. Please go to the Apex Accelerator and sign up. There are so many good resources. And also at SBA, we have what's called Earn to Grow. Every one of you in this room is qualified to receive this free training. We offer so many webinars that are free. There are counselors that are free. But you invest your time, it will pay dividends. Thank you.
Yeah. And also there's a bunch of, like, I know in California.
Empower to grow.
Yeah, Empower to Grow.
It's the new 7J, Empower to Grow.
Yes.
Free resource.
Yes. But in California, because a lot of us, we're in California now, the chamber has their annual July meeting down in Palm Springs where they bring everyone together. And I've attended 3 of those, I think 4 of those now. And you get all the Public Utility Commission companies. They have workshops to go through your capability statements. That's just sitting there, free advice, free service to you. I mean, go do that. Just look, that's a good time to go usually. Right, Palm Springs is usually about, 45 or 50 degrees, so it's nice and cool. So the last 2 years, it's been 117 while we're in Palm Springs, but that's another story. Okay, I think now she's yelling at me. Okay. Well, thank you very much, and good luck with all your negotiations.
I did earlier. Another mention of the podcast, so go to our social media pages, and our next podcast series is with Lance Morgan with the Winnebago Tribe of Ho-Chunk Inc. Thank you very much. No gift for you, sorry, you had lunch. So we're going to say goodbye to our online audience. Everybody wave goodbye. Thank you for joining us online. And then we are going to break into our little roundtable discussions, which is the last 30 minutes for you guys to network, exchange cards, talk with some of the speakers, ask more questions, and then that's the end of our day. So thank you so much for being at the Native Edge Institute today.